We live. That's a good one.
Hello.
Hello, people.
Hello.
So y'all need to clap for Bugs so hard because what you are looking at looks like, that's like mostly our normal setup. There's a different donation bar up there. This has been rebuilt from scratch. This is a completely different stage than the last time you saw it. Bugs did some fucking emergency surgery on this bad boy.
it was a little bit of knitting the parachute on the way down, but it was fun. And you notice we have a new chat box, and I'm still fiddling with
Uh-huh.
that. And we have
Yeah.
same old animations, new alerts. I had to reprogram from scratch in Mix It
Mm-hmm.
Up, which is actually really valuable. Holy
Yeah.
God! Okay, there we go. Now you can see them. Oh,
Oh, they're
hi.
big. That's good. That's good.
Hi,
Hey,
Cozy
good to see you,
Coconut Woo.
Cozy Coo. Hope you enjoy yourself. And thank you, Renan
Hello,
to Zero
Neon Black.
Factor, for
Hello.
subscribing at Tier 3. We always
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Blue UBO3, for subscribing. We appreciate it. And hello, Little Neon Bat. That's another new person, actually.
Hello.
Hello, Bubbly Milk.
Uh, You see, there are
Yeah.
even funny Earthbound noises for
Mhm.
resubbing. That's heal 2, because we use
Yes.
heal 1 if someone subscribes. And I was like,
we,
fuck, I better do something with this. And
yeah,
there's
we.
the great
Mm-hmm.
new feature, giant emotes in the chat box for some reason. That was a
Yeah,
fun one
y'all
to
need.
notice 2 minutes before we went live.
And then cut to me tackling Bugs away from the controls, like, no, 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 leave it, leave it, leave
Yeah,
it, leave it.
yeah, yeah. So, it's fun.
it
It's
it only
fun.
really works on in some situations, and I was about to say what, but I think y'all should have to like puzzle out for yourself, which
It
ones
would help a lot
set
with
off which
VODs?
strange
Okay, good.
sizes.
Good.
I think so. I think when I watch back VODs, I do tend to mostly like look for the emote
Hello, Emma.
react kind of stuff.
Pichu.
Hello! Hello, Pisu. And while we're here, real quick, let me thank the people who followed in between streams.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for following
What?
Ankara Col Gigante.
Smashing the bottle onto the new ship SS donations.
Thank you, Cosmian. I'm sorry your name cut off the very edge there. So, our TTS has changed too.
We have a new boss.
We have a
Thanks
new boss.
for calling, boss.
Thanks
What's
for
the
calling,
word, boss?
The voice is a bit scary. Oh, I
That's
have
just how boss
secrets
sounds.
at
That's just how
certain
boss
numbers
sounds.
for you.
We get our secret messages from the boss, and Bugs has to read them off to me because
Yes.
technical problems.
Oh,
What does
thank
boss
you,
say?
Bubbly.
Thank you,
New
Bubbly.
infrastructure, what a hack.
Okay, let me get these. Let's see. Refresh, motherfucker.
Oh, while you're doing that, let me finish reading off the rest of the follower thanks you. Thank you for following Ankeracol Gigante. Thank you for following Strong Rat Baby. Thank you for following Little
Oh,
Neon
we
Bat.
don't have a
Thank
new
you for
command for
following
donos.
Boemon.
Good catch.
And thank
good
you for
catch.
following.
Thank you, Zombie.
Okay.
Sorry, go
Oh, good
ahead.
deal. Thank you for following the Happy Book Writer. Thank you for following. Oh, Happy IVGM. You followed us the other night, but thank you still.
Let's see, custom. Da, 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 da.
It sounds like he's poked a pack a day of years. I don't actually know Boss's agenda. Bugs, does Boss have agenda?
Huh? Hey, it's not on us to know boss's agenda.
That's true. We ain't the secretary around here.
Yeah.
I think if you call in though, you can get a meeting. Maybe.
Okay, does it work now? Let's see. Donates. Thank God.
Hey!
All right. Thank you.
Hooray!
Great catch.
Yeah, let's see
From
if this one still works.
Cosmion, smashing the
Okay.
bottle on the new ship SS donations.
Yay!
Thank you so much. I believe that was $6. Hang on.
Thank you.
It doesn't show
What do
me
we
the
got
number
though?
right away. Yeah, $5. Thank you. And from oh my God, stop it! Don't leave me alone. There we go. Not you, Frankie. You're wonderful, Frankie. And from
Thanks, Mel.
Bubbly, new infrastructure. What the heck? $5. Thank you so much, Bubbly.
Yay!
Yay!
Thank you both so much.
Thank you,
and we do
you.
have. Oh, I should actually explain. So not only do we have the new alerts, we got the new voices, we got different funny numbers things set up in there. There's new funny numbers. There's new. You need to accept in your heart.
So-
You need to accept in your heart that 4 and 7 are the funny numbers.
So, we had to migrate to Ko-fi because of what happened with Stream
Yes.
Elements. Ko-fi
Yes.
only takes payments in rounded numbers.
Yes.
No decimals, no cents.
Yes. And obviously it would be sad if the only funny numbers possible were 42 human dollars and 69 human dollars.
Yeah.
So we are all now, as an official rule of this channel, 4 is the same thing as 420.
Yes.
And 7 is the same thing as $6.90.
Yes.
Which technically means we're down 10 cents.
Well, I figure it would
That's
be.
really
I
sad.
would feel horrible if I rounded both up. That would be
No,
bad.
you're right. I just noticed while I was saying it out loud. So,
holy shit.
Oh,
Boss!
Kira.
Boss!
There we go.
what's boss say?
Thank you, Emma, who took $20 and says, ghetto. Really
Thank
good.
you, boss. Right away, boss. Got it, boss. We appreciate it, boss.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I believe now I also get to do one of these. And one of these. Why not? Just to celebrate with the news, boss. And do I get to do the flexatone? We up to 30 now? We up to 30 now.
Thank you, Personal Zombie, who dipped $5 and says, Boss, are you going to say it?
Thank you, boss.
Boss is feeling shy today. All right. Says him, and I'm so sorry. Sometimes this just happens. It's
Yeah.
It's Ko-fi running through Mix It Up, running into OBS.
Yeah, there's a few
No more
changes in the link
decimals.
here.
What the heck?
He just waited
Oh,
30
oh, oh.
seconds to say it. All right.
That's why you're the best, boss.
That's why you're the best, boss. Thank you, boss.
Let me get you that noise, boss.
Personal Zombie says no more decimals. What the heck? Thank you so much.
It's fucked up, boss. But we lost our decimals
It's
in
sad. It's sad.
the war. But not like fighting. It's like you got to save your decimals for the boys
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
But not the U.S. Army. That'd be fucked up if we supported the U.S. Army. We're supporting the
Uh-huh.
Straw Hat Pirates.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Looking in my room, I think we just feed our coins to pigeons in the park. Actually, might be what's going on here.
Yeah.
That's okay. I trust.
I think
them.
that's fine. I think that's fine.
Thank you so much. And thank you
Thank
for
you.
Jiljig for resubscribing. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Kiddo.
Sorry if we seem a
fun to
little
say kiddos.
harried. I'm kind of looking at Mix It Up like you better not fucking break.
But Bugs has like wheeled in and like our old jalopy exploded and started saying some fascist shit. So we
Yeah.
had to like we had to take that to a quarry
It was
and bury it.
all
And
in-
Bugs made it like
It was all in roughly about 10 straight hours of work.
yeah, and Bugs like has built us a new beautiful engine and is just holding a gun on it in the background.
Yeah, more or less. More or less.
Which is part of why this is a podcast type stream, but also, weirdly enough, this is also a test stream. Frankie, internet good now.
For a man of
Oh.
science.
Oh.
Boss? You got...
Boss.
Oh!
Now it's boss.
Okay. Someone found a funny noise. So...
Did it sound good?
I would liken that to... Oh, hey, Sheik.
Sheik, hello.
Avery says... thank you, boss, and tips $7. Thank you so much. Yes, it's literally just Tomodachi Life type voices. It cracks me up.
I love the Tomodachi. I like, if it wouldn't be more work for you, I'd be like, we should just have like a different Tomodachi Life voice on like the most random
Frankie.
donation numbers possible. Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so
Sheik
happy.
tipped
Oh, I'm
$10
so happy.
and leaves no message.
you,
Thank you
Sheik.
so much, Sheik. Yeah.
Thank you, boss.
Thank
You're
you,
the best boss.
Thank you, boss. The only thing is, I tried.
Get more noises.
The way it's set up is every country has like male, female, and it's all these different
Right,
accents.
right.
But I found some would auto translate the words that came in, so I couldn't put those on.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, maybe one day we'll just have one random number that like auto translates to Spanish for fun.
Oh, that'd
I
be
think
fun.
that'd be good. Let me get you your noises. How many more noises do I owe? I think I owe like. What are we at? What are we at?
Oh god, our total right now is what's 65% of 80? I wish I could see a solid number. Hang on.
Oh, That's rough. If we just get the numbers of like the last couple of the, I'm
What's
holding my
of
horns in
80?
hand, just waiting, just waiting.
52!
Yay! All right, let me get you a. There's for the 20, and let me get you a little bit of change right there, and then also I believe we got to do a little.
Maybe I'll just set it to 100 just for us. Just to make my life
Well,
easier.
hey, listen, hey. First of all, I'm always in favor of setting our like donation goal higher. Usually, I have to do a fight for this, and then I have to put bugs in a funny like reverse shrimp hold for a little bit, which is difficult given the state of things.
Yeah.
And also, then that would make it the donation goal be donation to the kazoo.
Oh, God, you're
Towards
right.
the kazoo.
You're right.
End goal, kazoo. I think I like that. It's got a symmetry to it.
Okay, I will do that starting next stream because I think if I do it now, it's going to reset the number, and I'm scared of that.
No. Yeah. Okay. Next stream. For now,
Oh,
we'll just.
God.
I'll just do my best as donations.
Everything's coming together. Okay.
Just wait. Eventually, we'll be so big time. Our donation goal can be Dungeon Man.
No.
Oh God.
No, don't say
We're
that.
gonna have to do like Dungeon Man inflation one day.
Really
I
good.
take that back. I'm putting my hand
Really
on
good.
the closest thing I
Really
have to a
good.
Bible near me,
Really good.
which is the Fraggle
Really
Rock
good.
history
Hey,
book.
man, if you got
I swear-
$2,000, I'll draw whatever. I don't care.
Do you mooks think I think before I say anything? Do you doofuses think there's any kind of flagging system that kept track of the words I was saying? I really like Lord Slimeapple. We're all going to be arrested. I'll put that up. By the way, I just unpinned it, but I really liked the previous message. Like, you got Team Rocket exploded and landed in a pond and found boss. And I do like the idea of the abstract boss is just a frog somehow.
Yes, I do too.
Finally, we've been hired.
Oh. Yeah, my job is I get to spritz the boss with a misting bottle and feed him mealworms. It's great.
Bugs, are we
Boss,
getting paid?
boss, my hand, boss.
Look out!
well.
Look out! Hey! Ah, well. It's okay if Bugs
I got
gets
more
eaten.
limbs.
I think if bugs get eaten, they just get like reincarnated. Like just a cocoon bursts open and they walk back out from like,
Yeah.
somewhere else in the room.
Yeah, it's fine. I got lots of them around here.
It's kind of Tom Servo rules, where there's just like inexplicably sometimes a lot of Tom Servos now and then. That just happens.
And now, from the choir.
Here's to the gals and guys who love to fly, flying so high. Oh god, I can never remember the whole thing.
No, I can't either.
That was a pretty good falsetto, though.
Yeah, it was. We were last night watching the Thanksgiving MST3K 1995 marathon
Yes.
with commercials.
Which covered some of my favorite episodes of Mystery Science Theater, which we got on the slate to talk about, but mostly just I love the episodes where the movie is just aggressively nothing.
Oh man, it was
So they have to, like,
funny.
They have to come up with like their own skits that are like because they can't just do like, okay, we'll do something goofy about this movie. They're like, I guess what if Tom Servo did an Air Force choir thing?
I guess, what if Crow built a car?
And got dive bombed by Tom Servo in a plane. Got it. All right, sure, fine, we can do that. Yeah, we always really love the turkey days. Like Bugs was literally talking about, like, it doesn't really feel like Thanksgiving. And then we wait, Turkey Day.
Turkey Day.
You forgot Turkey Day. And if you're saying to yourself, hey, don't the people who do the new riff tracks do like a new Turkey Day? Yeah, I guess they do. Anyways, we like to watch the old Turkey Days from the original broadcast formats where they still have the commercials in, because there's something wrong with us. Mostly about the commercials part. It's good to watch old Turkey Days, just for some reason we really love finding out like what the advertising slots of Comedy Central circa like 1995
Yeah.
were circulating.
Yeah.
It's really fun to me. there was something weird going on with Gene's ads, man. I think we need to bring back Gene ads that are like art films, I
Oh
think.
man, we should bring back that one horrible hair one where the models have their hair tied together to show how strong the hair shampoo is.
I didn't like that one.
That
I didn't
one's
like
awful.
hair
I
product
love it.
body horror.
It puts nutrients into your roots.
I do like the weirdly reoccurring cold weather gear ads that hinge entirely on my mom is who may invented this, and it's just like all these pictures of this child growing up being shoved out into really cold weather in these jackets until it's like a grown adult. It's very strange. It's very strange.
Oh, you know what? Good news. The PlayStation kicks serious butt. Bad news. You're the butt.
Video game ads are a beautiful thing in the 90s. Video game ads were so like aggressive and strange. Like lots of people online have talked about like the weird box art phenomena where like Kirby in the US needs to have angry eyebrows because video games aren't for babies. Hey Lord Muggins. I don't know why the rest of ads were like that. Like they were so aggressive. Was it something of like, did all video games have to like posture like a short kid in 12th grade?
Right.
What was going on there?
It's fast, and the font choices. I mean, Jay was like, "Oh my god, these grunge fonts." No, it was Adrian, I think.
Mm-hmm. People now, when they try to do like 90s aesthetic, and this is true of every decade, but the fonts were not Y2K fonts in the 90s. You got a lot of like typewriter fonts in the 90s for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Lord Slimeapple says ads in general in the 90s were strange. That's true, but not all ads in the 90s were aggressive. Video game ads in the 90s were aggressive.
Oh man, yeah.
Also, really, really funny. The Turkey Day that we've been watching through has a lot of coming soon to video. Batman. Is it Forever? Is it which
it's
is the
Batman
one?
Forever.
The Jim Carrey one.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god. Which was so funny because there was also ads for Ace Ventura
2.
And it was like, oh man.
Ace Ventura 2.
Yeah, Ace Ventura 2. The superior Ace Ventura because it's not transphobic. I literally forget about the other one all the goddamn time. Anyways, not that Ace Ventura 2 is like a great movie, a bastion of sensitivity.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to clear my throat there. Not the movie where Jim Carrey crawls slowly out of the asshole of a rubber, I want to say hippo? Or was it an elephant?
You know, I haven't actually seen the movies.
This is not where I jump in and go, we should totally watch this movie from my childhood. Rhinoceros, thank you. Anyways, all I wanted to say is, I think we also forget how much in the 90s... Thank you. I think we also forget in the 90s how much Jim Carrey just roamed the earth.
Oh man, yeah.
Like,
for real.
In general. Jim Carrey owned the 90s. He was the 90s wacky white boy. And the thing is, I think every decade has a standout wacky white boy, or on occasion it's Jim Belushi, who at the time didn't count as white, weirdly enough. But Jim Carrey was everywhere, man, for a hot second. I think it was really the aughts where the Jack Black healing era started to take over a little bit. We got like our School of Rock. We had
God,
the college
Sbarro
kids.
flag is so fucking big in the chat. Jesus Christ.
Oh, say, can you see?
Fucking huge.
By the dawn's early light.
Jesus Christ, this stream now sponsored, I guess. Fucking hell.
I'm not too good for it. It takes Sbarro money.
You know what? Sbarro pizza's pretty okay.
Oh god, Pasu brings up a very good point. The worst part of the white boy effect is all the other white boys who think they can get a good impression. Wait, I've just realized I forgot something. I blissfully overwrit a period of memory in my head where I was pretending that the Jim Carrey era smoothly transitioned to the Jack Black era. It did not. Austin Powers happened in there.
Oh yeah.
Good God in heaven. There is like an Ice Age geolithic line in the dirt of insufferable impressions. It was a time. It was a time.
And you get, Bush Jack Black, you get Napoleon Dynamite impressions, you get Borat era impressions.
And just to take, once again, to grind my personal axe, leaning on my side towards the audience, what if we gave the Borat stuff a rest for, like, the rest? I know you're thinking, like, oh, it's ironic. I'm saying it because I know it's bad humor. It's really racist humor. It's really, 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 really racist humor. And I think that man should be tried in The Hague. And I'm not kidding. And I know my audience mostly knows this because I've talked about this a lot. But if I think hard enough, the podcasters will hear me. If I think hard enough. Please?
Oh, Emma, that's beautiful.
Oh, hell yes. Which, by the way, when I talk about Jim Carrey, you shouldn't think I was over here like, this is I have seen Jim Carrey's The Mask more times than any human should. I can pretty much still play the entirety of the Cuban Pete scene in my head in the dreaming hours. Not the whole movie, but I can pretty much rattle that bad boy off.
Oh yeah, no, Robin Williams for sure had an impact.
Yes, but he's not a quirky white boy. He's an enduring comedian. Jack Black technically is more than a quirky white boy. Okay, hear me out. He was the quirky white boy of the 70s.
Was Bill Murray a quirky white boy?
I think he's just autistic. I don't know. Maybe in the 80s. My expertise on the 80s. Well, I mean, also yes. Who's today's quirky white boy? I don't know. I'm 32. The quirky white boy of today's youth is someone I've never laid eyes on.
Probably someone.
Don't say Germa. Germa's not famous enough.
Ah.
I knew someone was gonna say Germa. I preempted that. We don't discuss the Son of the Mask here, by the way. I see people talking as if there's some kind of Mask sequel. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't ask me, I live under a rock in a cave. No, I think it's good to lose track of these things sometimes, you know?
Would it be... No, it wouldn't.
Could be Robert Pattinson.
No.
It could have been Robert Pattinson if he'd wanted to.
Would it be Funny Pete from Saturday Night Live who dates the women?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, man.
I'm free! I'm free! The kids don't have a quirk in their life? Nah, kids got a lot of
It was
quirk.
Andy Samberg for a period of time.
I almost wonder, yeah, you're right. We you know who we gotta ask? We gotta track down some moms who are, like, slightly older than me. I feel like they'd be who knows.
Who is our nation's current white boy? Let's see. Funniest white boy now.
This is not a good Google search.
Yeah, every answer here is bad. Oh, man. Really good. Alright.
Yeah, no, we just gotta put it back. Mr. Beast isn't real. Go back to bed, honey.
Hey, but you know what is real, Frankie?
Huh?
Wonka trailer reveals Hugh Grant as Oompa Loompa.
What? Oh, what? As like.
Wonka trailer reveals Hugh Grant as Oompa Loompa.
Oh, okay. So bring that picture back. On the screen where
OBS
I can
is
see it.
Scared of it. Hang on, I'm trying.
Oh, OBS deleted that for me. So before stream, you should know the reason why this is coming back up. Before stream, we got on this subject a little bit, and I revealed that I have way too nuanced of opinions about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, aka Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, which is the original goddamn name of the book, and I've been mad about that since I was 7. And I have, as a result, actual human opinions about this train wreck of a movie. I remember what happened. Bug showed me the goddamn Wonka pancakes. Can we show the good people the Wonka pancakes?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Please, can we show the people the Wonka pancakes? Are they going to try and lure in the bit from the original Willy Wonka movie about how he uses a pipe to summon the... Okay. I see what's happening here. They are trying to make a prequel movie to the actual original 1960s Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, as if that itself was its own body of continuity that you can make a story about the prequel to. I hate this. I hate them.
From
I hate
Rockabilly's
everything
Twitter.
about this. I'll take a second so you can see the pancake. Bad. Let's be clear, bad. They're trying to make them more fairy-like, but bad. No, here's the thing. I'm just gonna hold up my hand. I'm holding up my hand at the audience and saying, we have to leave aside, for a second, that the Oompa Loompas are just straight up a slavery thing, and there's no way to undo that, because in the original draft of the book, Roald Dahl, noted racist shitbag, did just make them black people. They were just black people in the original version of the book. I am so sorry. That's what's up. He spitefully changed them into, like, cartoonishly white people because he got bad feedback about that. So, we just gotta set aside that there's no way to fix the Oompa Loompa thing. And whatever they're doing here... Like, okay, I'm about to reveal my worst opinion. Maybe not my worst opinion, I just remembered who my favorite Danganronpa 2 character is. Stepping back, one of my worst opinions. Sorry, Bugs, I'm just kind of ranting bad opinions now.
Oh, it's okay. I'm looking at a headline. Watch Hugh Grant sing his Oompa Loompa song.
Yeah, no. Okay, first of all, Basu, you have it so right. Here's my good opinion. They're all cowards, and there's only one last movie possible to make. There's only one movie you can make about Willy Wonka. There's only one movie. And it's goddamn motherfucking Willy Wonka and the Great Glass Elevator, baby.
Yep.
They are cowards. Cowards who will not make the movie that would be good, which is to make the absolutely messed up, nightmarish, fucking Willy Wonka has secret underground floors to his factory, and the grandparents almost get de-aged to death by a magic invention. And the vicious canids, the sci-fi horror movie for children that could be made, that Del Toro, hear me universe, please for the love of God, I know he's probably busy doing actually cool shit, that Del Toro should make, that no one but Del Toro could make, as a, let's say, stop-motion animated feature, because I really liked Pinocchio. That was a good goddamn movie. Anyways, the problem is that the only way you could make a modern reboot of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and try to add backstory to Willy Wonka himself has already been done. It was by Tim Burton. And he did it the only way that you could, which is by just projecting Tim Burton's normal Tim Burton emotional problems onto the character. Otherwise, he has no personality or character except impish demon ferryman or captain of industry colonizer. Cozy Coco, you feel me. You all feel me. I'm among friends here. I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit. The year where I was specifically a middle school goth.
Uh-huh.
Bugs, would you like to guess how many pieces of really regrettable Charlie and the Chocolate Factory merch might still be somewhere in my stuff?
5.
It is 3. You went slightly over, but not by much. I had the goggles. They sold those goddamn stupid goggles. Good God help me, I might still have those goggles somewhere. I would have gotten more, but the Naruto headbands that
No, those
Hot Topic
goggles are
sold
cool.
at the
They're
time,
in Splatoon.
they are pretty goddamn cool is the thing. It's a good... Here's the thing. It has Johnny Depp in it. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because I think it's funny whenever Johnny Depp was forced to play, like, a really fragile man.
Mm-hmm.
I always kind of thought, if you must do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that's the only modern remake you could do. and it's the only modern remake because it's insane, and it actually solves some of like the weirder beats of the original story. And also it's fun and dumb, and he handles the Oompa Loompa thing by going, actually all of the Oompa Loompas are just one man, and we're not going to ask questions about it, and I'm going to make a really, really regrettable scene that kind of goes a little bit too far in highlighting the problems here, and then just move on with my life, because I'm Tim Burton. God help me. Okay.
I'm blinking so sedately, listening to my friend be so mad.
But... Here's the problem is that I worry about going on rants. Bugs loves this.
I
Bugs
do.
is just sitting there absorbing
I'm just smiling.
the vitriol. I think this is what gives Bugs powers. I think if I go on like an especially angry rant in our boss fight, that's the signal that like phase 2 has started and Bugs is like growing very large.
Yeah. So cool, so cool. I'm
And then you
sharpening
gotta
my
fight, like,
blade, just like serenely nodding. Yeah, brother,
I have
tell
a
him.
knife. I'm living
swapping...
for the rants. Bring it. That's the thing. Tonight is the night for rants.
Yeah.
Tonight is an unfocused podcast night.
Actually,
so
let me swap to RuneScape just.
That's what I was gonna say. Let's bring in RuneScape, baby. We got a RuneScape out here, baby.
Let me get you, the beautiful RuneScape window where I'm chopping redwoods in the Woodcutting Guild.
Alright, and with that, I am going to introduce us real quick. Hello and welcome. I am Frankie Frankenstein. I am the co-host, person who does these housekeeping things. Oh, that's loud.
Sorry.
Person who's keeping a close eye on chat, and I do the noises. And I'm also a voice actor from here and there, a thing or two, funny places, puppets, things. And I write on the internet on occasion. Mostly I do this and that other thing. Don't worry about that. But with me as always is Bugs, aka Facial Bugs, aka Gooster Bold, who is an artist and does the posters and plays the game and runs OBS and rebuilt the entirety of how we infrastruct with
I
this.
think alerts work on this
powerful.
end. I think so. I am here in the beautiful redwoods. Behold their majesty.
You know, I heard there's mods you can add that, like, make it so there's more, like, environment and the sky. But anyways, you can check out Bugs' art at Goosterbold on Tumblr, and you can also check them out on our posters every week. And if you would like to commission Bugs, you can do it through Ko-Fi for Ko-Fi Doodles, which would be nice because Bugs could use money. Wally spits out $1 at me every now and then, so I highlight Bugs's. I mean, they're a little damp. It's fine. So I like to highlight Bugs's commission.
Write that down. That's lore. Write that down.
Every day I wait to see if something I say winds up in the wiki, so I can start saying only true and good and useful things. Come closer. Come closer. It's not lore. It's not lore. But you should get a commission from Bugs. There is a bit of a backlog, but Bugs is working on them, and Bugs does good art and does good work.
Shucks.
And I like to highlight that.
Shucks.
And if you are here in chat, thank you so much for the support you've already shown us, but I will go through the basic rules. If you would like to support the channel, which we really appreciate, and oh, there's funny numbers and noises and alerts in there. Oh, and also you get funny noises, as you've heard. They are cumulative. Every dollar added goes towards the cumulative donation amount, which goes towards our hopeful net gain for the day. Because you gotta understand, donations are split between me and Bugs and taxes, except taxes goes first.
And Snail.
And then we get Snail money. Because Snail's running the Minecraft server, which is going through a lot of hard work similar to what Bugs had to do to this, except more and a lot, and one of these days I'm going to talk Snail into having a separate tip jar just for the Minecraft channel.
Please.
I think that would be good. I think I would like, maybe we'll talk at some point. Anyways, but the money gets split that way, so we appreciate all the support you can give because we decided to do this as a pair. So money is slightly more complicated.
Hooray!
But I don't think we'd be doing this if we weren't doing this as a pair. So anyways, noises. Every $5. You get there's a big horn and a little horn, and no one ever specifies which horn they want, but technically you can specify if you want to. Like, little horn, please. I'll get out the little horn. There's also a bell, which I use for making small change. This is nickels. This is nickels to me, except we don't got nickels no more, which is really sad. Every $20, one of these! The actual server is running okay now, but the update is very unfar. No, get back here! Get back here! Every $30, one of these! And if we reach $69, I get to play this. But more, because I'm only allowed to do a little... What? There we go, the gentlest of slide whistles. This is the gentlest of slide whistles. And if we reach $100, I get to play the worst kazoo you've ever heard. And $120, Bugs will summon the beast, which is a squeaky toy. And otherwise, before we jump into things, I'm just going to do a quick review of the rules. Alright, folks, I'm gathering everybody up. I'm getting you all gathered here. Now listen, got a new boss in. I know it might seem like things are different here. It's not different. Same as it's been. Same chat. Nobody get scared. Nobody try to hide. Looking at you. I had to clean out the back of the dryer. And let me tell you, a lot of chats in that lint catcher. I don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing that.
No screaming. No.
No screaming.
No.
Let's go over the rules. Let's get everybody down by sitting down for the rules. Alright. Tonight, it's a low, relaxed type of night. But does that mean tonight's the night for saying super random off-topic thing? Does that mean tonight's the night to talk to chat instead of remembering we're here? That's right. This is a show. We're sitting here on the stage. We can hear you guys. We can see everything in the chat. I can see everything in the chat. Bugs might not see it. I see everything in the chat. I got chat watching abilities. So we appreciate folks staying more or less on subject of what we're talking about. Tonight will be more relaxed than usual. We're probably gonna like chat and stuff. I don't have as intense an itinerary as I did last time for Adventure Time. I might have some Adventure Time stuff in the time, but we appreciate it. On a similar note, do we want... let's see, which one have I not done for a little while here? Oh, if you get bonked for breaking a rule. What do I want to hear? What do I want to hear from folks? If you get bonked, if you get muted for a couple of minutes, if you get shot suddenly with a gun...
I want you to cry for 10 minutes straight.
Wrong.
I want
Wrong.
a handwritten apology.
Don't listen to Bugs. Don't listen to Bugs. Don't listen to Bugs. We just want you to rejoin chat and get back into the rhythm of thing with everyone else. We don't actually need an apology. If you get banned and you want to submit an unbanned report, that's the time for self-reflection. But not too much self-reflection. That's the time when you sit there and you go, what did I do in chat that got me actually banned? And you say, hey, I was acting badly. Can I come back in? That's probably fine.
Yeah.
That's probably fine.
Yeah.
That's probably fine.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I know a rule that's not an official name. What's my name? What's my name?
Dunkachino.
What's my goddamn name?
Dunkachino.
No, I wish. Frankie. Thank you. Frankie. Boss is accept. Heisenberg.
Ajax Schrader.
And who's this here with me? Do I got somebody else here? I got somebody else here?
Huh?
Is there a second person here?
Huh? We've been getting a few comments lately that's like, I can't believe he's the voice of Frank. I'm like, he who? There's two of us, please. Hello, I know I'm small, but please, hello.
Sad clown, go hee-hoo. Anyways.
Hee-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Let's see. Are there any other rules in here tonight? Y'all been pretty good recently. There's like nothing really on my mind right now. Bugs, you got any rules? You got any rules you want to reinforce here tonight? Besides, whatever you see Bugs burn, you can't get mad about it. You can't get mad at Bugs. You can't get mad at Bugs for burning the wrong thing to burn. Okay? Okay? Okay?
If you're going to plant a fruit tree, you have to plant it in a pot first and then remember to let it grow for a little bit before you can plant it.
Great wisdom. I'll call that good enough. Alright, let's play the game. If I play the game, I mean, we're just gonna talk about things.
Yay.
But I think first we should get a check-in on what Bugs is actually doing while I drink some coffee.
Okay, so here's the thing. I want to do some clue scrolls today.
Oh, hell yes.
Here's the other thing. I still have some clue scrolls from when they were broken, so I have to throw away some clue scrolls, and I'm very sad about it. This elite
That is
one,
sad.
I can't get into Legends Guild because I don't have the Wilderness available, and I have all my areas unlocked. I have to throw it away.
Which, real quick, to give a little bit of context while you're doing that, in RuneScape you occasionally get clue scrolls, which are basically like
I can't do
random
this one. I
drops
have to do
that
the
give you
Legends build to
riddles,
get
that
into
give
it.
you really complicated puzzles that you have to do for little prizes.
So we open a new
And
scroll.
RuneScape is exactly the kind of game for you if you wish that adventure games had, like, random extra bonus puzzles.
The good thing is, if you end up having to throw away a clue, it keeps all the steps you had.
Mhm.
So, oh, you know what? Actually, before I do that, I have to get more swordfish, so I'm gonna grab my harpoon. My harpoon
some
automatically
fish.
cooks
Some
what I
fishing.
harpoon.
Like the Minecraft map got broken in update, got it? Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. Imagine if in Minecraft, instead of just like, oh, here's a little close-up of where a treasure could be, it said, you must talk to the duck man.
Yeah.
He will wish for wisdom, but you must give him cheese.
Basically, yeah. Frankie's pretty
Yes.
much right about that.
No, and then what that meant is that you had to literally find, like, a man
Hands you.
with
Oh.
a duck sitting on his head and give him cheese.
Thank
Oh?
you, boss. Raven Bonnefoy took $20
boss!
and says, "Howdy, hands you wasps. Good luck."
Thank
yeah,
you, boss.
kind of scary,
We appreciate
isn't
it,
it?
boss.
Thank you. I didn't realize the alerts were over in that corner. Let me try wiggle them over here and see if that helps.
Let's see, so that's $20, so that's... And I'll give a little bonus extra for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
And one of
much.
these. And last time we were at 50, so I think now we're at 70, which I think means I get to play... I get to play 2 instruments!
What?
Alright, here we go. Ready? Oh, that was a good one. Here we go. We're at the slide whistle number, right? I did my math, right? We're at the slide whistle
Yes,
number.
we are. We're at 72.
Oh, all of the alert noise. If you came in here late, all of the alert noises have had to be shifted. Bugs
I
has
had to
rebuilt this entire
reprogram.
enterprise. We had to throw away our stage
Yeah.
entirely.
Yeah.
Because it got fascism black mold on it.
Yeah.
So,
With Stream Elements before, it was a list where you plugged in, like, oh, if there's $5, you have to do this. Let me show you mix it up, how I had to arrange things real quick. Let me show you how I have things rigged. It's very fun.
Yeah. And then I'll do the slide whistle after we finish explaining this. I got it in my hand.
Okay. Let me just make sure I have the right window first before I start talking off about this. Let's see, is it,
Which, if you're wondering what's up with Stream Elements, the owner of the company is aggressively anti-Palestine, and that's bad. And my advice is, please don't give anybody shit if they continue to use Stream Elements, because it is a really integral part of making this kind of thing work on donations. And if there's people who just can't figure out how to move over stuff, or they rely on the system as it is, or they've got a really complicated setup, you gotta have grace for people. We're on a website owned by Amazon. You gotta have some grace for people. We decided that it was too harsh on our personal consciences to swap over. So we did. And hey, if you also stream and you want to shift over, there's some really good tutorials available for shifting over to the mixture that Bugs is using here. Tell the good people.
I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry.
Want me to play slide whistle to cover while you're looking for it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Alright.
Webhook. Okay. So let me just open a new...
Uh-huh.
So these are our webhooks. You see this says Coffee Dono. I click in here. I go over to here. This pops up the command editor. Let me see if I can get that window to come up. Alright, no, we'll just have to do a display capture. Give me 1 sec.
Yes.
Whee!
Oh, I'm so glad, Pasu.
I
could...
Everything in here, I have to manually plug in, like, okay, every amount that does not get set off with the thing, every amount that does get set off with the thing. I have to manually plug in. The text shows up, the animation shows up, then the sound shows up, then a wait command shows up, and then I do the text to speech and all the settings. And it's very fun. It was a lot, and then every single subscription, everything has its own thing, and oh man.
Bugs basically went through, like, the programmer's cycle of grief.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh, this new system sucks. I hate doing this. Like, wait, I think I'm figuring it out. Wait, oh, actually, this is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did go with it still. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we really appreciate that.
Oh man. And our chat box is Slime 2 right now, which
Yeah.
even has a pronouns plugin. Look,
Yeah.
you
We
can
didn't
see
we
mine.
didn't turn it
That's
on
fucked
because
up.
it takes up a lot of text, but we can.
No,
We
it
could
is
do
on.
that. Oh, okay. I'm not looking at it, so I didn't know. Good
Oh,
job.
hee hee hee.
But it's handy to have these things.
And all our donos swapped to coffee. Kofi.
Yep. Yeah, which
Yippee!
is actually kind of more simple because that's also like where Bugs takes like uh commissions from.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Stalled out. So it's kind of consolidating, and now we're not paying Stream Elements no money.
Yay!
Just giving PayPal money still, but that's what it is.
And also, you can't use it to get Frankie's real name. You can only get my real name, and my real name's generic
Yeah.
as hell. So good luck, fucker.
Yeah, there's that too. Someday we'll have like business accounts and things
Yeah.
figured out.
What is fire
That's a good
starting?
question.
What is fire
Go
starting even useful for? Hey, that's a great question.
It's
So
a
I'm
stat.
harpooning for fish.
It's a stat you can raise. And don't you want your stats to raise? Ooh, don't you want funny number go up?
You can use it to light lanterns, which will be good in specific
Right.
caves that you need light sources in. There are some areas that will have like, oh, it's cold here, you need to light a fire, so I understand. But I have not reached that part of the game yet,
Yeah.
so it is not real to me.
And if you ever want to find out, like, what stats like that might do, or ways that RuneScape has, like, plans to make things like that go, you should watch Holly's RuneScape videos.
Oh, Holly's RuneScape videos are so fun. Holly,
We watch Holly's RuneScape videos, to be clear. I like being there live, but they're in the morning sometime. And that's when I'm asleep.
you know,
I put it on.
I wasn't going to take part in leagues, and then I watched Holly stream it. It was so goddamn fun. Holly'd been talking to me about it, and I was like, fuck it, you know what? I would like to learn more about the game. She phrased it as like,
Yeah.
it's a good way to see some late game stuff you would never see without like years of work. I'm like, you know what? I am enjoying that actually.
Yeah, I think that does a lot for the game, and I think, like, one thing I do know about it is that, like, in leagues, one thing they do is they will literally take ideas that they had that they realized were, like, going to wildly unbalance the game, and just throw them in here.
Yeah.
They just take all of the ideas they had that would have unbalanced the game, and throw them in, like, a big party trunk.
It's kind of
And
fun.
go, like, alright, if you do a bunch of tasks, you can have this. And I think that's good. I think that's the funnest way to do things.
We have to fight a wizard. I don't know if I'll win, so I'm just kind of going to throw myself at it, and if we lose, you get to see the bitch and death animation.
I think that's good. Oh, look at those loads.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
everything just
Oh.
inch load in through the darkness.
Oh,
I can
you
see
love
RuneScape
it.
crisper than I ever have before.
Isn't it beautiful?
Which, by the way, Supreme Shadow, the reason that my internet is now good again is because my stepdad, like, installed the thing, and we have the ridiculous... Bugs, I took, like, a very cute picture that has it in it, and you should just see how goofy this little satellite looks.
Please. Oh my god.
But hey, the latency is better now.
Hitting me with the horn, sorry.
No, it's good. I remember, I grew up on Hoenn being my first, like, Pokemon
That's
generation.
true,
I
that's
like
true.
Adorns.
I do too.
Man, someone, like, posted up, like, one of those songs that's the, oh, I don't remember the route, but it's the, da 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 da.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, you know the one. And it's just so funny, like, listening to it, and they were like, nothing else in the GBA sounded like that, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what they did to make it sound like this. Lord Slimeapple says 401, and I will take anyone's opinion of what route that is. I don't remember songs to route ever. That's not the way my brain works. I just remember the song well enough to sing it. That's how it works. But it's very exciting because, like, no promises on time because a lot of it requires, like, energy. But speaking of the Minecraft server, we might be able to do a tour around the Minecraft server, which we'd like to do before anything gets, like, severely changed out too much. Or, oh man, I was excited realizing, like, oh, now we really could threaten the people with playing Stardew Valley multiplayer again. Oh baby. figure out how the hell the multiplayer works in Mario Wonder.
Hello? Where'd this go? Help. East. Help. Normally it has a little pop-up that's like, dig here, moron.
Mm-hmm.
Show me on the world.
Oh, hell of a map.
Hello? What do you mean?
Are you on the wrong beach?
Piscatoris. Oh. I sure am. Alright. Interesting.
Well, get walking.
Rowboat to Gnome Stronghold. Where's the rowboat? Oh, here we go. Rowboat to Fishing Colony. Alright, let's go to the Gnome Stronghold.
Yay!
Yay!
Did we ever figure out how the multiplayer for Mario Wonder works?
Yes, so there is a ghost of the other player that you see.
But I was looking it up, and it was talking about, like, on online multiplayer, you can either go through the levels together or as a race mode.
Huh. That's
That's
weird.
from the official description.
Well, let's look up footage of how the together would work.
Yeah, because all I want is literally as good as the Mario 3D remake, where I just go along with bugs as a funny companion, and technically I do not have a completed copy of the game, but that's fine. That's all I want. That's all I want. That's
Where
all
did
I
I
want.
put... Where the fucking... Oh, listen to this music. Holy shit.
Oh, that's music, baby.
That's music. That's a Casio sample type beat. Holy shit.
Oh. Also, if we do figure out how to get Mario Wonder going, it'd be very funny if just every now and then we went, okay, let's redo that level as a race and kill each other with sticks.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I think
so.
the way that Mario Wonder works, we are both ghosts, so we cannot physically attack each other, but we could perhaps mentally and emotionally attack each other.
I was speaking metaphorically.
We could.
All that really matters is prizes.
How the fuck do I get around this fence? Hang on. I'm being stupid.
Good luck.
Oh, I have to walk the whole way around. Alright, guess what? I teleport to a tree. Hang on. Tool leprechaun, please save me.
Truly love the zoning of this game.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, by the way, this cave here is full of horrifying things. I had to go down here for a Slayer task. Look at these fucking things. These are called blood velds.
Oh yeah, these ones.
These ones.
You should show the nice people what their face looks right. They might be looking at them and just be thinking like, oh, like a naked mole rat. That's not so bad. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Actually, look at them. Look at them. Look at them.
They're like piggies. Oh yeah, they are kind of tardigrades, huh?
They are, but like, it's bad if it's a big and pink thing.
Yeah. Oh, you know about the gnome child? Yes.
Oh yes, Mira's child.
I would like to leave, please. Please let me leave.
Good luck. Oh, and also because my internet is back up, I am able to play Splatoon again.
Yes.
Which is really exciting. I have not really been able to play Splatoon since, like, before the move started. And I got on last night and had that beautiful experience of the first two back where I was playing with just my goddamn separated Joy-Cons because my Pro Controller needed a charge, being wins. And I will take that.
The good shit.
And it is good.
Yeah, Big Run
It's
is this
good.
Friday, I think.
Which we might do a stream for.
Yes, I'm excited. The new boss looks... Joe looks very interesting. Megalodontia. Joe. Jaw. In Japan, his name is just Jaw. Hi, Hill Giants. I'm just chilling. You leave me alone, okay? Haha. Cool. I'm like level 80 something now.
You
So
play so zoomed out. I have to look at the edge of the world at all times.
Here, you
It's
can...
scary.
Here, let's get in
Thank
close.
You. Thank you. Thank you. Now you have to RP walk everywhere also.
Okay. Yay!
This is jokes. But yeah, I'm excited to be playing
What the
Splatoon
fuck?
again. I definitely missed it. And oh, the clean, beautiful feeling of getting into enemy base and just running around. I had a great moment where I tied up
Good
two
tapping.
people for a solid 15 seconds, just juking back and forth behind a wall.
Look,
Like one of
Frankie,
those cube walls.
an eagle.
An eagle! How majestic? That's how eagles work. One of my favorite things to do in Splatoon is to just be a total waste of other people's time.
Oh yeah.
It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Like, every second someone's mad at me because I'm ducking back and forth behind a box going, a peekaboo! A peekaboo! Oh, you want to shoot me so bad! Ooh! It's a moment they're not turfing, and I think that's a good time. The other satisfying thing is catching someone else doing a base invasion who's a roller and just following them,
Oh, that's the good shit.
undoing their work the whole time.
That's the good shit.
Net zero. It's good. It's good.
Hello, you will
Put on
please
5
let me
special
into your
charge
little
up with my
town?
Tacticooler? Oh, try slash nouveau's credit to team, I'll say. That's scary. Oh yeah, and I ordered some funny,
Uh-huh.
very small, legitimate Nintendo products.
Oh, did you? Very good.
Yes, very legitimate, obviously.
I'm
I would never pay someone $15 on eBay to print me a funny illegal card.
I see. I've been playing
Look,
with
I want
my
the
own
masks. I want the masks.
I have been playing with my own funny can I go in hole? Thank you. Can I come in gate, please?
I didn't care that much before I started seeing
Thank
people with the mask
fucking
running
God.
around and realized it fulfilled one of my favorite type of aesthetics, which is wearing a creepy Japanese mask everywhere.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
am
the
this
good
person.
shit.
I'm going to spend like super snails
This is where you
on
catch
replacing its
monkfish.
stats. Whoa.
They're so cute. Okay. Pray for me, wizard.
Reminds me to check into some funny
A
cards.
wizard appear.
eBay or Etsy. Etsy is where to go if you want cute ones.
Protect me from magic, please. Thank you. I pray
is
to
this the wizard you have to
Saradomin or
fight?
whoever, and he can't hurt me, and it's good. Wow, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Nah, it's turning out in your favor, actually.
Okay, dig here again. Oh wait, let me take his evil bones and bury them
Yeah.
for prayer points.
Yeah, obviously.
That was thrilling, wasn't it?
It's exciting combat is the thing. Dig.
I found
Dig.
another clue! Fuck me!
The
The beast to my east snapped claws and tails. The rest to my west can slide and eat fish. Okay, we're looking at penguins. The force to my north will jump in the whale. Come dig up by my fire and make a wish. Solution: dig by the torch in the
You're in
zoo.
pretty good shape for a man
Oh.
of science.
That's so fucking funny.
Oh, hang on.
Can't do
Mhm.
funny old
Oh,
names
oh.
as big without logging out, but oh well.
Oh
Screaming.
no!
Carrot underscore carrot.
Thank you so much. You're right. I didn't even realize that. Invalidate demo says I can't do funny alt names as a bit without logging out, but oh well. Happy streaming.
Oh, no.
Donated. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't even think about that.
If we can figure out a way to fix that, we will, but you can also
And
just...
$7 dono.
I don't
Thank
know.
you so much.
That's sad, but thank you. Let me get you your honk. Let me get you one of these. I think actually also one of these. No, hold on. Not yet. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hopefully someone will make a solution for that. I'm kind of
Yeah.
hoping that enough people will switch off of stream elements for people to get on programming some shit.
I know the Slime 2 dev is cooking on something apparently,
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
hope that works out, because right now this
Because any...
it's kind of rough. I'm sorry. Even half
Hey,
the
people
reason
know what
we
it is.
scrambled over was just to get TTS functional.
Yeah. And, luckily whenever, if something had been kind of the major game in town for a while, if people start moving off of it, there's, money coming towards other devs. Honestly, if the devs for these things make, a particularly cute, like, I saw some, like, themes for how chat shows up on stream.
Yes. Oh,
I'd
that
be
was
down
so
for
cool.
buying one of those, you know, just to, like, kick back in.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Dude, show some support.
Yeah. You can still do funny bit
Asterix-
names by logging out in notifs, but it'll show up funky.
That
Huh.
does sound funny, admittedly.
Source, I
Not
was one of the
ideal, still.
various Nord donators. I see.
We will keep your secrets. It goes to the grave. Don't remove their mask. That's a hero.
Alright, let's see what clue I get this time. You found another clue! Okay, Little Island AIR with another wizard on it. Fuck. Okay, that's fine.
RuneScape really says you must fight every wizard.
AIR. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how the mushroom rings work. That's how fairies
See.
teleport.
I see.
Obviously. Obviously. You didn't know that?
Obviously. Well,
Someone hasn't been doing
I'm
his
not much up
reading.
to I just really like how the wizard pops up.
It's good, isn't it?
Meh. Thought you could fuck with my key, did you? Help, this is going bad, actually.
Oh, fuck, I need to eat food immediately. Food. Okay, that worked out. I'm so lucky
Yay.
that worked out. No! No, okay, they're for them. I found another
someone
clue!
else ran in. I'm back, fucker!
The cipher reveals who to speak to next. A Wubblaclup. Speak to Gunjorn at the Barbarian Outpost Agility Course. Okay. Where's the closest area?
What do you mean some of them show up as ciphers?
Yes.
This is the most British-made game
Isn't it awesome?
on the goddamn planet.
Alright, we need to go to, we'll go to...
This game has
the
opinions about microwaving
Village.
tea.
It does. Literally it does. Literally
Oh,
it
that's
does.
beautiful.
Ooh, I need to, stop praying right now, just in case. Okay.
Good sentences.
Take me to the fucking gnome strong... Actually, no, I need to do the spirit tree. It's closer. Please take
How are
me
you
to the
intended to
fucking
figure
gnome
these out? Devilment.
You're supposed to...
Devilment and betrayal.
You're
A
intended
knife
to
in the
figure them
darkness
out
slides
by,
under your ribs.
by having played RuneScape for 20 years.
Yes.
But the thing is...
Or... Uh-huh.
I haven't. I played
Yes.
it 20 years ago.
Here's what you need to understand. I am referring to this game every now and then as an adventure game, or as people might know it best, a point-and-click game. However, I think, here's the thing. If you play modern point-and-click games, you have to understand they are so much more coherent than where the genre started.
Yeah.
And you might think
Oh,
to
man.
yourself, I don't know about that. I played me some Phoenix Wright games. You don't understand.
It
don't
literally
understand.
has one of our League redemptions as a shout out to, I want to say, like a King's Quest game, some bullshit
Yeah.
solution where you
Yeah.
have to rub a herring on a tree. Really good.
King's Quest games, I haven't played King's Quest games. I know they're very important, but from what I understand, King's Quest games are actively trying to kill you.
Oh.
Basically.
This is the Barbarian Outpost. Where's Gunjorn? You! Ah, fuck, I gotta get in there.
Someday we will play the Discworld adventure game.
Please look
Just-
forward to it.
It's just to see. Just because it's there, like a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got Rincewind, but it's like the plot of a non-Rincewind book.
It's the
which
plot of
seems really
Guards
funny.
Guard starring Rincewind, which is really good.
Which is both really funny and, like, such a distinct era of Discworld history. Because, like, I'm listening to audiobooks slightly behind Bugs, and we've gotten into the era that I think of as kind of like...
A puzzle box!
You got a puzzle box?
Alright, let's see.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
let me hold that
let's
thought.
go! Holy shit, let's go!
Alright, this is actually the perfect time to talk about Discworld.
Please.
Bugs has gotten to what I think of as kind of like the final era
Oh,
of
man.
Discworld books. It's like, you can kind of separate Discworld to me into like 3/3 of like distinct eras, where at first it's just parody, this is Rincewind Walks the Earth era.
Oh,
And then you get the
man.
like Discworld world building era. And then you get Hot Damn era,
That
which is where
that's gotta
Sir
be a
Pratchett
tree.
just goes off. And it's great.
Yeah.
I just finished up The Truth.
Oh man.
And
Oh,
just
so
started the
fun.
audiobook for Thief of Time, which makes me excited because it's really nice to hear that book read by new voice actors who bring really good things to it and don't do accents and don't do any goddamn accents and don't do any goddamn accents for the goddamn
I'm
Tibetan
sensing some
characters.
Oh. Hmm.
It's what you think it is.
Hmm.
It's not the worst I've ever seen it.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't great in the original audiobooks.
Yeah, no.
Because to be clear, the books don't have, like, phonetic accents. Shitty phonetic accents for those characters. HarperCollins can eat me. Anyways.
Does this go down? Hang on.
Which book are you on? You are on or finishing up?
I'm on the last
Nightwatch.
100 pages of Nightwatch right now. Yeah.
Oh man, that one cooks.
Yeah, it really does. Holy shit. You can definitely tell this is coming out of like it is release date 2002. Terry Pratchett has some like very open opinions about Guantanamo Bay specifically. Holy
Yes.
shit.
No, you're right. I don't think I've ever been like thought about that actively, but you're really, really right.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, like Terry Pratchett is like a very leftist dude, and I mean leftist. I actually mean leftist. And he was born in Britain. And he is great for just the sheer degree of like, you know, I just finished up The Truth, which I actually have some like talking points on for going over granularly later because of who I am as a person. And Bugs lets me do this and likes letting me do this, which is fun.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's so funny. I have to like read that and remember like, right, this is talking a lot about the state of very specifically British newspapers. What's going on over there?
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
some of this like. Snail says, Pratchett was one of the best at being deeply and sincerely angry about the world in a hopeful way. That is the best way to put it, yeah. And it shines through very much like with his characters. Like, we've talked a lot in these about... Let me open up my funny document. We've talked a lot about, like, Sam Vimes, specifically, I think, is, like, a standout character for, like, the most cynical... Well, one of the most cynical Pratchett characters. Definitely probably his most cynical protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I might
I think Rincewind might beat him in cynicalness.
But Rincewind's so busy being terrified. Does he have enough time to also be sarcastic?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
You should...
Okay.
You would really
Hot
like...
competition.
You would really like The Last Hero, I think.
No, I gotta
He even
go
wears
back and
Carrot
check that
down.
one.
Like, even Carrot is like, oh my god.
That's kind of beautiful, honestly.
Yeah, it's poetry, I tell ya.
I was also hesitating slightly because of a protagonist character who Bugs has not actually met yet.
Oh, that's exciting.
Might win. Just on cynicism. Just on pure, like...
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Look at this. It's beautiful. Oh god. I'm having fun in RuneScape. I'm having fun in RuneScape.
You know that one meme, and you know it's one of the ones that's like this one might be from 4chan, but the I hate internet streaming. I hate internet streaming, which is like someone hiding behind the desk. That's you, but like with RuneScape. That's you saying, "I love RuneScape. I love RuneScape."
Actually, would this be above it? I think so. I'm trying to do some big brain work.
No, I'll let you cook a second. Let's see. While you do...
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking.
That's okay.
That's the sound of
do you want to start talking more about the Truth book? I figure that's the one that I'm freshest on Discworld, or we could also do any catch-up you want to say about Fifth Elephant, or Mystery Science Theater, or I can read you episode summaries of Adventure Time that are about gay women.
Ooh, they're all good.
They're all good. It's Assembler's Plate.
Fucked up. Fucked up. I'm trying to wrap my head around where this pale piece right here goes. Yeah. Hang on a second. So you just finished The Truth? Is that right?
Yes. I basically, like, literally just today wrapped up on the audiobook of The Truth, which was really good the whole way through, as always. One of my favorites of the books. Okay. Maybe, like, I should save this for when we're just talking about William the Word, so I'm just gonna mention it a little bit here. William the Word's gay, and I don't think Pratchett meant to write him as stone gay. I think there's a few moments, like, 'cause, normally, y'all have heard me talk about, like, Discworld books. Discworld books has some real, like, Toriel and Sans, Frobin caliber, like, straight ships that I'm just, like, totally down with. I'm very fond. I like it. They make sense. William de Word is gay. I'm sorry. That book tries at a few points to be like, oh, maybe he does like Satyrus. I'm like, no straight man sits there and goes, actually, this woman's really beautiful if you think about her in terms of classical paintings. I'm sorry. I refuse. He's like accidentally coded into a corner. Like, even the stuff with him and his dad. But,
Yeah.
But we should talk about these things in order. So here's what The Truth is about to the audience. The Truth is one of Discworld's books, which is literally about a new character we've never met before, William de Word, a young man of, like, some level of intelligence and, like, specific skill, who at the beginning of the book basically makes his living by writing newsletters for various fairly famous people, fairly, like, rich people who are from far away from Ankh-Morpork and are willing to pay for news from Ankh-Morpork. His other day job is he's literally just, like, a guy who will write stuff down for you, which is a job he can have, because not everyone in Ankh-Morpork is literate. There's a lot of people who want to, like, send letters home or need a letter read, and he lives an aggressively modest life on an income of $30 a month, which in Ankh-Morpork is a lot. Like, that's a good amount of money, but not, like, an extravagant amount of money.
Yeah.
And also one of the people who he sends news to pays him with a cartload of figs every twice a year, which he has to then sell off, because you can live off of figs, but you'll wish you hadn't. Senior Bob identifies as Scrivener. I didn't know that word. That's a lovely one.
Scrivener, huh?
Yeah, I never heard that one.
Yeah, never heard that either. That's cool. Thank you, Senior Bob.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're so close.
We're so close. We're so back. And here's the thing about Discworld, is that if you read the books like Bugs has, you will see this opening and think you recognize what's happening here.
Yes.
Because there have been multiple Discworld books that open with a new protagonist. Oh no.
I'm doing good.
You're
Doing
good.
I'm doing good.
There's a lot of books that open with a new main character of roughly this description, who then suddenly gets introduced to a strange new technology that's new to the Discworld. And usually in past books, this kind of always ends the same way, which is that the new thing is something from outside of Discworld's reality, kind of our world, usually. That's kind of starting to, like, seep in an Eldritch way. In the past, we've had the parasitic shopping mall epidemic from when Death got fired for a hot second. That was an interesting one.
That was an interesting
the
one.
Music with Roxanne is doesn't quite follow the same. No, it does, because of Buddy. I forgot.
It all goes
Buddy's
away
the
when
young
Buddy
man.
dies.
Right, and it then kind of gets reset so that it did happen and didn't happen, which must be a real headache for the calendars. I wonder if they have people whose job it is to make sure that keeps going. Anyways,
Huh?
You've been reading Thief of Time.
Oh, right!
That's a literal thing in this setting.
Right. Whoopsie.
No, Pratchett is the
I
most
was like,
insane
oh god,
man
there's
in
a
the world.
fucking book about calendars?
Yes! You're reading it!
Fucked up.
that mostly just turning to the audience. Pratchett is great because he's the one motherfucker on Earth who sat down and went, "Hey, there's actually some inconsistency with how linear time and history works in the world I've made," and then he just rolls his sleeves up and does something fun with that.
Yeah.
God bless him. But the truth is really fun because the new technology that has arrived is Ankh-Morpork's first printing press. And this isn't the first printing press ever made. It's actually made very explicit that, like, other countries have and use printing presses. But at this time in Ankh-Morpork, they're not outright illegal, but they're frowned on for a number of reasons, which the short version is wizards are really leery of printing presses because they're one of the main people who need books. And their argument is that if type is used to make a magic book, and then that same type is reused, what happens to the type that made magic books if it's used to make a cookbook? And for some reason, the Engravers Guild is really against it also, because, they do such good work. They don't really think there's... Why would there be a need when you could get it engraved? They do good work. And the patrician, for a while, didn't like it because he's Vetinari. He's gay man princess bubblegum.
Yeah, basically.
And he thought... That's actually become the most useful way to describe both characters, is just by relating them gently to each other.
Yeah, I would say so. I have to drink water and
Look
be
forward
really
to
mad
me
for
returning to
a
that
moment.
metaphor. How you doing there?
Okay. I'm fine.
But, in the truth, a group of dwarves have come to Ankh-Morpork with the intention to set up a printing press, and I love it because the way... This is the era where some of the prose starts to get fucking magic in these books. And I love that it's something along the lines of, like, the rumor that was going through Ankh-Morpork was the dwarves have discovered a way to turn lead into gold. And it's this whole great thing where it describes, like, the different people who hear this rumor, like the alchemists hear this rumor, and they sniff about it because they're figuring that out. They're sure the dwarves can't figure it out. It gets heard by, like, the public, it gets heard by Vetinari, and then it ends with, like, and then William de Word heard it, and in a way it ended there, because he wrote it down. And I just love that a lot.
Ugh, yeah. So good.
And it's this great fun book where, like, because William happens to run into them, the dwarves break the engraving of his newsletter that he was going to have printed to send out, and they make him lots of copies, too many copies, and that kind of snowballs into him starting to make the first newspaper that Ankh-Morpork has ever had. And it's great because it really just kind of happens around him, where at one point he's like, where the dwarves are like, it's not even worth going to press if we don't run a couple hundred copies, and then we will price it. And he goes, well, I can't sell that to people for $1, which is that the newsletter calls, so sell it for cheaper. We'll sell it to everybody. And, it being Ankh-Morpork and a Discworld book, there's also a larger, grand, political conspiracy adventure story that happens through the rest of this.
You know how it is with newspapers?
You know how it is with newspapers, which I kind of love because, is it okay if I...
Please.
Spoiled something thematically? Okay, this, Bugs, you have now read the last Discworld book that is mainly about a conspiracy to oust the patrician with the lawyer Slant as, like, a major manipulative force.
Really?
This is it. Yeah. After this, there's other, like, I could be completely wrong if I've, like, forgotten something about one of the later books entirely. There's other, like, political ones set in Ankh-Morpork, but this one's kind of the capstone on, like, and a mysterious group of rich people want to get rid of Vetinari kind of stuff.
Well, that's good. I think
Yeah.
it's a good one to end that on.
I think so too, and I really admire that, like, Pratchett is really capable of, like, kind of taking it's almost like him stopping and taking a look at, like, one of his own repeating plots and going, like, well, what causes this? Who causes this? What kind of people might have been pushing this? And how does that kind of cycle end? Which, to go back to, well, real quick before I start talking about William entirely, I really love this book's bringing in of the printing press, because I really like that this is also where, like, the Clax towers have been happening. Semaphore towers that let people send messages long distance have been happening in the background of books before this.
Mm.
But this really marks where, like, Discworld is starting to have new technology, and it's for keeps. It's not just, like, a sudden disaster and then back to, like, roughly the same medieval-ish, fantasy-ish, gas lamps kind of world. Hey!
No.
Is that not it? That looked so much like it was it.
These two need to be swapped.
Oh,
Ah!
that's cruel.
Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
And this is why we do RuneScape streams like this.
It's fun to relax and have fun.
Oh. But yeah, like, the technology changing, and I really love how much of the truth is, like, kind of genuinely devoted to, like, well, how do people react to a thing like a newspaper? Does the public really care about the big news that happens in a newspaper? There's a repeating bit that I love where William de Word lives at, like, a boarding house, which is, you know, a large house of rented apartments that various, usually bachelor men live in, because, like, part of living there is there's also a housekeeper who makes meals. So everyone, like, shows up to the same breakfast table and shows up to the same dinner table kind of thing. And I really love it because as the newspaper goes off, there's these repeated scenes of, like, the blokes about the table
Yes.
taking in the news.
It's good stuff. It's good.
And it's great because most of them kind of suck.
Yeah.
So you just get these very, like, normal dude opinions of, like, they're making a better newspaper now. This one says that a woman gave birth to snakes. Oh.
Ooh.
And that's how William finds out there's a rip-off paper being made by the Engravers Guild to try and, like, run him out of business. That's just lies. And I don't know why a man who lives in Britain would be plagued by some kind of, like, evil newspaper
Weird.
that's, like, the worst racist, xenophobic lies and villainy it seems like there's some... It's grim. Like, our newspapers are also kind of rough.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to fight most of the standing members of the New York Times. But, yeah, it's rough out there. I like seeing this shift. I'm a huge fan of the fact that Discworld's, like, world isn't static, and I kind of love that there's, like, this background, like, listening to Bugs talk about the earlier books, I really love the background element of, like, this is a fantasy world that's changing. Like, in this book, the world moves kind of further away from free-flowing magic all the time. In this book, like, the gods are forced to back off from deciding everything that humans do. In The Fifth Elephant, there's a bit that I really like. I might have talked about this already. Where Death is, like, hanging out with Sam Vimes. And Vimes like, didn't I see you last week? And he's like, oh yes, I spend a lot of time with you. Have you ever heard the phrase, death was his constant companion? And it's really fun because in very early Death books, it's a lot of, like, no, death is immutable. This is your hourglass, that is what you get, you die when you die. But now, there's a lot of books where death is like, you might die, I don't know. It turns out there's all this newfangled theory of different timelines, I don't really know. Which is fun, because you read that and you think, ah, jokes. Or you can be insane like me, take my hand. I think that literally the nature of how set it is, how set human destiny is in Discworld, is explicitly changed at a certain point. And I think that's interesting. It's fun. Especially fun because Sam Vimes doesn't give a single shit about any of it. I love the weird intersections of, like, and over here is Cops and Robbers Land. How is that not it? How is that not it?
Okay.
What could I'm, like, looking at what it could possibly be.
Yeah, you see. Sorry about all
they
the
still
snot
need to be
chat.
swapped around. No, you got sneezes times.
I
It
do,
happens.
it's fucked up. This barbarian is doing fucking wizard tricks to my brain. I hate this shit, man.
I
I need to
know.
swap these 2 pieces.
Oh, we got 2 comments in chat that I quite like. Asterix Dragon says stories about narratives are always quite good. And then Gramantic says that is really interesting. Who doesn't love gods taking a backseat? Yes. I will always maintain Small Gods is not the book you should start Discworld with, and I don't know why anyone would recommend that. For some reason, it's a common recommendation. Start at the beginning, or read Reaper Man, or look at all the books and point at one and go you, which is basically what I did.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It works out. But Small Gods is a very fun book. I think you almost need, like, the context of the Rincewind books for Small Gods to, like, hit, you know? Like,
I'm
you
thinking
kind of
about
need the
it,
setup.
Yeah, I would
Not,
say
like,
so.
need, but I think it means more if you have the setup of, like, the era of Discworld where, like, gods
Yes.
really were
And they
playing
would,
games
like,
with the fate of men.
Betting on Rincewind and stuff. Yeah, big agree.
Yeah, like, the gods at a certain point in Discworld's history really could just, like, toy with people really directly and, like, in a very clear, like, Rincewind has no agency in some parts of his adventures because the gods are just sending him off and stuff. Like, there's a very, like, Conan the Barbarian, literally, era. First I've ever heard of this series, so I'm loving this, loving peeping.
So
I can't
bad.
recommend it enough, and you know what? If you get into them, they are, like, wonderful little reads. When the bar goes down on a Discworld book, you just kind of go sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I read them by audiobook, and that's a much slower way of, like, getting through any book, but you could probably read a book in, like, half the time of the audiobooks in this case. I like audiobooks. I like
Audiobooks
the
are fun, man.
voices. And they work for me because I listen to a lot of audiobooks while doing day-to-day chores, because that's how I do. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I just love the shift of, like, yeah, people got kind of more charge of their own lives now. This is cruelty. This is madness. I can't believe this game handed you a slide puzzle.
Oh, okay.
We need that plugin that you found that lets chat, like, remote control, just so we can make them do slide puzzles for us.
There's
How
someone.
do y'all listen to Audible books? I don't. I actually get them through just the iPhone Books app, and I get the Penguin audiobooks. I highly recommend them. Wherever you want to get audiobooks from, it's fine. I just do Apple Store because it's convenient and... Big shrug. Oh, that's fair, audiobooks. I don't know how to do slide puzzles either. Y'all are on your own. Sorry. No.
There's someone who knows how to do it who will see this on the VODs and be screaming at the TV, and that's fine.
No, they'll just go. Oh yeah, and Sheik points out there's usually a free app from the library. Yes, check out your local library programs. They will probably have audiobooks. I'm buying these one by one because audiobooks of Discworld in libraries are almost certainly the HarperCollins versions, which are the older versions. These ones are like $12 each, honestly. They're very, like, audiobooks used to cost so much more money. They used to be like $30 goddamn dollars. But the Penguin audiobooks are like 12. That's reasonable for me. And they're tax write-offs now because I talk about them on the show. Haha.
How swap 2 tiles? Tile puzzle?
Google quick, it's almost 10.
I see. Okay, sure.
Hmm? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Really got the music. You can see it's approaching the solution. It's taking a little bit of finicking here, but instructions. Being followed.
Yeah?
Dramatic trumpet music.
Yeah? Fuck! it. Oh, shit. Alright, let's take a break and I'm gonna refill my goddamn coffee.
We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Uh...
Fuck.
We will come back in about 10 minutes
fuck.
after. It's a good time to get a drink,
God
get a
damn
snack,
it.
get up for a second. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the truth, which will involve talking about William the Word, why I'm convinced that he's accidentally a gay character, and slide puzzle. Slide puzzle. BRB.
Hello. 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 Oh, goodbye. Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hello. Your Bugs is stuck on a slide puzzle. Yeah. I'm overthinking it, though. I realize it's just...
Hi.
If everything else is solved, this is only 6 pieces of a slide puzzle, so it's fine. However, it did lock me out while I was up, so let's see if it's still,
Hello.
Okay.
No. 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 No.
Okay. Haha. Okay. Haha. Yay! Yippee! Hooray! Yay! I love RuneScape! Yay! 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 Yay!
Here, I was just gonna apologize for being a minute or two late.
Oh
I
no,
forgot
it's
I had a little
fine, Frankie. You're fine.
I had
I
a little-
think.
I had a little bag of cashews that I forgot
What?
downstairs.
Really? Cashews.
I like a salted cashew.
I also-
Sometimes.
I also like a salted cashew sometimes. I tell ya.
Salted cashews to me are in the same food category as olives, where sometimes you just go, I could eat like 30 of these son bitches in a large handful.
Uh huh.
I could do that. So William DeWord. Ah, bugs.
No, it's okay. Please continue. Oh no, I get more time with RuneScape. Fuck.
Slide puzzle, bugs. Slide puzzle. Don't downplay it, for God's sake. They still gave you the item of like a bored child in a long car trip, and it does not get solved in that situation. You just go, actually, I'll look at cows, thank you.
Oh, I do love cows.
I do like looking at cows. I am one of those people, ever since childhood, where I just really like scenery on car trips.
I do
or, like,
too.
train trips.
I do
Yeah.
too. It's fun to identify
I always pack
things.
for a train trip as if like, oh, I gotta bring my laptop and my probably the
Mhm.
video game player I was using the last time I was on a train was my PS Vita and a
Woo.
DS.
Woo! Tell us more about
Been
the
a
war,
hot
Grandpa.
second. I got a PS Vita late, my friend. That was my Danganronpa and
Oh.
Persona 4 Golden Machine. And here's the worst part: my first one broke. God's fool! I own a second PS Vita.
Let's go. Vita does mean life.
Vita means life. Means life. But like every time I would like pack like that, and I'd genuinely like, even on my school commute, half the time I would just be like, "Oh baby, time for landscape and podcast."
Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go.
It's all you need in life.
It's fun to look at a landscape is the thing. It's fucked up, but it is
It is.
true.
Mostly it was when I was still going to school, the nighttime. Hey,
Hey,
thank you for
Synth.
gifting out that. Hey, Sin, thank you for gifting out a sub to Asterix Dragon.
Thank
Hope you're doing
you.
all right, buddy.
That's very nice of you. Thank you so much,
That's
Mr.
it.
Synth.
Pass my love on to your foy friend. What was I gonna say? Oh, at night, that's the boring train trip. And that's also how I first watched all of Over the Garden Wall, which I think might be the
Holy
ideal way
shit.
to watch Over the Garden Wall. Like, literally, I just heard about it and bought it on iTunes, like, all as one lump downloaded
No,
series.
that is like the perfect way to do it.
It was perfect. It was, like, dark out. It was windy. Thanks,
Ooh.
Synth. We'll have a good time. It was, like, a windy, like, Bay
Synth, look
Area
at
night.
its
on
slide
the train.
puzzles. It's
Oh, God
gripping.
in heaven. Help! Help! Is RuneScape an ARG? Anyways.
I think you'll find it's actually an unfiction series. Thank
Oh,
you.
my God, no, unfiction it. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Ooh, I need to rewatch Over the Garden Wall. I haven't done it, and it's like the time of year.
Ooh.
Maybe we should set that up now that my computer isn't
Do it.
fungus
Fucking
connected.
do it. Fucking do it.
Yeah. By the way, wild as hell to watch Over the Garden Wall on like a mostly empty train. Just the first scene of it. Yeah, it might, Synth. That sounds like a good time if I'm up at the right time. Otherwise, go on without me.
Ooh.
Anyways, where was I?
Oh
Making
fuck,
the
that's
slide
the wrong
puzzles
type of
over
tree
Garden
section.
Wall.
Fuck me running. I mean, yippee ki I love video games.
Oh, unfiction is a weird world because I feel like you could probably extend the genres of analog horror to like other analog genres of pre-existing analog drama on the figure. Here's the thing. All genres are fucked and the borders are just words that help us agree on what we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So you kind of have to start there. Like, how to put it? Oh, can I? Bugs, is it okay if I diverge for a second
Oh
about
no,
the issue of
Frankie
defining the term?
diverged to talk about something he likes? Fuck.
So the genre of horror. I've spent a lot of time really specifically thinking about the genre of horror. I spent a really long time reviewing Junji Ito stories, just basically as a way to like keep writing while I was in college. I'm glad I did that now. Horror is tough. I think it's fun though, because horror is one of two genres that are primarily identified. Well, several genres actually. I'm gonna back off and say there's like 5 genres.
Horror is
that are made
a land of contrasts.
Shut up. Horror is about the notes you don't play. Getting there before boss.
Yay!
Hate that. Horror is one of the genres that exists to invoke a really specific emotion. That's why I backed off, because there's also, you know, people always compare horror with comedy, but there's also tragedy, and also the romance genre, and also horny writing, which is an important genre, which all of these genres can overlap with each other, especially the horny one. Anyways,
You love
horror
to see
is
it.
fun to me, though, because obviously, you know, there's the boring way of identifying genre, which is like, well, what genre does the author say that this story is? And that's, you know, a solid one. The author is alive. If you're unlucky, the author's on Twitter, or maybe on Blue Sky now, or maybe back on Tumblr. Really glad that T. Kingfisher's back on Tumblr.
Hey,
Honestly, that's been
Mixter
nice.
TV host, thanks for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Let me move around my notes here. Right now, I can't see the alerts. I love horror. I need to read more of it. I should make like some recommendations for people like getting into horror one of these days. That would be fun. There's a really mean cap of someone being like, "Hey, if you're interested in getting into horror, here's some good movies to start on." And the first one is Gremlins, which is fine, but the rest of them is stuff like Serbian film and Cannibal Holocaust.
No!
Never take a recommendation from a list like that without a hot little Google. For those of you without context, that's a crime. That's a crime. That's sending someone in to get shot. Like Gremlins, sure, fine. I've never seen Gremlins, but no. Weirdly enough, I could actually recommend the series that we were just talking about for watching horror, Angel Hair.
Oh, Angel Hair
Actually
was
really
great.
good if you're not that hot. No jump scares really. There's some dark themes, but I would say they're handled like in a very respectful way as far as these things go. For reading horror, I can never recommend T. Kingfisher enough. I really can't. And for comics, oh, I could make like a whole list. Anyways, horror as a genre is fun to define, because ultimately you have to decide what you think the point of horror is. And my personal choice on that is the horror is a genre of fiction produced with the intent to cause feelings of discomfort, and in my opinion, the defining emotion of horror is dread. Forget what I got into this for. Let me scroll back up in chat, I'll remember.
Unfiction.
Right. Ultimately, within genres in horror, I think unfiction is a useful term just so long as you keep the contrast to, this is a thing that doesn't actually exist. It's being presented as if it was. Which technically, yes, means you could define, you could define, what's the name of it? Oh, kill me. The fucking Goes to 11 movie, Bugs, help.
Oh, this is Spinal Tap.
This is Spinal Tap as unfiction, because it is presenting itself as a real documentary about a real rock band.
Yeah.
Best in Show, too.
Oh, Best in Show is so good.
Best in Show is great. It's also technically unfiction. House of Leaves is a great example of literary unfiction, and literally one of the things that keeps kicking my ass to remember to, like, stop and, like, devote a solid, like, day off to just finishing the book is I really want to see Nick Nocturne's deep dive into House of Leaves.
Ooh, I didn't know he did one.
He did a multi-video series on it, Bugs. Oh, it's there. It's waiting.
Neil.
Like a locked cookie jar, because I gotta read it first. Blair Witch actually does also count. I didn't call out Blair Witch because that wasn't the movie I was thinking of. But yeah, that's a good one. Unfiction is like evil info dumping where everything you say isn't real. Pretty much. Mostly what it's about is like, I'm actually very fond of the artifice of making a story that is presenting itself in this very specific way, which, to be clear, isn't always like, let's say, for example, Angel Hair is presenting that there is a real series that was about this angel rabbit Christian TV show that they're asserting is this is real, but it is not. It's a part of the story. But Unfiction is also about the guy uploading this to YouTube, Jonah, who is in this fiction a real person having these experiences. It's fun. I like these things. It does get a little bit muddled with like the definitions of analog horror, but I actually don't have a good... There's one person who gets to define analog horror, and it's Chris Straub. That's my fun. That's my coward's way out. That's me jumping out the window and sprinting into the woods. You'll never catch me! I don't know if you have to have a VHS filter for it to count or not. Oh, speaking of, I really do love how much Angel Hair hits that VHS look by remembering that it's not just the distortion static. You get those weird color distortions, too, and the weird, like, flattening effect.
I need this one to go behind this one in order.
Oh, we're back here.
We're
Here
back
we are
to
again,
square
old
one,
friend.
baby.
Well, square two, technically.
Don't you talk to me about fucking squares. Don't you fucking say a goddamn thing to me about squares.
Do you want to get back to Discworld? I'll take that as a yes. That wasn't even like delivered at me. That was just like ambient bug noises. Oh, real quick, hold on, before I move on to Discord. No, Chris Straub is not a YouTuber. Chris Straub has been in his time a webcomic author. He's also involved in some live-action D&D games these days a lot, specifically the C Team, which I believe is like just now wrapping up. I haven't really listened through that. One of my friends does, and he wins everything forever because Jones's like crack ship of like 20 years, not 20 years, 15 years, is actually legitimately canon now.
Really?
Like, straight up. The men's is kissing, baby.
Holy shit, what?
Mazel fucking tov, baby.
Holy shit, Jones,
The Penny
congrats.
Arcade D&D boys are gay for real.
Wow! He did it, man.
Fuck.
He did that shit.
The champion of holding the torch on his
wow.
ship and being proven correct the entire way.
Wow.
I mean, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, Acquisitions Incorporated was the base D&D show that C-Team came from, and there's a lot of weeds here that I don't actually have the map on. I just know that gay things are happening, and it's deserved. It's good. It's good. I mean, to be fair, this is literally a pairing where, from my side periphery understanding, Bugs, how heterosexual is it to clone a man against his consent because you're so terrified of the idea that he could ever die, and you say to him to his face that you can't stand to lose what we have?
Oh, pretty gay to me.
Pretty gay.
Please understand, we don't mean the Penny Arcade men themselves. They're characters in Acquisitions Incorporated.
They're characters. Yes, yes. The men themselves are a pair of separately married men with children who've recently become adults. And I'm actually okay with that. I'm joking. Kids grow up. It happens. It's fun. It's cool to see. What else was I going to say there real quick? Oh, Chris Straub. Right. So Chris Straub he does those things. He makes comics. He makes animations. He made one of my favorite horror comics, even though it's like currently unfinished, which is called Brood Hollow, which I highly recommend checking out. He made this fantastic collection of his own horror writing, which isn't very well known, but I think you can still get a copy of it. Let me see. I've got it in like my I have to like open a file where I keep all of my like downloaded indie books. Apple Quest, Ecor Falls. So that's Brood, Hollow, and Ecor Falls. If you ever want to check out the horror work of Chris Straub, those are really good places to look for. The comic's really beautiful. The Ecor Falls is older writing, but still some of my favorite horror writing. He is the man behind fucking, how am I forgetting this at this juncture? Bugs. The fake TV.
Oh, Candle Cove?
Whoa, you were just watching the dead TV.
Huh?
Candle Cove. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks, Bugs.
Yeah.
He made Candle Cove. Which, by the way, extra side, bonus unlocked content. Candle Cove, he is the original author of. If you've heard people tell you that it's creepypasta, they were lying, because it was never published anonymously. We're getting into some horror weeds. I'm really not a big fan of the weird period online where there was this weird idea that internet horror needed to be, like, authorless, so that it could be copypasta. Because a lot of times those were actually stories from specific sources.
Yeah, that's true.
Candle Cove specifically was, like, made by him for his website. It's a thing of beauty, and it got an adaptation for television from this series that existed for a little, well, not for television, for a weird internet horror thing. But it's a TV show. It's a TV show, who cares? They did seasons where each season was based on an internet horror series. And the Candle Cove season is gruesome, but I'm still very fond. Anyways. Just Google that one so you can see a terrifying boy covered in teeth.
Oh yeah, that's always
Covered
good.
in what now? Teeth. Head to toe.
Mhm.
Teeth. Oh, teeth. A
You
lot
know-
of teeth.
You know how it is with teeth.
You know how it is with teeth, boys. Oh, Asterix Dragon points out even a lot of the creepypastas that are popular flat out weren't authorless initially. Yes.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of bugs, turns to you. Want to hear a funny surprise?
Yes.
One of the co-hosts of Range Touch
Is
who makes
Smile
all of-
Dog.
is the man who made Smile Dog. Yes,
Yeah,
and
isn't
it
that
cracks
crazy?
me up. Especially because he'll talk about, like, yeah, people keep telling me, like, oh, you must have made the original one where the dog photo wasn't that goofy. And he goes, no, that's the original photo. That's so funny finding out it was him, that he literally specifically did it, like, as an attempt to write in the genre of message board creepy stories.
Yeah.
Like, of course he did.
Michael Lutz,
Like, oh,
thank you,
Thank you,
Avery.
Michael. Of course he fucking did. Of course he did. Of course the man who's writing a book about Homestuck and made a whole podcast of his researching for his book about Homestuck. Oh yeah, A Day of All the Blood parody is in fact Bog Leech. And he made a couple of other goofy parodies like that. I love horror is the problem. You might all be shocked.
What? Frankie? No, that doesn't sound
It's
like
true.
Frankie.
Yeah, I mean, part of why I have so many of these opinions is I was hugely into the I can't say was, can I? I can't say I was hugely into the internet horror scene in the past.
Yeah. I
That
think
doesn't
you
really
are,
scan
Now you're kind of
with what's
part
going on
of
in
the
my
internet
life.
horror scene.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, shoutouts to Bog Leech's horror stuff. Like, the creepypasta cookout stuff had to, like, stop for, like, very reasonable energy and time reasons, but there's still some stories I discovered thanks to that I really still love.
I may not like Bog Leech's opinions on Pokemon, but I do like their other
Yes.
work a lot.
Yeah, horror work has always been great. I need to catch back up with his webcomics sometime. But anyways, what was I saying?
Please, you want to get into the slot so bad. It makes you look stupid. You want to get in there. You want to get in there.
At this point, they should literally give you the ability
I'm
to lever
my
out
character
one of
is
these
crying,
tiles.
and the barbarian is just watching. If I would keep this in, I would go. So I need this tree trunk to be here.
A dagger should just slowly slide onto the screen that you can use to, like, pop one of the tiles out and, like, physically put it in the right place.
Use this to kill the barbarian.
Oh, man. But yeah, internet horror stuff, Oh man, that reminds me, Bugs. I watched like the part 1 for it, but we should check out. I was watching the Night Mines and the original videos for Veil Verde is I think how it's put. Valle Verde, Veil.
Oh,
Verde?
is that the game one?
Yeah, it's one of those. You might have seen this one already.
It's
it's one
interesting,
of, like,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's very interesting, and like the style put into like the animated intro on that.
Yeah.
Man.
That one I'm a little curious about because like maybe I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing, but I'm like, is
Mhm.
this like an anti-abortion thing?
I don't think it's anti-abortion. I think it just used some weird imagery for a
Okay.
hot second.
Okay.
But we should at least check it out and talk it over, just because I have such a giant. I haven't watched episode 2 either. I only watched through a little bit of it like last night, but I'm interested to see where it's going, just because the artistry of that one is so good. I think one of my favorite like types of internet horror is definitely like the creepy video game, and
Oh, yeah.
I mean from like its origins of like Ben Drowned type stuff. Although I think Ben Drowned was always better as the original contextless video than the extended lore. The extended lore of Ben Drowned is really bad.
Yeah, agreed.
And nothing has ever been made better by going, and there's a cult? Hi, Steve Citrus, please help. Sliding puzzles.
You know how it is with puzzles.
I think at this point, if someone in chat is like really good at sliding puzzles, I would actually open the floor to one singular person we trust who says they're good at sliding puzzles. Like, giving instructions. If Bug said yes.
Huh? Oh yeah, totally. No, that'd be fine by me.
Although, funnily, I think someone earlier mentioned my actual original favorite fake video game horror was Godzilla
These two need to
NES.
be swapped. Oh really?
Yeah, corny as it is, that was always one of my favorites because I was just like such a fan of the use of like sprite edits with it, and it had such a like, yeah, still the best, baby.
Still the best. 1993. Hello.
Yeah, maybe 1983, 1987, I forget, but
Fuck. I mean, interesting, intriguing.
have you watched Knock Plus 10? I think I might have once, but it might be so long ago I forgot about it now, or maybe I haven't. I'll check it out, thank you though. But yeah, Godzilla NES is just this great, like, blog format, like, I got my copy of Godzilla NES, but it's scary and fucked up, but it's so bleak. It had this tone to it, this, like, oppressive strangeness. I just love that stuff. As you might be able to tell by me, was that originally hosted on Bog's website? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't remember. Hey, Stardust Wishes, we're a good place to hang if you can't sleep. I just love
I'm
horror
being
where there's just the
psychologically
sense of
tormented.
dread.
The
Bugs is like being given a fruit snack
the
every
pinhead
time
man
the
gave me
slide
a children's
goes the wrong
puzzle, and I'm
place.
crying and screaming.
Having a little trouble with this one. And the worst part is that if Bug walks away at any point,
It
all
resets.
progress is gone immediately. Bugs would be like committing to abandoning this whole quest line at this point.
I would not do that.
I mean, you can.
I would not. No, I want my treasure. I want my treasure. I want my treasure. I want my fucking treasure.
Do you want coins or the mystery box?
The mystery box.
The box.
The box.
I'll kill for what's in that box.
I'll kill my mystery box with a battering ram.
Jesus Christ, performance of all goddamn time.
For real? For real? You will give me the centered tile piece of the tree. You will give this to me. You agree, reblog. Doing good.
Oh yeah, maybe that's actually what's missing. It's like the very base of the tree. Insane comment, ignore.
eh, eh, eh. Wait, no, no, wait. Hang on. I got this. I got this. I got it. I got it.
Do you want to hear a little bit more about
Yes.
Discworld or Adventure Time while
Yes,
you
I
work
want
on
to
it?
hear more about your thing, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Reblocking to
Let
give
me
bugs
arrange
the
my
strength.
windows.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Every donation sent will feed bugs that many dollars.
I will
which
get
will
one
give them the
IQ
strength
point.
per $10.
Great scam. Donation incentive. Donation incentive. Donation incentive.
We will engrave your name on the new brain cell of the show.
You get to name your personal brain cell. Oh, Christ. I feel so bad for
Okay.
people who, like, bought stars and stuff, man.
Oh, no, yeah, all of that stuff was just Scam City. There's no, like, NASA weren't doing that. It was just some company. It's not good.
We're back to square one, baby! Okay.
I'm gonna make my coffee, but, we were talking about the truth, I think. Discworld book printing press, all that. Good luck.
How
If-
solve 6-tile slide puzzle? How to solve slide puzzles, beginners, tricks, and strategies.
I love the internet. So let's go down the list of the truth characters. William Dayward, main character. We talked a little bit about him. I'm very fond of him because he's, well, I guess I can't say he's like a different kind of character for Discworld even as a protagonist, because technically Angawa's the same type of character as him. But Angawa's usually kind of a secondary character. Bugs is reading so hard about slide puzzles.
I am.
I will wait a moment.
Somehow you
Well, I
managed to
don't
put 2-1 instead. In this case, one of the possible ways is to divide 2 and 1 like this, and then there's a chart made in ASCII. And then rotate 4 tiles on above, then below. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will try that.
I'm making my coffee while Bugs is focusing.
I'm thinking really hard. It's so cool. People always call me the thinker. And this is why.
They do. It is. The horizon line on the puzzle confuses the heck out of me. I think it's meant to be like angling up on both sides? Question mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't know
I
what
wonder
to
if
tell
there's
you.
instructions for this specific RuneScape slide puzzle.
Oh, there's gotta be. There's instructions for fucking every puzzle in this game. There's gotta be.
We will be looking that up fairly soon.
Yeah. Let's rotate this. And then clear this over here. Rotate this. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Does that do anything for me?
I like how you say that several steps before where it will resolve in any direction. I think to talk through the rest of the truth, I need you to be a little bit
Yes, I'm listening.
in the con.
Hello.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So, okay, we got William the Word.
Uh-huh.
And he's fun because he is functionally escapee from a shitty rich family.
Yes. He's
But-
great.
He's great, especially because, like, I don't know, there's a lot of takes on that type of character, and for some reason a lot of them are on, like, they're fresh from being rich, and they gotta be told how to be... No, William's, like, done that. William is at, like, I'm just gonna live really quietly and try to not manifest evil bastard powers.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because William the Word is from the D-Word family. His dad is Lord the Word.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting because even though he is, like, separated from his family, he doesn't have contact with his family, he practically seems to live in Ankh-Morpork because his family doesn't and hasn't since he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Pretty important people in the city still look at him and go, "Oh, Lord de Word's son,"
Yes.
which is fun. Uh, and a side effect of him being like a Lord's son is that he was born the younger, so he got sent to a kind of shitty middle of the road academy instead of like the Assassin's Guild. And a side effect of that is that he discovered he likes to read. That's why he does the job he does, which we described earlier. But what I love is that there's two weird points of pressure. One, his older brother died in not even technically a war.
Yeah.
Because his family loves to go to war. Oh, there's a war, we will join for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Again, Britain.
Very
Britannia.
British.
And because of this, there's this great unspoken thing where, like, now him not having anything to do with the family means something different. He's technically the heir. That's different in this situation.
Yes.
And kind of a reoccurring thing we learn through the story is that, like, he is actively, constantly, all the time having to correct his own behavior from having been raised by rich bastards,
Yeah.
by, like, a terrible person.
He has to, like, actively push himself and make himself and focus on doing nice things and being a good person.
Yeah. And, like, make, like, you know, the people he winds up working with to make the newspaper involve, like, a group of dwarves who have the printing press, which has a really cute side detail, by the way, where we learn that the two main leaders of the group specifically went to Ankh-Morpork to try and make money with a press because they want to get married. And in dwarf culture...
The brain
Oh,
cell giver
oh.
tip $10 says, "Here, take this for your hungry
Take this for your hungry big brain.
for your hungry big brain." You figured out how to do funny names on Ko-fi.
Hot
How did
damn.
you do
Yeah,
that?
You just have to log out on some level, apparently.
Well.
Let me get to your honk.
Thank you very much. That brings us
Give you a little
to that brings us to hang on.
We will be changing the donation bar tomorrow.
111% of 80. Let's figure that one out. What is 111% of 80? 88.8. Yippee! Thank you.
Yay, thank you guys so much. Now Bugs has powers, probably.
Probably.
But what was? Oh yeah. When dwarves get married, it turns out part of that is that you have to pay a sum of money to each other's parents because the logic is you had to be raised, you had to
Oh my God,
learn
yeah.
skills, you're a valuable worker, and if you've been working for your parents for a while, you might not actually owe them any money because you've been working for your parents. You might even be like owed back wages. And a really specific thing about it is the way this is expressed is that, you know, William, like, reacts kind of in, like, well, that's messed up. We marry for love. And the dwarves go, like, aye, but when we get married, then your parents make you a gift. And that gift is probably more than the amount you paid. And doing this shows that you're committed to each other, and it shows respect for your family. And we do things differently. And there's this great moment where William has to, like, very deliberately choose to go, like, okay, I don't get that, but that's great. Which I really love because a lot of fiction kind of, like, for understandable reasons, there's only, like, 2 ways a character can exist, maybe 3 on a good day, vis-a-vis having bigoted thoughts or beliefs or having been raised that way.
Yeah.
You're either a bigot and evil, or middle column, a lovable bigot, tough, rough to swing that, or third, you're recovered and it's not a problem and you learned your lesson and golly gee, racism is bad. And that's what's rough. Because I really like when something manages to get across, like, I am trying to be a better person. I have to catch myself constantly.
Yeah.
Because the way you're raised is ingrained in your brain, like, a long time. Not forever, in my opinion. But it's back there, and with William, that's a reoccurring thing, and it's very fun because it is contrasted very deliberately with the character of Otto von Schreck, who is a vampire. Specifically, he is a Discworld Black Ribboner vampire, which is a vampire who has taken a pledge to not drink blood and to not hurt people anymore, and to just replace the entire activity with something else. You can redefine your fixation on drinking blood with something else. And I love Otto so much.
Oh yeah, he's a
because
great
he
character.
is a vampire. He is a vampire. He is like explicitly described as like a cartoon. Like he is a slender, immediate drawing of a vampire. He's got a widow's peak. He's got fangs. He wears like opera suits. And he's great because he's very like that he'll be talking like, no, I have taken the black ribbon, and it just goes to show what can be done if you are not spending all of your brain power thinking of the B word, which we do not need anymore, and we're perfectly happy with just a cup of cocoa and a sing-song. Where it's very like, oh, my man's on that like week 5 of quit cigarettes.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't need a cigarette, I don't, I'm fine. I love the lollipop.
He's getting in. He literally has to have like a sing-song when he's having an episode.
Yes.
It's really good.
No, it's really cute because he gets like set off sometimes by, and I'm using this correctly, triggers.
Mm-hmm.
There are moments where specific stimulus, something that I love, which is Sakarisha, who's a character I should back up and explain in a second. The other like first employee of the newsletter, a young woman, if she pants too hard, that can set Otto off because he goes, the heaving of the bosom, the beautiful young lady with the pale neck. No, I will be strong. I will not let everybody down.
Ugh.
And he has to like start singing. He meets with like a literal support group
Yeah.
in the city of like other vampires. There's a bit I love where Sakarisha like she grabs a pamphlet later and she's talking about like, it's so sad. The pamphlet's called Walking in the Sunshine.
Ugh.
And it's literally like, will you come to the mission? Will you come? There's a nice mug of cocoa and a bon. Like, just like little sing-alongs about like being strong and keeping away from like your addiction. Literally.
Yeah. It's interesting because like, you know, it's something that Pratchett's touched on before with Vimes.
Yeah. Like, and to be clear, like, we don't ever see Vimes going to support group for alcoholism, but he name checks very specifically the idea of going to a support group for alcoholism in a Vimes book, which I think is literally like, I've been doing so well. Oh, sir, you've been doing amazing. And he goes, what? No, the alcoholism is fine. The problem is there's not a support group where you can go and say, hello, I'm Commander Vimes. I'm a really suspicious bastard who doesn't trust people.
Yes.
Vimes references the mugs of cocoa too. I bet they meet in like the same building.
God.
But what's fun is that, like, you know, there's the addiction side of things, but whenever Pratchett talks about vampirism, a lot of what he discusses is how vampirism is kind of about power. Like, a vampire is someone who has power. I haven't reread Carpe Jungulum in a hot second, but I feel like that kind of gets into that there.
Yeah, actually, Carpe Jungulum is a really interesting one because, you know, it's not only, you know, about power, but it's like, how do you apply power? How is power used? What's a responsible use of power? In this case, it's, you know, New Age vampires who are trying to make it, it's like, no, we're not, you know, as cruel as normal vampires. We have deals with towns where we take their youngest and, you know, we have a snack, you know, and in service, we don't attack randomly like we used to back in the day. And then, you know, at the end of that one, you see an old school vampire come back, and the people in town are like, I know him, my grandpa slayed him. Ah, you look just like your grandpa. I'm very glad to see that bloodline is still strong.
Which I love, because that's such a good, like, you know, we bring that back to William, And there really is a parallel there of like, no, this is the new, hip, modern, exploitative capitalism where
Yes.
we care about you.
Yes.
Your voice is heard. And like, is that better? Is this better now? I don't think this is better.
No, exactly, exactly.
And Otto and William are like very contrasted, like the whole book. And when I say contrasted, I should be clear. Otto specifically says outright, like, oh, there's this really cute scene at one point where he's like, I think he's like talking with William like early on, and he's like, yeah, I think William like says something, he's like, of course I have no problem with dwarfs, and Otto goes, yes, I can tell that you try very hard to have no problems with dwarfs, and you try very hard to have no problems with me as well. But
Oh.
you come from your, I can tell, like, it's this very cute moment where like it really feels like Otto doing the like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I see the work you're doing here.
Ugh,
Which
Otto's such a sweetie.
Otto's such a sweetie because he's great, because he's like, he straight up left, and he talks multiple times about like, they told me in Ankh-Morpork there would be no mobs, but I see it's the same. Like, there's a hint that like Otto may have tried being reformed outside of Ankh-Morpork, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and it went really bad.
Yeah.
Like, something happens. He got like run out of his hometown because Otto's passion is photography. He adores photography. Light is his passion.
Oh,
The
poor
flashbulb
bastard.
does kill him repeatedly.
Yes.
Uh,
Every time.
not every time. Sometimes he just staggers around screaming for a little while.
Yeah. I'm going, mine eyes! Really good.
And then he comes back and goes, that was a good one. Maybe one more? And it's especially good because the book kind of tricks you into being like, oh, it's silly Otto with his like weird camera. What's dark light? And what do you mean you're using a dark light camera? And hold on, how come every time you mention that
Hey,
about
Trash
a dwarf
Memo
from Uber?
925, thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Every time someone from Ubervold hears him mention the dark light, they're going like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Why
what
do
are
you
you
have
doing?
that? What are you doing? What are you doing?
What? Otto standing there with his funny X-ray machine, like, what?
What? The people love radiation. It's good for them.
Which I really love that, like, vampires are kind of like a mad scientist subclass
Yes,
in
I do too.
in the series, like oh man.
They have their own Igors and everything.
Yes. I was just going to say, like, I love when the Igors become a part of Discworld because they just kind of keep showing up
I love
in places.
in the opening of Nightwatch, Vimes having that thing with Igor, who's like, you know, if you had brought me that guy, I could have had him up in a few minutes. And Vimes
Yes.
like, no, 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 no. We do not do
I think
that.
he even specifically says, like, no, like, you gotta leave people who don't want the old lightning bolt alone. Slide King Mike says, slide puzzles are good, actually, but the scenes used in some RuneScape slide puzzles are not conducive to putting together the picture. Slime King Mike, is there something you'd like to share with us about this slide puzzle doing some kind of trick? Real quick? Pointing?
I'm just gonna have a little funny look at the picture for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna put the image on
Slime
screen.
King Mike, in this specific case, we actually would invite it, but I think Bugs is just gonna put the puzzle up. What?
You can see what I got wrong here.
What? How is that how that works? Row 2, column 2, and row 2, column 3 are swapped.
I'm in hell.
Hell on earth.
I'm in hell. Okay. I'm putting this on screen next to this.
This should be illegal. This should be illegal. This should be illegal.
Okay, back to it.
Okay. Well, the good news is that means that you weren't, like, just failing to swap 2 things.
I was failing to swap
For a
3
while.
things.
Well, yes and no.
It's all about the tiles you don't swap.
I swear to God.
Laughing helps with the pain.
But with Otto and William, it's just kind of this repeating motif of like being a vampire who is trying not to live through exploiting and attacking people, and have a different passion, and step away from the power that being a vampire like lets you have, and instead be like openly pretty vulnerable because you're promising not to hurt people who might decide they want to hurt you still. Is literally put in this book as like, this is the same thing as what's going on with William. William is stepping away from power. He is stepping away from like a whole way he was taught how to live. And it's hard.
Yeah, it is.
And what I kind of love about this book is that the ultimate answer isn't actually, but don't worry, eventually you'll learn how to be a totally nice, normal person. Instead, William kind of snaps.
Yeah.
And he doesn't become like a bastard racist. He just goes, fuck it. I'm still the kid of this person. I know how to comport myself so that people leave me the fuck alone, and I can do that for this newspaper I've put together. I can use what I have been taught.
Yeah,
and
it's
I kind
great.
of love that. Because, like, you know, that's... There's not wanting to use or be a part of, like, a very monstrous set of privilege that you have. But you also don't win any points from the universe for being too hair-shirt about it, you know? Jeez. The silhouette of the color shapes would lead to the correct answer in this case, but the way R1C2 and R2C2, the darker brown is flush with the grid border, is problematic. Well said, Slime King.
I'm going to refresh this puzzle, I think.
Hour 3, baby! Give it up for
Hour 3 of one puzzle! I was gonna do a bunch of clue scrolls today. It was gonna be so fun!
We'll get there, buddy. We'll get there. And another character we should talk about a little is also Sakurasa Cripslock. She is basically the newspaper's first employee. She's a lovely character. I really love how she's described as, like, the kind of woman who assumes that, like, being proper will let you, like, navigate... Oh, baby. Should I check out RuneScape? Maybe. It's a fun game that's very complicated and has a lot of silliness to it, but it seems like it's got a lot of
This
good
app
fun
uses
for,
an advanced algorithm to solve your slide puzzles instantly. Great.
Jesus Christ. Does that help us?
It does. Click the app and press
Yay.
Okay.
And here's the thing, that I just gotta grind a specific axe here for this book, because you might have noticed me assert earlier that I think William de Word is gay. So, he's estranged from his family, especially because of his insistence of going into a field that his dad thinks is inappropriate work for a man, which is wanting to read and write and do things related to that. He makes a weird special point when he's walking Sakurasa home one night to go, I should let you know you're not my type. Like, right out the gate. Like, awkwardly said just like that. The one time he does think of her as being attractive, he starts mentally comparing her to paintings. Meanwhile, him and Otto... should be clear, Sakurasa is a very important character in these books. I'm very fond of her. I really like, there's like several scenes where she's like, look dude, I don't really care about your moral crisis right now. Most of us need to work for a living. Most of us don't have, and I could go be rich somewhere instead as a backup plan.
That is so fucking loud. Sorry.
That is so loud.
Okay.
They gotta make you hear that trumpet.
They do.
Oh, it's 11.
Fuck me! I mean, great. Okay, let's take a break. Alright, let's take a break.
We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, I'll explain a little bit more about Sakurasa.
Sakurasa's
And
so
then we
great.
might move on to talking about Adventure Time. We'll see how we feel about
Yippee!
things. But for right now, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Bugs is going to beat this puzzle.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna do some
thank you all
futzing
so
with the
much.
puzzle off on the break while I drink my coffee.
I think you're allowed to
Okay.
do that. We'll be back real soon. If you gotta take a break, get off, go get some drink, If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. We will be right back. I'm gonna eat cashews.
slide puzzle perverts were correct. There's a method to this madness, and it worked. This is so fucked up. I understand now. I could solve any slide puzzle I wanted now. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. I'm gonna wait until Frankie gets on to show you me clicking it back into place, but look at this. Hang on, hang on, hang on, don't look at that. Look at this. Behold the chart from reddit.com/runescape2007. It was the row by row method. This is so fucked up. Yeah, new power for bugs. Great. This is awesome. This is really cool. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to solve this and then get another one and then have it also be a slide puzzle. That'll be great. I won't cry. Yippee! So it's top to bottom, left to right. Good to know. Oh my god. Okay. Hi, Frankie.
Hi.
Can you see the stream?
I can see the stream, Bugs.
Is that it? Is that not it? It looks right.
It looks right.
Mr.
Do you have to
Barbarian,
just, like,
did I
exit
solve
out
your
and
thing?
the man goes, "You did it."
Gunjorn?
Gunjorn.
Thanks, face full of bug!
Jesus,
You've
H.
obtained a
Christ, we'll kill you.
casket!
We'll kill you in your sleep. I'll kill you with poison.
Okay, what did I get? I got 14 lobsters. I got armadillo plate body. It looks very nice. I got Holy Blessing and I got Rune Helm H2. Awesome. Let's go. Looks good. Let's go.
You did it.
Well, on to the next one.
Yay!
Well, we have to
And
go
we
Smith
couldn't
for
have
10
done it
hours.
without all of you. Yay!
I need to give Charlie a raw herring.
Oh. Well then. Congratulations, Charlie. Really good fit.
Where's
Really,
that?
really killer fit.
RuneScape. Raw herring can be caught with a fishing bod and fishing bait at the following net bait fishing spots. Can I buy a raw herring? Bought from Charlie! My boy Charlie! And mostly harmless. Oh shit, I can't go there. Fuck me. Alright, we're fishing.
Yay!
We go home. This was all worth it. We got 14 lobsters.
Yay! So on the truth, Satyrus is a very fun character because she's very like. Pratchett has a good handle on like.
They're doing it!
Holy shit! They're doing it! They're doing the dance. The eternal dance.
These are people trying to level agility by running in circles.
The ritual. The ritual.
Versus,
ritual.
like, running around normally. Really good.
For anyone in chat who doesn't know, Bugs told me how it works, which is you can set yourself to auto-follow another player, and if you set each other to auto-follow in a loop like this, around a round object, you just kind of run forever.
Really good.
Run free.
Really good.
I think one of my favorite things about RuneScape League is, like, really weird specific pattern behavior. Like, when you see, like, competing snakes of fire.
Oh, I love that.
And then, like, competing people running after it to, like, scavenge.
I love seeing that.
It's like a whole ecosystem. It's like some, like, weird, like, whale fall.
Oh, we can do another hard scroll. Hang on now. Hang on now.
Oh, hold on now, hold on now. See what you got. See what you got.
Do I already? Oh, right. I do have a medium clue. Right. Quite white. Quite white. Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
What you got, bud?
Dip 8511. Open my fucking scroll and it called me a dip. God damn it.
Gave you fucking lucky lotto numbers, man. I don't know about that one.
Alright, we're looking for spade. Okay. We are going to dip DIP on the fairy ring. DIP. Sire Boss Abyssal Nexus, huh? Okay. Yay!
Yay!
Right here.
That was pretty easy. This is step 1 of 15.
Gutanoth Island. Enter cave northwest of Feldip Hills. Saradomin Wizard. Let's go get some food.
Yay!
Yay. So what else about the truth? You wanted to talk about Sarasa, right?
Oh, Sakarisha, yeah.
Sakarisha. My apologies.
She's just very well written, and I really like that, she's... So the reason why she gets brought in on the crew is that she's the granddaughter of the man who William used to get engraving work from. And it's great because she comes in like, how dare you? You don't even know how much my grandfather was depending on the work that you brought in, and now you're... And he's literally just like, could you work for me here? Actually, $1 a day.
Please,
Listen, I
please,
just need
please.
stuff to go. Can you write? You got good handwriting? Please. And she kind of takes to it more naturally than he does.
Yes.
Like, there's this great bit about how, like, she starts, like, able to think in newspaper headline phrasing. Like, rumpus at boss leader meeting. Like, that. Because, you know, newspapers have weird ways of doing headlines because you need words that can fit in weird columns, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's even a specific bit where he was like, I had to tell her that she's not allowed to call Veterinary town boss, even though technically that's correct, because it wounded me.
Oh.
And a lot of her exchanges with William are very fun and grounding, because, like, as I said, there's a bit where she's like, she kind of loses patience with him for being fixated on, like, I need to bring the people the big truth of the big, like, thing happening. Where she's like, maybe people don't care. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we just need to get a goddamn paper done, man.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, because she'll go and cover, like, the small events, and...
Yeah.
It's she has interesting priorities for those.
Oh, yes. Literally one of the first stories she ever turns in is that she goes and takes the meeting for a, like, a lady society, like, award for
Pardon me.
best, like,
Don't hurt me.
pie and best, like, flower
so cute.
arrangement. And she front loads it with, like, name and name and name and name and name, and person got an award, and this person got a different award, and this is the award for specimen in jar, and... But rather sadly, at the end, the meeting got broken up by a naked man on the run from the watch, who rather upset things.
Really good. Really good.
Really good. And she's especially charming in her interactions with, again, Otto, because, like, she is one of the first people to, like, start prepping for when Otto has, like, a bad event. And, like, the first time it happens, she's the one who's like, okay, everybody sing with him, sing with him. We gotta get him like a sausage. We gotta, like, get him climb. She, like, gets the pamphlets that she knows the songs from his, like, support group and learns more about it. And it's just very sweet, honestly. William and Saccharissa do not have chemistry.
Not really, no.
Not really. It's... They might be one of Pratchett's only examples of, well, there's a man and a woman next to each other, so I've done all my work I need to do to suggest they're romantic. Meanwhile, Otto jumps in at the end of the book to, like, save William, and has a whole thing I forget, this might be before, this might be when he, like, finds out that William's, like, gone off on his own to do this very dangerous thing, where it's something like, and William works so hard. Every day he works hard, and he does not even get the cup of cocoa and the sing-song.
Uh,
Hey, Cuppy.
and he protects William from his shithead dad, too.
Yes.
Like, hello, what?
And even makes like this big point of like, I could decide to not be a nice vampire for William,
Ugh,
but he's the one who wants to be good.
ugh.
There is something going on there. Otto has two hands. I don't know.
Otto has two hands and so many teeth, and he's very charming and cute.
He's very charming. It should be noted, by the way, for any vampire fans in the audience, you need to understand that at a certain point, he turns like an opera vest into a photographer's like pocket vest with like tons of pockets with like camera gear in it, but it still has tails on it, like an opera, like a proper like shirt. It's so good. And I think we've talked about this before, like probably one of the last Discworld talks, but he also has one of my favorite bits where like at some point he's telling people like, you must understand there is a dark light, and then he pauses and goes like, back in the old country you would have gotten a nice thunder roll for a statement like that. I just don't know.
And then he
But later
finally...
in the book, yes!
Music with the rocks in it.
One more time, the castle. Thunder booms. I feel like out of any Discworld book, I think The Truth would make a really good, like, mini-series
Yes.
kind of adaptation.
Absolutely.
Like, live action or animated or even just, like, a graphic novel kind of thing, but I could actually see it the most as live action. I'm usually someone who would, like, push for animation over anything else, but I think you could do some really cute stuff with it with just, like, a decent handful of, like, actors. Good night, Clown Rights Now.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
And the last characters from this that I want to talk about, like, at least a little bit is some of the villains, or specifically the antagonist hench people, Mr. Pin and Mr. Tulip.
Oh my god, yeah. The fucking dudes from Fargo, man.
Literally, like, this is just straight up, like, Pratchett has talked before that, like, he isn't basing them on any other specific example of these characters. This is just his take on, the comic artist Boulecourt put it away, where he said, like, there are always two, the weasel and the bear.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
This is that. This is the little slimy man and the big, strong, scary guy. But his version of it is so fun, because, like, Mr. Pin is, like, the Weasley guy, the thinking man, that kind of character. And his version of that is, like, he's described as, like, only his head is big and the rest of him is, like, weirdly scrupulously thin. And he's got this, like, greasy hair parted exactly down the middle. And his whole thing is, like, they're the new firm. Because whenever you get crime, eventually becomes organized, and then they get soft. And then they need new men, thinking men, who aren't going soft. It's very typical of that type.
Yeah.
But then there's Mr. Tulip. Oh, Mr. Tulip.
Ugh.
Mr. Tulip.
What a delight.
Mr. Tulip is the one who's this kind of one. But Mr. Tulip is made specific for a couple of really reasons. One, he's not just big. The text makes a point to say that his capacity for violence has no pause for thought in it. If he decides he's gonna fight you, there's no moment of him deciding that. He's on you.
Yeah.
He's very big, he's very strong. Two, he desperately wants to have a drug problem.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he is God's own king at finding a bag of oregano. He will find a man selling curry powder for what works out to be like $500 a pound in a small bag. And to be clear, this isn't like, oh, there's no drugs in this fat magical fairyland. No.
No.
There's drugs.
There's drugs.
There's a list at some point that's like, there's Slide, there's Slonk, there's Fizz, there's Bonk. Like, there's like specific drugs for trolls. Like, I think at one point he gets his hand on a bag of Bonk.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Christ.
So, the point being, a side thing of him is that sometimes you look over at this really big, scary man, and he's slowly shoveling, like, cornstarch up his nose.
Uh-huh. Or mothballs.
While he's talking. Mothballs is a specific one, yeah, which I love because they actually use that as a clue of, like, oh, hey, this location they keep going to has a huh, hey, there's other characters in this location where there's a box of knocked over mothballs. That's weird.
I'm sure that won't come up again. Smile.
Yeah. Third thing about Mr. Tulip, he is an art historian, like, savant. For whatever reason, which you do kind of get a hint about later,
Mm.
he is capable of looking at, like, any painting, any statue, anything, and just going, like, just look at this beautiful piece here. That's a classic by one of the masters. I think there's a bit I love where he, like, goes to a museum and he's like, I don't mind telling you, if I was here by myself, I would be crying.
Yeah.
Which, side note, he says ing instead of cursing, and it's a really good punchline, which I think works a little bit better in the book than the audiobook, to be honest. Where at first you just see him going, we're gonna ing-kill him, and you're like, okay, it's like he's got, like, censored speech, and then someone goes, what the fuck does ing mean? And you realize he's literally out loud saying ing.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Which leads to a really good bit later on where Saccharissa gets to threaten someone she's known since childhood. It's real, which has one of my favorite bits where he goes, it's like one of the print guild boys, and he's like, remember when we were kids and we would play together? And she goes, I don't think we really did play together. You would just chase me. Until one day I beat you over the head with a toy cow until the cow broke. Which
God,
I
that was
mostly
good.
just... It's so good, especially because she starts going, you're going to let us use your press, or I'm going to kill you. That's a great word. I love saying that word. Ing! Ing. And you're like, oh no. And I just love that because at some point she just, like, really dreamily goes like, it was such a lovely toy cow.
Blow a hat, a kiss between the tables in Shiloh Village Bank. Beware of double agents. Equip a blue mystic hat, bone spear, and rune plate body.
I love stuff like that, the Grolic/symbol
Mystic
word
hat.
cussing stuff, but then characters go, what did you just do with your mouth? Is such a good bit. This is
Mystic
Jason.
hat.
Very much so. And there's another bit from a few books that I like where he'll have characters, like, use a bunch of exclamation points, and then the text will pause and go, and if a man can say 4 exclamation points, he's off his rocker.
Wizards Guild. What level? Level 63. Okay.
Ooh.
No, I need level 66 in magic to get into the Wizards Guild to get this hat. Let's go kill some things.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm just always very fond of Mr. Pin and Mr. Tulip. I love how, like, with Mr. Tulip, like, at the end of the books, you get these, like, slight flashes of his past. And it's like, oh, alright.
Yeah,
okay.
the whole thing with the
why
potato.
is the only thing he... Yeah, or, like, why is the only thing he can remember about his childhood, like, hiding in this beautiful, like, church, but with, like, nothing to eat? And there's this chilling line of, like, waiting for the army men to come to the door, and it didn't matter anymore if the soldiers were on their side or yours, not when a war had been going on for this long.
Ooh, man.
Oh! Yeah, it's, like I said, Pratchett is on something in this era, and when I say that, I mean, like, he's on a tear, you know? Possibly ADHD medication, who's to say?
I think he stopped playing Lemmings at this point.
Just goes to show what you can do. Please look forward to me finishing fanfiction after I'm tired of playing Splatoon.
Yay! Yippee! Wahoo!
And writing. I gotta finish my little short writing thing, but I might have to rename my character now that I'm like...
I don't know. I think you could keep it.
I could, but maybe I'll, like, have him go by, like, the initial or something. But maybe it's a good excuse for me to, like, find something to pull on literarily that I got more of a touchstone with, you know? I ain't gonna be really using Christian themes. I ain't Christian.
That's smart. Let's get an axe. Let's get a shovel. I just had a thought, and the thought is I could be smithing. And because I
Ooh,
need
you
that
could
for
be
another
smithing.
clue scroll. I don't know, I could... The problem is that I have a rune plate body here as one of the requirements. Rune plate bodies. Sometimes you can't buy pieces of armor. Sometimes you
It's
have to
worth
be able to
finding
make
out.
them.
And smithing is kind of a good time
Mm-hmm.
in a RuneScape way.
Oh, armor store, blast furnace, or edgefill. Okay, that's fine actually.
Oh, you might be able to just go get it.
Yeah. So, for now, let's plant these plants and then think a little bit. I think maybe smithing would be fine.
Also, Truxanima says the implications project posits on us about Tulip and then never elaborates on. Yes.
Yes.
Especially because I always wonder if that's meant to be connected to the Borogravia stuff that we learn about later. But it might just be disconnected and vague gestures at.
Could
Hard
you
to
remind
say.
me about the Borogravia stuff?
You haven't gotten to the book that's about Borogravia.
Hooray!
That is gonna be Monstrous Regiment, aka the infamous book that it was my first one.
Hooray!
Weird first one. Well, third one. First I read, like, a random Rincewind book, and then, the last Rincewind book. And I love Rincewind a lot, but that wasn't the books that got me checking out
Have
the
I
other books.
read the last Rincewind book?
Yes, it's the one where he's in Australia.
No!
Sorry, buddy.
Oh!
It's not the last time he ever shows up, if that helps.
Oh, okay. I'm fine.
Sorry, buddy. There's no, like... And then Rincewind learns about the he's...
And then
think of it as,
Rincewind
like,
goes
being...
back to Two Flower and becomes a lazy little pillow princess, and it all works out.
That might be what happens. You don't know, but think of it as, like, Rincewind's soft retirement from being, like, the main character of a zany series of, like, comedy books.
Well, good for him. He's earned it.
He has. Yeah, and from there I got started on The Thief of Time, which I think could be very fun to talk about when I'm done with it, just because it's got Susan. Got a whole banana tree.
Yeah, so I have Farmer's Fortune, which means that my crops grow instantly.
Ah.
Yeah, and
I see,
can't
I see.
die either. So I'm
That's
doing
a beautiful
some picking.
skill.
It is.
Oh yeah, farming sickos type skill.
Exactly.
Ah, God bless the farming sickos.
And look, all my products get noted. It's so nice. Hespery seed? What is a Hespery? I got some kind of seed.
I don't know.
Unusual seed, likely dangerous when planted? Huh. Weird.
I must explain to a small degree. It's the scene where William is like, right, the secretary seems extremely quiet and forgettable, and then Drummond is like, oh, you're asking about my boss now? Actually, you're leaving? That made me go, interesting. And then I was never the same again. And I salute you.
Good shit. Good shit.
The crops not being able to die is for people like me? Yes.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
This game mode has some fun, like, just fuck around and find out kind of abilities in it.
My curry plant isn't dying in the pod. I can plant it infinitely. That's odd.
Scary. Not having to do compost is a simulacrum of heaven.
Yes. You're right. Slim King Mike,
That's
you're
true.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're so right.
Bugs has done some time in the composting mines, as it were.
I have. What is a Hespori seed? I found another one. That's so interesting.
Oh. An endless chain. Hey, Lilith Gamer.
Hello.
Thank you. My name's Frankie, and I work here with Bugs.
Hi.
I appreciate it. Hi. Let me give you the rules. We're playing RuneScape and talking about a bunch of random subjects, which might next be Adventure Time gay.
Oh yeah, cause fucking steaks.
Yes, so I wrote a couple of different subjects for us to talk about, and one, of course, is Discworld. But we have watched the mini-series in Adventure Time called Steak, which when I heard about that, I thought it was, like, outside the season structure for some reason, because people just always talked about it as, like, a mini-series. But no, it's just a part of Adventure Time that's just, like, one big, long plot, and it's so good. And much like last time where we did a bunch of different episodes,
The Hespori is a boss that you can fight in the farming guild?
what?
You have to plant it? Huh?
That's scary.
Sorry, please continue.
Oh, that's okay. I was typing something in chat. So, stakes. We're not going to talk about stakes quite yet. So, last time I did a big Adventure Time thing, we talked about a bunch of different episodes. This time we're just talking about 8 episodes. Because the first prologue to stakes is that we're actually going to talk about Season 7, Episode 2, aka Season 7 is not fucking around, man.
Oh man, seriously. Holy shit.
Season 7, Episode 1 is Bonnie and Nettie. I love Bonnie and Nettie.
That was a great episode.
I had vaguely heard about it from kind of secondhand people dithering about whether it was good or not. It's great. I don't know what anyone's talking about. I think if you got too into the weeds of this episode of worrying about if it's a metaphor for this or that or the other thing, you've lost sight of the fact that it's also just cool fantasy thing. And in my opinions, the things that it is metaphorical about are actually really lovely. I should probably explain a little bit about Bonnie and Nettie. To be clear, when I say people may not have liked it or argued about it, this is half-remembered Tumblr post from 5 years ago. This isn't representative of anything. But Bonnie and Nettie is a very cute episode where we find out that, where Princess Bubblegum comes from, and we find out that she's got, a brother who came from the same place as she did, and that he's, more like a dragon than a person. But also, he's just kind of like a person who doesn't like being out in the world, and is very scared if he can't be where he likes to be. And it's very sweet, because we see, she loves him. She made sure he was, an important part of the land she built. She'll, break this self-banishment thing that she's under to go and help him. I liked it a lot. But mostly I'm just contrasting that to show that, Season 6 and 7 are making Bubblegum an actual goddamn character, and they're not fucking around.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
It's wild, because, for a lot of the show, I honestly think it's kind of fun that Princess Bubblegum becomes more of a character, literally as Finn grows older. And it's even kind of it's just a side effect of the show continuing, but you could even make a case for, at first she's just, the fun and wacky local princess dictator. And that's enough for, an 11-year-old kid, a 12-year-old kid to know about someone. And then it's well, she's really pretty, too, so Finn has a crush on her. And then later it's hey, maybe there's something fucked up with Princess Bubblegum.
Yeah.
And then we kind of swing back around again to, hey, she's not a human. She's an immortal candy person who's worked her whole life to, make this little settlement and make it safe. And maybe she's also, a person who misses things that she left behind, which is why I wanted to back up and talk about, varmints before we talk about steak. Because varmints yes. And varmints is a good place to back up and say, at this point in Adventure Time, Princess Bubblegum isn't running the Candy Kingdom, actually. She got illegally voted out, which by the King of Ooh, who is a background character who shows up a bunch, who is made pretty clear pretty fast that he's not any kind of actual... Oh, did you get captured by the Quizmaster again?
I got captured by the Quizmaster again.
Yeah, illegally. That's pretty much it.
Exactly.
Which I really love because, why does the King of Ooh's, assistant is just, a normal squirrel who wears clothing and is also a con man? It's good.
And he fucking runs off with all the jewelry, too, the mystery box.
We'll get to this, but, the mystery box. What's in the mystery box? What's in the mystery box?
3,000 coins, useless to me.
Useless. Just leave them on the ground in a heap.
The chickens can have that pathetic
Chickens
coinage.
can have it. Just a side note, by the way, because of the song, we'll talk about the song. We'll talk about the song. I'd seen, the last half a minute of Stakes for a long time, and let me tell you, I did not have context for the squirrel hurriedly escaping out of a wall carrying a sack of gems.
Oh my god, yeah.
Now I do. That's the King of Ooze fraudster pal, and they kind of depose Princess Bubblegum, but it's this really great thing where it's like they're having this election and she's ignoring it because at the time a meteorite was heading for them directly and she
Mhm.
was working on that. And I really love how like the reason she gets ousted is she was like, I don't have time for this, man. Like, I'm actually working on something important. This'll work itself out. It's almost like she tried to trust the Candy Kingdom to let her do the work she needed to do, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And she kind of only leaves because she's like so insulted, basically, by like, you donkuses really voted me out. You ding dongs actually ousted me. I created this whole place. I created you. Fine. So she goes to like her uncle's cabin on like the edge of a lake with like
Mhm.
with Peppermint Butler because he's a loyal little weirdo.
Who wants an autograph so bad from the Vampire King?
I am telling you, he is the first out
He
gay
is.
character
You're
in
right.
Adventure Time. He could love a lion, who's to say?
Mhm.
Uh, and I really love it as a writing choice. Again, this is something that I'd heard about secondhand, and I kind of assumed from hearing about it, there's like, what, is it like a rebellion? And no, she just leaves. It's great. And it's really fun because, like, separating her from the Candy Kingdom lets her develop as a character because
Yeah.
she isn't just so much of her time isn't taken up with like things she does for the kingdom. There's even an episode like before this that kind of is the lead up to it, where like she's up to some dictator shit, fucking with the Flame Kingdom's kingdom just because maybe it could one day be a threat.
Yeah.
And she gets told straight up like, "Hey, you suck for this," and it kind of gets through to her in a way that it usually doesn't. Which I always love because what does it to her isn't Flame Princess being mad at her, it's Flame Princess giving up on her.
Yeah. It's
Which,
it's really
go ahead.
interesting because around that same time, because we have that episode with her and her older brother, we
Yeah,
learned that Princess Bubblegum used to be part of a hive mind, so that's part of why
yes.
she surveils everyone.
Yes, it's not like made a point of in the show, but like we find out her and her brother are pieces that left something called the Mother Gum, which is this like really big amalgam of what I interpret to be like raw candy magic,
Mm-hmm.
kind of just
Oh
forming.
shit! There's a crash star here. What?
Oh shit, get to it.
Where's the closest bank?
Mm. Uh, which it should be noted, we found out in a different episode that the four main elements of, like the base elements of this world since primordial days, are ice, fire, candy,
Uh
and
huh.
slime.
Yep. You know
So,
how it is.
I take that to mean that Princess Bubblegum is basically from a candy elemental. Like, that's kind of what I interpret her as.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But she says outright, like, in the Mother Gum, we were all connected to one another. And we learned that, like, when she left, first of all, she fell in a puddle.
Yeah.
And she interpreted it as, like, there's so many new things. There's so much I can look at. There's so much I can experience. And her brother fell on a rock and got
Oh,
really scared and
poor
doesn't like
thing.
it. But it's even, like, it's made very clear, like, he kind of left because she did.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very sweet. I feel like slime and candy are sort of adjacent in qualities. Well, if you think about it. Is water not similar to air?
Hmm. Makes you think. Makes you think.
It's best to just not worry about it. But yeah, like Bugs was saying, is like she's from a hive mind. I really like that we kind of find out here that like she might just fundamentally not understand or like have trouble with the idea that like people don't think like her.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Mm-hmm.
though we know she explicitly made all of her candy citizens, they have their own thoughts. They have their own things they do. Surveilling them is like the closest she could get to knowing their thoughts.
Yep.
And that's not saying it's right. That's not even what the show is saying. She like straight up stops surveilling people, which actually leads to the King of Ooh being able to build up his power, which is an unfortunate
Yippee!
side effect. and do some weird things to a child who contains the soul of the Lich King.
Yippee!
We were literally joking in that episode that, like, if Princess Bubblegum was still surveilling people, she would have, like, dove out of orbit on this man.
Yeah. Oh, sweet pea.
Sweet pea, won't you be sweet to me?
Oh, I was just thinking about that. Oh.
He's the best baby in the world, and if anything bad happens to him, I'm gonna be so sad.
Me too.
I'm worried about that.
I love him being all like, I had the dream that I was the star again. It's like, okay, cool. Haha.
Or when he gets subsumed by the Lich King personality for a second, and he goes, just a dream, just a dream.
Just a dream. It's like, oh god, okay, haha.
Okay.
Haha.
You have to be sweet to him. I would be sweet to him. I would pat his head
I would put
and
my
feed him
forehead to his.
snacks.
I would.
I would put my forehead to his and think he's such a special baby that I'll love forever.
I would.
My new OC, the Adventure Time babysitter.
The responsible babysitter who's good at their job.
Challenge mode assigned to babysit Finn. This will end badly.
Christ.
We will not accept orders to babysit the Ice King. Please stop asking.
No,
That's
stop,
an adult
please.
man.
Please stop.
I like that this suggests that there's just, like, no market for being a hench person in Adventure Time. I'm not really sure who you'd even work for. Like, there's no freelance.
Yeah.
The King of Ooze just gonna pay you in, like, acorns spray painted with gold, and then he's gonna steal the gold acorns back.
No, Martin's gonna steal your gold acorns and eat them.
I was gonna say the King of Ooze was gonna eat them. You never know.
So, was he actually a wax man?
I'm unclear.
Right?
Maybe that's something we find out later, but it does seem implied that the King of Ooze might literally be made of wax.
Fascinating.
Nobody in chat tell us if there's, like, a clear answer later, but I feel like we're not quite done with being told, like, what his deal is.
Yeah.
Like, why is the King of Ooh even a throne that you can claim to have been? Was there once a real King of Ooh? Is he also one of Princess Bubblegum's creations, like Lemongrab, that, like, went rogue?
Right? Because, like, the way he melts was very candy-like, but it's like, well, it's Adventure Time, so you don't know. Maybe there are wax people from the Wax Kingdom.
The fun thing about Adventure Time is that at any given point, anything possible ever brought up before could be explained or it could never come up again. And I kinda like it like that.
King of Ooh is a wacky guy, I leave it at that. God bless you.
So about that moment where he sits down on a Anyway, so Adventure Time.
Mama said there'd be days like this.
Hold on, it's Mama said there'd be days like this. There'd be days like this. Mama said.
Mama said. Mama said.
Greatest ending to any episode of anything ever. The fact that that's, like, their immediate response. Yes, this is the man who sits on a pizza. And I need to, like, look up who boarded that episode to find it.
Animated.
Is there pencil roughs available? I would like a cell just to own a moment of animation history.
Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams. Okay, so varmints. Let's see. So sometime we might circle back and do another big run of episodes to talk about. We were literally talking about, like, I think we could honestly just have a day where I pull up the list of episodes from, like, season 5 or season 6 onward, and we just chat about them in order. Like, this was us pre-stream.
Oh, that was... yeah, I still think that would be a fun idea, to be honest.
I think it would. Maybe next, like, podcasty type stream sometime.
And now that I know the secret to slide puzzles, I will not get slide puzzle brained again for 3 hours. I am so sorry, Frankie.
I think that was funny, to be honest.
Okay.
But this episode's cute, and this is the one that lets us have that setup of, like, talking about the King of Ooh and everything like that. And also, lesbians.
Lesbians.
And please, side note, I'm going to turn to the audience real quick. If ever I refer to characters as lesbians, and you say to yourself, wait a second, Marceline is bi. I don't care about the idea that using lesbian or gay has to mean that someone has never dated a person of the opposite
Oh yeah,
gender.
that gold star
And I
lesbian
think
shit is stupid, man.
I think it's dumb, and I think that bisexual lesbians is a totally alternate. Like, that's a fine thing to be. I think you can call yourself a lesbian no matter what your attraction is, because it's your own fucking life.
Mhm.
I don't care.
Mhm.
I call myself gay. I'm pansexual. I
Mhm.
think it's dumb.
Mhm.
Also, that's never been historically how the queer community has ever actually worked. And anyone who tells you that is lying. It's true. Historically, it was all just kind of one big thing.
Mhm.
Kinda.
Mhm.
Anyhow, Uh, this episode opens with Marceline slipping into the Candy Kingdom to find out if Princess Bubblegum wants to hang, which is like really specifically like, hey, I think it's even like, do you want to come with me to the convenience store? I'm gonna suck the red out of the bloodshot eyes of the cashier. Haha, I mean, I'm gonna get a slushie. Which is like, first of all, really adorable.
Yeah.
That she's just like, do you want to go get a slushie with me, girl?
It's 3 a.m. Come on, let's go.
Literally, she just comes in through her window.
And who's in the bed
Oh.
instead? Wearing all
Wearing
of Princess
Bubblegum's
Bubblegum's clothes? And a wig?
Why, it's the King of Ooh! And to be clear, when the King of Ooh, like, wears her clothes, it's not even like, haha, boys wearing a dress. It's like, there's something wrong
There's...
with
Yeah.
this. He's like wearing her sweatpants and her pajama t-shirt. Like, it's
He's like
off.
wearing his shirt with a picture of her cat on it.
Yeah, there's like... King of Ooh is fascinating because I assumed it was going to be like, and the candy people revolt against her because she's evil. No, it's Princess Bubblegum gets like single white femaled.
Yeah.
Like, basically. It's great.
And what's interesting is when Marceline sees the King of Ooh, she reacts with you?
Yes! Yes!
Like, what do you mean?
What's going on
What
here?
do you mean?
I love Adventure Time because, like, I'm not even putting forward a theory. I don't even know. He could have been, like, a failed attempt at making, like, nickel nips, you know? The like, wax lips candy. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah? Why? What's wrong, my friend?
Nothing.
Explain to me with words from the Bible.
The
By the way,
locusts.
whenever people do that none of these words are in the Bible thing, you're so wrong.
A lot of them
There's
are.
a lot of words in the Bible.
Notoriously. There's a lot.
Yeah. There's a few. But what I love about this is how, Oh yeah, PB's first reaction to hearing about the King of Ooh at Tree Trunk's wedding indicated they had a history.
Yes.
And I love his fucked up Wizard of Oz airship that he lived in.
And I love just like what you understand of how his cult works from what Tree Trunk says about, well, we'll get married and then I spend 2 weeks working at his compound.
No, it's even weirder. She doesn't say that. He just slips it into the vows.
Oh, that's right. Christ.
God bless Tree Trunk. She cannot keep going through the bachelor men of the
And then when
Ooh,
she
by
talks
the way.
to
It's
the
getting
princess,
rough out there.
I don't recognize your so-called authority over the Candy Kingdom.
Love.
You're talking to her. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and then she's like really excited to get down in the dungeons, which closes out maybe in one of the best end of episode lines ever, which is like, Tree Trunks, there's cameras down here. I hope so. Episode over. Well, like on Princess Bubblegum's face, making like oh kind of expression, like at the cameras. Not even on her leaving the room. We're just gonna keep moving with our lives and not worry about it.
It's good.
Anyways.
It's good.
So this is how Marceline finds out that Princess Bubblegum has been ousted from the Candy Kingdom. No one told her. Princess Bubblegum didn't tell her. For 2 months. Specifically. When I was checking the summaries, it's 2 months.
I'm level 75 mining now.
Yay.
I can now mine Ancient Essence.
Tree Trunks is an anarchist. I'm sorry, she's a traditional monarchist. She's like one of those people who's like actually like England should be ruled by the Scots.
I have this lovely plate and it's of the Queen. And I shine it
that
every
is actually
day.
She would be an American who's a fan of the Queen. I'm so sorry.
I woke up at 2 a.m. to watch the royal wedding and I said they had beautiful hats.
In an IRL AU, no one has told her that the Queen is dead. They're maintaining like a whole fiction. that she's not dead.
I wonder why she
just for
hasn't
tree
been out.
trunks.
Like, they put her on the side of her carriage, and she looks so young.
Complicating this is that she hates her son because of, oh, I just don't like what that man did to that nice young Diana. Oh, Princess Diana.
Ugh,
This
right.
is character assassination.
ugh.
Anyhow.
My mom has been like, we have to watch season 2 of The Crown. We have to.
No, you don't.
We have
No, you
to.
don't.
Like,
No, you don't.
oh boy, more star.
Yay!
And this is supposed to be one of those communal, like, RuneScape gathering things.
Mm-hmm.
And me and this guy and the guy I'm standing on have been all politely ignoring each other this whole time.
It's like they know we're having a podcast.
Yeah, it's great.
So Marceline is like actually pretty hurt that she didn't know this, and tracks Princess Bubblegum down in the house she's staying in. I think the King of Ooh like actually directs her to it because he's terrified of Marceline for really good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And she's doing great. Princess Bubblegum is doing great,
Uh-huh.
and so normal, and is staying up all night with a shotgun to protect her pumpkin citizens from varmints. If you haven't seen this episode, you might be imagining, oh, actual living pumpkins? No.
No.
They're just pumpkins, and she's calling them her pumpkin kingdom.
And they're 100% loyal.
And she's wearing a really cute overall, by the
She
way. The fits
is.
are so good.
And she
in
has a
this, like,
shotgun.
and a trucker hat, even. It's
Yeah.
great.
And the shotgun can turn things into batteries if it shoots them, and that's fine.
Well, she can also set her gun to shotgun, so it generates another gun. Because this is the best show ever made.
Oh, Christ.
Geniuses is the problem. Marceline does wind up helping after, like, getting mad at Princess Bubblegum for never telling her, and the two wind up chasing emerging varmints, which turn out to be animals that are explicitly named varmints, and they're, like, horrifying. They're, like, tick bodies with baby limbs and big, chompy human teeth for heads.
Yeah. It's really good. It's really great character design.
It's like an real monsters ass
really
design,
is.
which is really scary if you put it into a different context.
Yeah,
It turns out.
Yeah. It's one of those designs that makes you go like, right, flat teeth are scary, horses, right.
No, I'm a huge proponent of the fact that scary fangs indicate purpose and indicate cohesiveness, because you think like, okay, it's like a tiger. It eats things. It tears stuff off of flesh. Not that scary, like sharp teeth don't make something scary, but like flat teeth, I always think of the Fuon no Tabe? Seeds of Anxiety, where the pick me up apparition.
Oh
Pick me
yeah.
up, pick me up. Where it's this whole short story about a maternity ward, where it's from the perspective of a nurse who goes like, every time we carry a baby from one room to the next to get weighed, there's a rule here. If you see something, don't acknowledge it. Don't say you say anything. Just keep walking and keep holding the baby. And as she walks through this hallway, this little toddler-sized thing whose head is covered with this like ragged sack, and all you can see is this giant mouth full of like flat human teeth, and it just says in this like implied to be distorted voice, pick me up, pick me up, I'm a normal baby, you have to pick me up. And you just watch her just tersely walk and get to the next room and go, here's the baby, and everyone goes, haha, yay.
Yeah, there's
and story
this
over
moment of tension where like all the other nurses have this look on their face like, you saw it too, huh? And then that's when she goes like, here's the baby.
Yeah. The Seeds of Anxiety is one of my favorite horror series by one of my favorite horror authors. We were talking earlier about like recommendations. I don't know if I would recommend it as your starter horror series, but it's very short, sharp little horror stories that I love very much.
I'm
and
just
only
a
really
little
has
guy.
like,
I'm just a special little man. It's my
Literally,
birthday. You have to hit me up. Thank you, Slime King Mike. You're so right.
Highly recommend checking out. If you look on places like Manga Dex, it's absolutely out there. Especially he did a different series called PTSD Radio. Whoa,
Oh yeah, that one's fun.
that one's beautiful because Seeds of Anxiety is themed as like very specifically little ghost stories. Most of them aren't based on like actual ghost stories or urban legends,
Mm-hmm.
but they're like meant to feel like them. PTSD Radio is actually a series of like connected ish sort of things on kind of a theme that emerges as you read, sort of. What if a god went wrong? But like a little god. Is that is that good? No.
No, no,
Uh
not
but anyways.
really.
So varmints. They wind up chasing them back into a varmint nest. Into and I wrote this down specifically, the rock candy mines.
Actually, so
I love
could
okay.
you get a little more into? I've forgotten a lot of PTSD radio. Can you talk a little bit about what goes wrong with the god?
Uh well, it's very interesting
Pulling up my
because it's
duvet.
not really something that's put up front and center in it, but a repeating theme in it is you'll get a story where someone remembers their grandma like cutting off all of their hair when they were really little, and
Mm-hmm.
her saying like, well, you just have to have this done for the kami's sake at like this age and this age, so after this you only have to have it done one more time. And it cuts back to her where like after she broke up with a boyfriend, she's been like haunted by something, just keeps like grabbing her hair and yanking it,
Ooh.
and like getting her like trapped for a moment with her just hair being like shoved back. But then it's interesting, cause like it's not like this manga is about that woman. Here's another story about a young boy who's being bullied a lot and who one day seems to cause this like strange curse when his shadow reaches out and grabs someone else's shadow. Here's this other story about this like, hey, actually there used to be a temple on there. Here's this moment where we see, oh, here out in the countryside, you make sure to balance these old-fashioned shears right where the door is left open when you go to sleep, and you hear something slither in and the shears fall and slice something.
Phew.
Or like one of my favorites where it's just a guy like finding a shrine that no one's been to for a while and like looking at it, and he turns his head and there's this like doll face sticking out sideways from underneath the shrine looking at him, and he freezes and can't move, and it just goes, I'll let you live.
Jeez.
Never mind, old man, and grins, this giant grin. And it just ends on like, and he runs. He fucking runs. So you see what I mean? It's like these weird connected where like you can kind of get like there's something going on with
Yes.
a god to have to do with hair, and like something about like the kami, and that can mean this and that can mean that. And is it just like this feral god that people forgot about because the shrine got built over, or is it like what was the thing they were worshiping to begin with?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think if I remember right, there's even this like very frightening one where like when someone causes damage to a statue, it like causes that same damage to their own head. It's been a hot second since I've read it either. I might pick it up again after this just to
Yeah.
go through it, which is especially interesting because in one of them, I think the
Ooh.
last volume released, the author has to like apologize for having come down with like this really terrible sickness, and he relates a story about how he lived in an apartment for a while, like maybe even worked there, where he found like a home shrine that had been torn off the wall
Oh shit.
and like wrapped. And when he brought it up to his landlord, the landlord got like weirdly violent about it. And it's one of those things where I'm like, this could be a horror writer like adding a little zhuzh to their tale with like some and it happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I tell you what, whatever I might believe personally, I would not tear out a home shrine.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's just some things you don't fuck around and find out with.
Yep.
But If it sounds kind of vague, that's because the story kind of is, but I kind of love stuff like that, where it's almost just like a collection of people who are all experiencing like the same natural disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, Phantasmagoric Lich says, I like the one where some construction guys need to destroy a shrine and they break a statue and it smashes the guy. Yes. Phantasmagoric Lich says, didn't he stop writing PTSD Radio because of that? From what I've heard, what's known concretely is that he had to stop because of his illness. He came down with like a fairly severe illness and had to stop. And
Poor
I
dude.
hope he rests up. And if he can't return back to comics, that would be very sad, but I would rather him be alive somewhere, you
Yeah,
know?
for real, for real.
Yeah. It's Adventure Time. Oh, it's actually 12.
Okay. My nose.
Alright. Your nose.
My nose,
Well,
sorry.
we're gonna take a quick... No, it's okay. You're the one having nose.
I am having nose. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Alright, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break here. And when we come back, we will probably talk more about Adventure Time and also just whatever the fuck else. It's a fun type of night.
Zip, are you okay? Okay, there we go. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah?
Snip was repeatedly jerking out the title for the song like,
Oh.
but now it's fine.
Ah. Yay.
Yay.
Oh, good night, Bluey.
Good night,
We'll see
Bluey.
you on the VODs.
Bye-bye.
For right. But we take a break.
We
BRB,
take a break.
folks.
I'm just sitting here eating chocolate raisins, so I figure I might as well be on mic anyway. Asterix Dragon's talking about want to timestamp the KHX Union X stuff because it's criminally understand and there's a lot of stuff. Player of KHUX and Dark Road. Godspeed to you, man. Fucking. Did you get to play Dark Road when it was a game? Like when it was functionally a game? And not just, you know, cutscene collection? Dark Road still runs on your phone, but like the combat gameplay, does that still function? Really? Interesting, interesting. Thank you. KHUX isn't Dark Road is for better or worse. Okay. Sorry. Oh, allergies. You know, I had thought it was shut down. I haven't been so much looking into it just yet because we're still a bit away. But that's good to know. What is it with Kingdom Hearts and mobile games? Yeah, well, please look forward to the next one, which has Disney Infinity type figures in it. I'm sure we'll be alive for more than 2 years. I'm certain. Why would a Pokemon Go like fail? Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sick. I just get funny random card draw allergies. So I will be fine, and then all of a sudden I will be bleh, and then I'll be fine for months. You know how it is. Always fun. I'm allergic to cats, but I have a cat, and so sometimes I get allergic and sometimes I'm not. Missing Link probably won't run on my phone, but I will be staring at it. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm trying to figure out. I don't trust Square Enix enough for it to be up if we take a while to get to it. So I'm trying to think about how to handle that. Do I just record off of my phone? You know, do I try to keep it backup saved? What to do? I think my current plan is I will try to play and record on my phone if we're not like up to date when it eventually comes out. And then if it's still running by the time things are like out, then we do a new save and we start from there. If Square Enix is Square Enix, then I go, hey, look at all these handy videos I have. Let's just sit around and talk for a while. Changes in temp and humanity do the same to me? Yeah, it's the worst. Allergic to the sharp sensation of cold air. Oh, that sucks. Ugh. Dark Red being playable still is only because Nomura basically, like... Oh, really? Ooh. I would love to hear about that, honestly. So long as it doesn't, like, spoil things that Frankie hasn't seen yet. Frankie is up to knowing about the Cinderella world in KHUX the first time you go around. In fact, we actually had Cinderella and everything completely rigged last show. You know, every so often it's like, okay, good, I don't have to rig a whole world beforehand. Excellent, excellent. We have this all ready for next time. Hi, Frankie.
Hi. Sorry for being late. I had to play a fun game called What Tab Just Started Playing.
Oh, that's fun.
It was Valverde.
No, it turns out Asterix Dragon is playing Cage Dark Road and it's still playable.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
shit.
We've been talking a little bit about that. That's very interesting. Thank you so much, Asterix. I'm glad you mentioned this.
That could make our life a lot easier at a certain point.
Really? Asterix Dragon says, TLDR, Nomura when Dark Road to still be playable after the fact of it shutting down pulled a lot of strings for that. Yeah, I bet coming off of KHUX, he got real burned by that. I wouldn't blame it. Sorry about all the wrestling. That's my chocolate raisins.
That's okay. I'm just still recovering from, hey, what was auto-playing was Valverde during a scare moment.
Oh,
so I put on my headphones
hell yeah.
What's that? What's all that now? What's playing that? Is that TikTok? Huh? What's going on here? I don't have TikTok. I just open TikToks on Tumblr and tabs for after stream because that would be distracting.
I like watching the funny ones, like every species of dog and the mailman.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. The Crash Star got all mined up, so I went to a bank.
Hooray!
Hooray!
You shush. Alright.
I censor this. There we go. 8, 6. Shouldn't say it out loud.
Alright.
That would defeat the whole purpose of the pumpkin.
42, 69.
69. Hut.
Still downloadable even if the cutscene viewer for Kate. Oh, we have the cutscene viewer
Oh, yeah.
for KHUX. That's how I handcraft our beautiful child's new outfits.
Yeah.
Is in the game engine.
Yeah. Frankie sends them to me, and then I clean them up and make them transparent. Fire blast.
Probably an easier way we could be doing that, but I can't possibly think of what it could be.
Let's see. We want death runes, we want wind runes, and we want fire. So I can
Fucked
probably
up
just
that games
buy
got to be built to account for their own manufactured death. Even more
Yep.
fucked up that sometimes they just die.
Let's see.
Thank God for people who preserve this stuff.
Oh
Where
my
was
god, for real. Wind,
it? Okay.
air room.
We're on Marceline and Bubblegum being underground, tracking varmints.
Hooray.
Which is also where we find out they kind of used to, like, hang out there a lot. Like, Marceline would sneak Princess Bubblegum out of, like, different political meetings, which I think is even, like, you can't say you snuck us out, you caused an explosion or something like that. I still got
cute.
you out! And yeah, it's really cute to suggest this, like, you know, we already have known for a while now. They seem like they have been really good friends.
They seem like they're really good friends.
They seem like they used to be really good friends, but like they just something happened and Marceline weirdly doesn't seem to know what, like explicitly.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, like Bubblegum, they talk in this scene about like Bubblegum just kept getting busy. While they explore and like fight the varmints and try to like track down where they're coming from, they find graffiti that Bubblegum did, which literally reads, "Marceline made me write this," in like cursive, which is first of all adorable.
Yeah, it was very cute.
And it's this beautiful scene where like Bubblegum breaks down in tears.
Oh god.
And Marceline assumes like, "Hey, I didn't mean to make fun of your penmanship. I like your penmanship. I like you." And she just cries and she's like, I lost my kingdom. No, I think it even starts with like, everything just kept getting so big. And I was so busy and I'm busy all the time. And I lost my kingdom. I can't even keep my stupid pumpkin patch safe.
Ugh.
Like, it just kind of all comes out at once. Like, there's a bit that I remember, like, a little bit better where she just talks about, like, I thought if I just focused on work, it would all be okay, and I could just take care of everything. But all it does is still end with me losing everything, and I pushed everyone away. I pushed you away.
Ugh.
And I'm so sorry.
Ugh. They're
It's-
so
it's just-
sweet.
Yeah, it's so sweet, and, like, it's really interesting after, like, you know, having this set up and wondering, like, what happened? Why did they stop? And it's like, Bubblegum just got busy.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. She didn't mean to. It's just that her job, her, like, kingdom was a priority. And probably whatever happened, like, there might have been more distinct fights, but it's also, like, she just got so tied up in her job
Ugh.
that she just forgot to talk to her. And Marceline assumed they were fighting. Which we find out why Marceline might have feelings like that pretty short, which is part of why I wanted to talk about this episode. It's just this sweet, really wonderful song, like, moment where, like, the show lets us see, like, yeah, of course she feels a way about losing her kingdom. How could she not?
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, the way she is, her thinking was like, I'll just do what needs to be done, and eventually they'll realize they need me back. But, like, there's not really any space in there for, like, her to feel sad.
Yeah.
And I especially love this, like, in the context of what we learned, which is, like, if you started out your life as a non-human entity who is in constant mental communication with like everyone you love, your whole world, your family, how do you live knowing that people don't know you still care about them if you're not talking to them?
Or
Which,
that they don't care about you. In the
yeah,
case of
where like you can't know about how their emotions might be changing.
yeah.
And like Marceline is some outside of her kingdom, you know? There, that reminds. At some point, I really want to talk about like the all of the root beer guy episodes because the really
Oh, those
adorable
are
scene
so
of her
good.
making root beer guy and cherry soda girl and just looking at them and smiling, going, "You're married."
Yeah.
It's like, oh, like on one hand, that's so cartoony and adorable. On the other hand, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Which the oh yeah, Magica says, and you are married. And it's great because in the flashback they blush and like they turn around and kiss, and it's great because Adventure Time is so good at always still being the cartoon silly place.
Yeah.
Like that never stops. It's not like, and as Finn grows up, he realizes the true seriousness of this world. It's like, nah, it it's still the place it's been. It's still that weird place. Like a teleporting talking cat could just show up whenever, and it wouldn't be a deal.
Okay, there's people here. Yeah.
There's ramifications. Those silly people she made keep existing.
The Rammies. Oh, shit.
Hey, Raven Bonify, thank you for subscribing.
Hey, Raven Bonifoy. I gotta scoot over
Good
the
to see
alerts
ya.
on this page.
We are still testing our new system.
Yeah.
Uh,
My apologies.
yeah. And the rest of Varmints is basically like Marceline and Princess Bubblegum have a really kick-ass fight with the super gross mother varmint. And they kind of wind up back at the porch of her house, and Marceline being like, hey, I'll keep watch for you. You should sleep. And Bubblegum falls asleep on her shoulder.
They're so cute.
Yeah. And I think it's like, it, for what we're going to talk about in Stakes, I definitely wanted to cover this, especially because, like, hold in your mind, like, that moment for Marceline and how it's focused on, like, this little house, and there's no Candy Kingdom, and me and her are there. Let's talk about Stakes, baby.
Yay!
So this is a mini-series. It is part of Season 7, but it is also a part of Season 7. It's just kind of a it's not like a non-self-contained, but like a canonical stretch, and I think this is a really fun way to do things in a cartoon, to be honest. Just having like a dedicated little section. I really loved when OKKO did it with stuff like Enid goes to magic school.
Yes, yes. That was
And meets her old friend?
her friend.
Her friend from middle school. They seem normal. Oh man. Side note, I always love that though because it's such like a perfect archetypal like friendship dating in high school kind of thing. Where it's like, oh man.
The one nightmare lesbian relationship you get.
Yeah, where it's like we were sure besties, but then when it turned out there was only one slot to win this,
Yeah.
It's good though. So Stakes begins with Marceline the Vampire Queen. I'm just gonna be reading off of these by name because technically all of their titles is Stakes Episode 1, Marceline. This one can be summarized up pretty quickly. The episode opens with Marceline stuck under the shade of a tree because she dropped her umbrella, and she's just literally like trying to reach out and grab it. And eventually we just cut to her slamming the tree through Bubblegum's window to hide under it, going like, hey, I want to stop being a vampire, actually. A thing, by the way, that I guess Bubblegum's just had the technology for a while and keeps it to hand to such a degree that she rebuilt it in her new house's lab. she's been maintaining for however long? Question mark?
Just girl things.
Bubblegum? Just girl things. And it's very sweet because we get like Marceline talking about like when I got turned into a vampire, I was just this messed up kid, and I don't know if I can take being that messed up kid forever.
Ugh.
Which is fun because this is the first time we find out like, oh, she was turned at this age is what happened. And this also kind of sets up like being a vampire kind of implies it's hard to change at all, which makes sense. You're not growing, literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's normal to have a machine for curing your girlfriend's vampirism at any place you live in case she wants to move in with you and become unvampired. Yes, what should be mentioned, by the way, literally when it's like getting her ready for this, she's like, one day I'll get old, I'll get wrinkly and old, it's gonna be great. And Bubblegum talks like, well, your natural lifespan should still be like a good amount of time, and then one day I'll bury you.
One day,
romance.
You're going to die, and I'll be the one to put you in the ground.
Oh. It's so good.
good.
Just, especially because, like, we found out, like, okay, Bubblegum has been alive a really long time. We don't know how long. We now know that she's, like, not at all anything like a human. She might be immortal, for all we know. And she is so happy to help Marceline not be immortal. Like, immediately. She is, like, so happy with the idea of, like, I'll take care of you the rest of your life. Like, first of all, damn. Second of all, I really like having this little bit of insight into how Princess Bubblegum feels about, like, having mortal friends.
Yes, same.
Especially because, like, you know, she's friends with Finn. They're very genuine friends. Trip. Which, last time, I incoherently totally forgot the name of Yokohama shopping trip. Jesus H. Christ. A.K.A. Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko. Kiko? What does it mean if there's got the flat over the O? I forget.
Kiko. O-U.
I thought so. Oh, it's that one. Kiko. Side note, the way things are romanized out of Japanese is made of criminals.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
It's not actually accurate at all.
You know which one I hate?
Why is Tokyo spelled like that in English?
Sometimes is localized as That's why we see Jimbei.
But then Kin-Amon is... Anyways. Anyway, Yokohama shopping trip. I'm name-checking this real quick because Yokohama shopping trip is about a robot who is perfectly humanoid named Alpha. And it's one of my favorite comics in general. It's a very gentle post-apocalypse that is set very specifically in the twilight of the human age. But in this very gentle way, where it turns out what that means is that there's just very small populations of humans who still have electricity and still have community, and they just get by, and it's fine. And the world's kind of weird, but that's fine. And I name-check it here because it has a lot of talking about, like, there's a pair of kids in the beginning of the book that she knows that she's friends with, and as the book continues, they age, but it's almost like you're seeing things from her perspective, because, like, in 2 volumes, they're adults.
Ugh.
And there's this beautiful moment later on where she's, like, looking at one of them who's, like, gone from a little kid that she knows to a teenager, like, close to the age Alpha appears to be. And she just, like, is thinking about them, and we get these silent panels of her remembering, like, what she was like as a kid, what he was like as a kid. And the only dialogue spoken is her just softly, "Too soon. It's all happening too soon."
Ugh. Ow.
How does Bubblegum feel about knowing people who, like... if you are interested in how machine intelligence who has, like, emotional capacity would experience time, Yokohama Yokohama shopping trip is just straight up like that, but in a very sweet way, and a little weird. And some fun stuff where it's like... There might also be a ghost, question mark? Anyways.
Really?
I don't know what the Misago is. I don't know if she's a ghost or a spirit. The only thing I know is that the comic told me really explicitly she's not a robot.
Huh.
Yeah, it's good. I like it like that. Oh, and there's also like flying fish, like actually literal flying fish.
Holy shit.
There's a dude who just like wanders around with one that he uses like hunting hawk. He's great. Anyways, I like the implication that like how Bubblegum feels about having mortal friends is that she loves them, and she's like actually very at peace with knowing she might outlive them. I like that. That's very sweet.
I do too. These demons have enormous asses.
They're
This one just kind of like walked in and blocked the camera with it, and I was like shocked for a moment there.
Yeah, they're kind of stacked with it, and I don't know for what, but I guess they're demons.
Scrollbox hard, yippee!
Nice. Oh, Cheezix points out the robots in the Murderbot diary books occasionally mention how a minute is a very long time for them, but it's not a main focus. Agreed, except I actually agree, but they actually show it a lot in a book, because it'll be moments where Murderbot is like, I made sure to check on these connections, and I checked what this was doing, and I checked what this was doing, and I checked what this was doing, and the humans are just still sitting there because it's been like 1 minute. They're so fucking slow. Also, shouts out to Murderbot for being the perfect representation of I know technically you can't diagnose it with ADHD, it's a cyborg, but literally it's like, yeah, every spare moment where I'm bored, I'm just watching a drama series. I'm somewhere else. Anyways. Yeah, so she gets unvampirized, which leads with a bucket of funny goop. The goop vanishes and something starts attacking local, like, cows and draining them, and they don't have any blood, and everyone goes, it's Marceline, but the goop is gone. And then Jake finds the world's most fucking terrifying cave in the woods.
Holy shit,
full of
dude.
drained cows. It's great because oh, go ahead.
Well, on top of, it's drained cows, drained dogs, drained horses, but they are in the middle of transforming, too. They're moaning
Vampires.
and shivering on the floor. They have lengthened teeth.
Yes. Oh, it's so creepy. Which doubly good because, like, I think he even finds like a horse being fed on and goes, "Hey, buddy, a little help here, buddy." Oh wait, is that a dream that Lemon Hope had that I'm misremembering?
No, that's what. And there's the cow that's like, I don't like dancing. Can you put me down,
that's
please?
Right. From yes.
I don't like dancing.
Oh. Which, by the way, I just love that poor Jake was, like, scared of vampires and then learns, like, haha, Marceline's okay, and now he's like, oh.
Marceline, specifically, is okay.
It's fine. It turns out other vampires bad, which, speaking of, episode 2, everything stays.
Ugh.
Hey, Rebecca Sugar, I notice you have a credit here for a song. You wouldn't be about to destroy us emotionally with a song, would you? Oh no. Let's go to the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you turn it over, you'll see that it's faded. The other side is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Jesus H. Literal Christ.
It's so good. It's really good.
They didn't have to do us like this, but also they did.
Hey, fucking
I use that
congrats,
song-
Lord Muggins.
Yeah, I used that song for my senior film project in high school, and I'm in film school. It's like the ultimate. It's one of those beautiful songs that's like, you know, being who I am as a person, and also with the autism, I always like, you know, you connect, like, I like this thing, and this song means something about this. Rebecca Sugar makes songs that you can, like, turn into, like, a lens for a story. And, like, rotate it until it, like, magnifies something important. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And it literally, go ahead.
Oh, no, I love Magic Hats pointing out, how that rabbit haunts her. Yeah, the toy rabbit bleached in the sun.
It's both. They've talked
Or
about.
them,
My
sorry.
apologies, by the way.
Yeah.
Uh, we're both trans. It's just the.
I'm a they them
but-
too. What the hell?
Folks, I didn't mean to put you on blast, but at least once you misgendered yourself to me, it was very funny.
Listen.
It was a long time ago.
Listen.
Uh, but yeah, they just wrote this beautiful song, and they've talked about how like they relate back both this song and Spinel to this memory when they were a kid and they left a toy rabbit doll outside, and literally when they found it again, the side that had been exposed to the sun was lighter, and the side that had been on the ground was darker. And this episode opens with this really beautiful moment where, for the first, well, where we see like pre-war, very little kid Marceline. And what we find out is like she had a mom, and we see her mom. Is the Runescape just not having music, or am I having a bug?
It's
Okay,
just
well,
not playing music.
Yay!
Let me put on a random song and see if it'll get back to it.
That's okay, so long as I know it's not like a sound issue. Anyways, it's this very cute little scene where like where like her mom is just like cajoling her down for a nap, basically. And I think it's even in like, is it like a mobile home kind of layout that it looks like they live in, or am I just like, okay, I thought so. It's very small, it's very cozy, it's this great perspective because it feels very much like this is a little kid's whole world. And it's this moment of being held by her mom who sings this song. Which, by the way, we're having this flashback. The last episode did end with Marceline tied to the top of a windmill as the sun was rising because people thought she was destroying their cows.
Screaming and then going, "Don't look at my diary, it's embarrassing!" as she's burning.
Cut hard to the end of episode. Love this goddamn series.
Yeah.
We then get like a flash forward from there to Marceline as we've seen her before, when she was traveling with Simon, a little bit older than we've seen before. Side note, turning the audience here. I'm still pretty sure that Marceline, before being turned into a vampire, ages slowly. I still am pretty sure that that might be true. We no longer have any way to hinge that on, except if we use the math for Marceline from the other universe, which, if that's the case, then she was aging at a rate of 10 years to 1 at like the most. But this episode suggests that it might be, I don't know. I still suspect that she ages very slowly. And was a kid for like a while. Because she starts half demon. You know how it is. But, we find out this is the day that Simon left her behind, and we finally find out why that happens. And it's literally exactly after he recorded the last tape as Simon that we've seen. And it's great because we see him like record it. Good night, Stardust Wishes. Good luck.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
And it just pans over, and Marceline is like right there getting a sled ready for him.
Ugh.
I was like, "Ah, video over. That goes in the collection." And oh, it's so sad because she goes like, "Can I see those, Simon?" "Sorry, kid. That's private." And it's made very clear. It's like, this is Simon in like his last lucid period.
Yeah.
And he has worked out like, I can't be around Marceline. I'm no longer more able to protect her than I am going to hurt her. Which is especially heart-rendering because, like, we talked about the Evergreen episode, and, like, I wonder if he was able to study himself just enough to know, like, I will not be able to cohesively treat Marceline the correct way.
Yeah.
And she loves me so much, she won't be able to leave if I don't do this.
I mean, we see a moment where Marceline starts crying and he reaches up to wipe her face and the drop freezes and scratches her cheek.
Yeah, like, he's like, "See, kid? It's just not safe anymore." Like, because the more unstable he gets, the more his ice powers work. Which, by the way, I realized has like a matched scene later down to Marceline crying slightly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I forgot when. Well, we'll talk about it, but just and that. Anyways, It's when they hug later at like the last episode. I had forgotten that she actually like does cry like a single tear the same way, but this time she hugs him
Oh.
and doesn't mind when he's just confused.
Hmm.
He leaves, she's left alone, and then we kind of follow her as a teenager when she starts hunting vampires. And the one skill we find out in the last episode that's inherent to her demon powers is just the ability to suck souls.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she got from her goddamn stupid dad.
Mm-hmm.
But when she kills a vampire, she can absorb their soul, and that's how she got her powers. They are all individually collected from hunting powerful vampires, like the ability to heal, the ability to levitate, to become invisible. All of these things are stuff from vampires that she hunts, which she was doing to protect humans from their most vicious natural predator, vampires. Like, the world had ended. Vampires were roaming the world, and there was still humans who we also find out basically always are terrified of her because she's gray-skinned and has fangs
Yep.
and looks evil. Which you gotta wonder about with Simon. Do you think Simon ever, like, tried to find people to look after her and just couldn't?
Hmm.
Did they ever run into anyone? It's just them.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
interesting because we find out later about him talking with the moon. I mean, not the moon, the
Yeah.
Empress.
Yeah, man, I don't even know.
Yeah.
But this winds up including a tribe of humans who wear hoods, like Finn, but are not the underground fish people, the humans. They are literally humans, and they talk. There's a great scene where she's like, she tried to approach them, they're scared. Later, we see her like skulking to listen as they sit around a fire, and a little kid goes like, "Please play this song." Oh God, please don't play this song. No, we have to keep up our rich human traditions. They must be passed on. And he starts singing the Mr. Belvedere theme song. And then she starts singing it too. Because we've literally seen that Simon would sing, like, the sitcom theme songs to her, so she already
Yeah.
knows it. And that's what makes the humans feel safe with her, is literally that she sings the same songs as them. Which, if I can just pause for a second, is such an accurate read on humans and the reasons why we have songs and these arts and everything. That is such a real moment of, like, oh, you know our songs. Oh, you're like us. Okay, you're okay. And she gets to spend time with them.
We get this really interesting tidbit from a little kid she defends, where she goes, you know, you're not wearing an animal hat. You're gonna get attacked by vampires.
Yes, like the hat is specifically to cover your neck from vampire attack. Or at least as much as that kid thinks so. But which is fun because it's like, is it to try and disguise that you are a human too? Especially because, like, hey, Finn has one of those.
Yeah.
But his dad doesn't.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, what's going on there? And, you know, what we find out with Susan Strong later, too.
Yes, and in this case, we even find out this pack of humans is planning on leaving the continent on a ship over the ocean. We have found out that Finn was born apparently on a ship on the ocean. And the reason they're leaving is really fun because it's both like there's dangerous things here, there's vampires here, and there's a cold front that's going to mess up the weather here. Which implies the Ice King might have been moving around and losing control of his powers.
Man.
Let's see. Oh yeah, in this episode, then the Vampire King shows up.
Hooray.
And the Vampire King, I love the design of
I
the
do
Vampire
too.
King and the other vampires in this. It is such a good, like, broad spectrum of
Voiced by
ways
DJ
to
Professor
represent a
K.
vampire. Ooh, sir. Also, good lord. Speaking of, because we cut back to the present, where Jake, poor fucking Jake, finds the 5 most powerful vampires Marceline has slayed in the past just existing again. Episode 3, Vamps About, which is a very cute name for an
Hooray.
episode. The 5 most powerful vampires Marceline have killed have risen: the King, the Fool, the Empress, the Hierophant, and the Moon. Side note, turning to the staff, which one of you people is a scholar and how many of you motherfuckers that you've been dropping some tarot things before this in like an actually smart way?
The tower.
I'm just curious. Literally, the fact that the usage of the episode The Tower and the symbology of the tower relates to the actual meaning of the tower. Oh,
And,
it's so good.
It's interesting, you know, you can't have the sun, they're vampires. I believe at one point he refers to a chariot. I'm trying to think, there's one other thing I remember that he referred to. That was a major arcana.
Yeah, he does seem to indicate that there may have been other vampires who were assigned the names of the major arcana, which is interesting too, because Marceline technically is also one. She's Marceline the Vampire Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. You'd think, oh man. What I love here, by the way, is that these are not only like actual cards in the tarot, but they also do relate back to the characters in some fun, abstract ways. And I really love that the Fool is perpetually levitating, because the most popular form of the Fool card is always perpetually about to walk off a cliff.
Yes.
I think that's fun.
I like that a lot too.
Oh yeah, Asterix Dragon. I forgot they actually also, when they mention leaving, they're like, also there's hungry rainbows. We gotta go.
That's right.
So they do name check the Rainicorn thing. Let's see. So those 5 have risen, and they disagree on what they want to do, which is really interesting because like the Empress is like, we gotta rebuild our court. I want to live like that again. But the King is like, we've risen anew. We must become something new. Look at this wonder of being alive. It's really fun writing of like, oh, this ain't human. This ain't a human.
This is something else. Whatever it is.
Yeah. But the 5 of them all wind up going completely different directions. And when Marceline is told by poor Jake of all of this going on, she flashes back to the past when she had her fight with the King, which, to very quickly summarize a badass fight, she won, but at a cost? Question mark. Because what happens is the King going like, there is a way I can make sure that vampires do live on. It's great because he rain checks so many classic like vampire villain kind of like, do you really feel so proud of having exterminated a species? We were just doing what we needed to do to survive.
Yes.
And Marceline literally just goes like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's really good. Well, one of my favorite things in fiction is an evil character trying to monologue, just getting cut off entirely, constantly, the entire time.
It's good. It's always good.
Because, like, why would you hear this dude out?
Yeah, exactly. Brother, you see me here fighting this thing. You better
move along.
Hop to another world, brother.
Territorial hissing in RuneScape.
Exactly.
Basically, she defeated him, but literally in the moment of staking him, he was able to bite her. And it might be more that he let himself get staked to bite her.
Yes.
Which is fun. Does a really good job of making, like, the moment of being turned traumatic without feeling gross.
Yeah, exactly.
Which a lot of media that tries to like make it a very violent assault, which it is, go too far, and that shit sucks. In the present, Marceline basically immediately goes like, yeah, absolutely, we're gonna work together, guys. Walks off to go and try and fight the vampires by herself.
I love
Marceline.
her. She's so good for this.
Zorro type character in this specific way. And also that maybe needs to shower more.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, girl, but I don't know.
I see what you do with your boogers. Nah.
Oh, yeah. It's good. It's good to have gross women. Literally.
It is.
Good.
It is.
Woman is an animal. Reblog.
Reblog. I agree.
And she basically, like, immediately, like, she hunts down the Fool and manages to win. I really like the Fool's writing and voice acting is so killer. Just such a good, like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
you're a haunted clown doll of a man. Love people in chat going, Reblog. You understand.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but she also finds the king, who's, like, made this, like, shielded, invisible bubble space. Two things that are important. One, he's kind of turned a cow into, like, his haughty vampire bride.
Yeah.
Like, eyeshadow has manifested.
Yeah.
This is the same cow he was, like, dancing with and bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 minute.
It's a fascinating
Oh god,
man.
no, the sneeze backfired so hard. I
Ha!
held it in too good.
My curse
Ow.
transferred to you.
Ow. I held it in like a strong man. I regret it. My sinus.
Oh, big boy, big sinus.
Yeah, I'm just. That's got to be one of those like dog T-shirts with like the bulldog like holding a beer, kind of sunglasses, kind of
That's
style.
right.
You know
I
what it
sneeze
is.
loud because I got big sinuses, and if you don't
I'm a
like
big
it, you
boy, I
can't
got
get off
big
my
sinus.
porch.
Jesus Christ. Anyways,
Bark
the king
spear.
has a really interesting like talk with her, where he's kind of just like non-hostile,
Yeah.
and he's just like, I'm different now. And she's like, I don't believe you because she's smart. Never believe the villain when he says that right away for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Don't kill him, maybe, but come on, man.
Really
Sneezing,
good
hardly
Cheez-Ix.
sneezing, Jesus
Really
Christ.
good.
Anyways, but mostly she's distracted from trying to kill him when he talks about like, oh, everyone's scouted. By the way, the Empress went to the Ice Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 4, The Empress's Eyes.
Whew.
The Empress, first of all, woman,
Woman.
evil, evil woman. Ooh.
Hey.
Hey.
The best kind.
And the best kind. Basically immediately makes a minion out of the Ice King, like, right like that. Like, it turns out she can turn invisible, and she's got hypnotic powers also.
Mm-hmm.
And she just, like, immediately, of course, obviously, this is what happens, and, tells him to go kidnap Finn, the last remaining, well, actually, she goes, go fetch me a human, and he goes, like, I only know one.
Well, before that, she goes, I want blood. And he goes, okay. And he goes and grabs an armful of penguins and brings them back.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, out of, like, a card game. Out of a card game, and when he scoops up one of the penguin playing the card games, the others all react as if this is, like, a valid way for a card game to end.
Yeah.
Is whoever is, like, left behind just wins. Which I really love.
The penguin who's left behind just goes, wham, throws his little arms in the
rolls
air.
around in the like fish pile. I really love the idea that the Penguin Society there is like, and obviously Ice King rules. If he snatches you, whoever's left behind wins.
Christ.
Oh, Cheezik says Ice King be like normal. Hold on, normal women, evil women. I see no difference. Love is love. There's like a pitch up there, but
It's like Tom Kenny hits it that real nasal.
It's the Ice King kind of voice is all the way up here, kind of.
You gotta
but
do
it's-
like what if King Candy was like really worn down and doing bad? But you're getting close.
Bottom of the barrel, King Candy. No, the problem is King Candy hits that. It's that's the Mad Hatter. He doesn't have no lilt.
You have to
know?
hit, yeah, without the lilt.
I gotta practice off air because the problem is if I do this slightly wrong, it's just going to be Frank.
Frank is Ice
There's
King
like a looming
theory?
precipice. No.
Confirmed? Confirmed by a
No.
voice actor?
Anyways. And Finn is the only human in Ooh that Ice King knows about, and I love him for just, like, he does actually go capture Finn, which is really easy for him to do, because I love that really the Ice King's powers are pretty overpowered in most situations. He's just too goofy to be that permanent of a threat, really, so it's fine.
He's a funny man.
Marceline rescue. Oh, well, there's two things that happen. First of all, the Empress goes like, "Okay, now kill him," and he goes, "No, I'm not going to do that." And Marceline rescues Finn and finds out In the process, they find out because she goes, attack Marceline! He goes, no, no, I'm not doing that either. And they realize he's not hypnotized.
He was just...
He's actually... he's completely immune from hypnosis.
And he was just doing that to Gunther out of his free will. And kidnapped Finn out of his free will.
He just... It's just there's a hotted woman telling him to do stuff.
You see.
Mm-hmm.
You see.
Mm-hmm.
God bless him.
Whomst amongst us? Which there's a really cute moment when he's like, baby, hold on, we can make this work. And Finn just like gently takes his shoulder and goes like, come on, buddy, it's over. Let's go get you some ice cream. He like breaks into tears as he's led away. And it's very cute because like, they know him. They're not even mad. Of course a hot woman showed up and he just did whatever she said. Except then the Empress around here says to Marceline, he used to have this silver fox thing going. He was much more handsome the last time I made him my thrall. That does not get expanded on in this miniseries.
Yippee!
Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, and Marceline has to be saved in this fight, by the way, by Bubblegum with a sick gun. Which, again, women, we stay winning. Love Ravenbond for going, hello? Yeah, I'm not even sure that's ever gonna get expanded on. It might just be enough to, like, here's the thing, too, is, like, earlier Marceline even talks about, like, the reason I was, like, killing vampires is because I missed Simon, and humans, Simon is also human, so I felt like if I destroyed vampires, I was kind of protecting him. Which I think is her a little bit...
I'm with you, buddy.
Hey, Milliburst, thanks for the raid. We're talking about Adventure Time, specifically the Staked miniseries, and also Bugs is doing RuneScape things.
Yippee!
Which I also think, like, it's very sad, because you can tell Marceline does just crave human company, and, like, taking care of humans by destroying vampires is, like, the closest she could do to being involved with humans. But it is also interesting to be like, oh, and that one time Simon actually really was in danger from a specific vampire, huh, Marceline? What,
Well, you know how it is.
You know how it is with your grandpa who's got brain problems.
Hey, assholes, let me into the Wizard Guild.
Signed, Rincewind. Anyways.
I'm a wizard. Yay!
Says here on me hat. Yay! Oh, good job.
Oh, this is an awesome guild. Great stuff,
Oh, it's
guys.
just one room with a rug. Not even a lunch plate.
Hang on, they got two... They might even have 3 floors.
Oh, baby.
Oh, here we go. I have to buy a hat from this guy. Oh, baby. Oh, let's buy a full set and dress like an asshole. Why not?
Yay!
Oh, and gloves? Don't mind if I do. Okay, let's see how I look in all this.
Bad.
No.
It's got to be bad.
We got the boots, we got the gloves.
Can't be anything but bad.
Oh. Oh my goodness, don't I look lovely in my backpack? Oh, wow. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, I'm so pretty. I'm the prettiest girl at the
You're
school.
blending in so beautifully.
Thank you. They hardly suspect I'm a berserker.
They do. Well, episode ends, by the way, with Marceline agreeing to actually work with everyone, which is cute because we've now seen, like, yeah, there's a reason Marceline just assumes she'll work on her own. That's what she did for a very long time. What's up?
It took me to the Wizard's Tower back near my hometown. That's funny.
Hooray! Which, I really do like that this, like, what is that what teleportation looks like?
In leagues, yeah. You get special
Oh.
animations for leagues. And they're still going at it. Oh, they're still going.
It's like watching fish in an aquarium.
It's beautiful. It's very peaceful for me.
It is.
You got the name Fatso? Holy shit.
Whoa.
King.
Me, Fatso.
I saw someone with the name Troglodyte because they had a random event appear while we were cutting logs. But hey, Troglodyte, talk to me. Hey, Troglodyte.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It was really good.
Episode 5. May I Come In?
Oh,
The Hierophant
man.
stalks the group after initially checking at their house, finding only Peppermint Butler, who. I have to admit, I was a little bit sad because the promo art for this made me think that it was going to be like an all Peppermint Butler versus Hierophant, like, mind games
Yeah.
fight with him outside. That's just how
It
the
was
episode
Peppermint Butler
opens.
going tee-hee and twirling the hair he doesn't have. It was
A
really
little
good.
bit. Yeah, because the Hierophant, he is kind of the masculine old school vampire to the Empresses. And as you might guess, he's also, like, kind of a weird insular outsider. He is also the person who has the shapeshifting powers that Marceline got. So he, like, literally will turn into, like, a weird beast. And galloping around, and how the episode actually opens is him going to the house and starting to do, like, let me in, and Peppermint Butler just, like, runs and goes like, ha ha, you can't come in because the house wards, you're old school. Then he chops up garlic and just throws it at him from the open
Oh my
door.
god, that's right. Oh, voiced by Paul Williams, by the way.
Yeah.
Really
oh
good.
my god, so good.
So
Uh,
good.
He can turn into that weird cat thing from the What We Do in the Shadows movies, based on actual illustrations of concepts of vampires.
Really?
Both drawn from the same well. Yeah. No, human-faced animal used to be, like, a part of vampire lore in places.
Shit, I had no idea.
Like,
That's really
just
cool.
whatever kind of animal, too, which is, I imagine part of why they do this, but I love that he turns into, like, a boar. That's
Yes.
so good to me.
Yes. Oh, the boar
Monstrous
form is
boar.
so creepy. I loved it.
Which, like, it goes almost without saying, but, like, the animation and design work on all of these is bad fucking ass. It's
Mhm.
great. Like, really seriously, if you just love animation, it's worth checking these things out.
Let's see.
Uh,
And Bone Spear. Okay. no Bone
Interestingly,
Spear.
by the way, the Hierophant works on rules so old school that Marceline does not
oh boy,
work
I
by
get to
these
go to
rules, I
Racism
should know.
Village. Yippee.
Hooray! He pursues the group, initially suggesting an alliance with Marceline because he isn't into what the king is up to, and he's like, "Oh, you should team up with me to deal with the king." But God bless her, like, literally, she's like, "Okay, stop drinking blood. You can just absorb red. I know. That's what I did for a really long time."
Yeah.
Turns out, he's not that down to collab. He's kind of like the unchanging outsider, you know. It's a whole thing. And what I love is that Peppermint Butler texting is like a plot important part of the episode, because first early on it's like, "Hey, Hierophant stopped by, and I kind of accidentally made him realize you guys weren't here. My bad." But he then later sends it like, "Oh, also he's really old school." And Jake has this great idea where he turns into a house
Oh,
shape
it was so cool.
and has everyone hide inside of him, and that counts. Which is also incidentally how the Hierophant winds up dying.
Yes.
Because he accidentally tackles forward past the house boundary and auto ashes.
Oh my god.
Really, really fun. All of the vampire fights in this, by the way, are like very original, very fun, fluid, dynamic. They make really good use of, like, vampire powers, the, like, different dynamics of motion available. Just really good fight design, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, good fight choreography, I'd even say.
Big agree.
Especially because since he was a shapeshifter, he also left Marceline with a mortal poisoned wound from when he was a scorpion bear for a hot second.
Yes. Oh, and she has this fever dream where she's old and wrinkled and Princess Bubblegum is with her.
Yeah, that's in the
Wearing
next
a
episode,
hanbok.
because Bubblegum takes Marceline to the Candy Kingdom to get her back to, like, Bubblegum's original lab, and to kind of have a bit of a sick fic episode, a little bit, to be honest. Good for them.
Good for them.
Meanwhile, Finn and Jake hunt the moon. This vampire blessed with healing powers and a very strange set of other powers. Like, she's leaving this trail of, like, little orbs behind her.
Yeah, they're like, is this her poops or what?
Yeah. Is it vampire egg?
And that's never clarified.
God only knows. I really love her. It just fun. Like, okay, they because she heals, they can't figure out how to subdue her. And they also can't remember if Princess Bubblegum said stake her back or take her back, which is very funny to do in an episode called Take Her Back. Which means they wind up waiting until nighttime and she wakes up. And this I want to talk about because when she chases them, she goes like, "How can you run from me when you're walking in my light?" They're like, "Does that mean you are the moon? Or what does that mean?" I don't know, man. I'm just gonna keep running.
When no weapons are at hand, then is the time to reflect. In Saradomin's name, redemption draws closer. Okay, go to Stupid Village. I understand.
Yay! Also worth noting, when she winds up getting to the lab, like, Princess Bubblegum takes Marceline, like, drags her into, like, this little safe, earthquake bed ass little channel to hide. And the moon copes with that by just sitting outside and staring at the lock and screaming pig
Yes.
at it and going, "Pig, pig, come out, pig, come out." And eventually it unlocks,
Yeah.
which is scary.
Yeah.
And Princess Bubblegum literally goes, "Did you just yell pig at the lock until it unlocked?"
I forgot the clue. Fantastic.
Yay!
Yay.
But this is where Bugs was talking about. I think it's like literally right before she's able to absorb her. Like when I forget when it happens, but it's in here where like Marceline has these dreams while she's out about like being old with Bubblegum, and the last one is like specifically they're at the house that Bubblegum was staying in, and she's old, really old,
Ugh.
and just sitting in a rocking chair by the window, like noodling with her guitar, and outside Peppermint Butler is digging something
Mm-hmm.
deep,
Mm-hmm.
and Princess Bubblegum is there and just puts a hand on her shoulder.
Ugh.
And that's it. Just this little dream. I could grow old, we could be somewhere else together. Episode 7, Checkmate. The group confronts the Vampire King at last, who unexpectedly says he no longer wants to be a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, he has this great thing where he talks to Marceline about, like, "You've been immortal now. What have you seen? What have you really seen when you looked at this time, all of this time?" And she says, like, "People just keep repeating the same behavior over and over again because they don't know better. But you do know better.
Yay.
You've seen." Yay, what'd you get?
I got purple sweets and the thing that lets me light colored logs, which I need both. I can eat a purple sweet. Yay! And
Yay!
I have to go cut down a log, and then if I light it, I can, well, that's another one. I can do that.
Yay!
Yay! Whoopee!
So the king says, like, "I've seen all of these cycles." Sorry.
No, go ahead.
"I've seen all these cycles, and I want to break this one. You have to understand. You know how this is going to go. You defeat me, you wind up a vampire again."
Mm-hmm.
And it's great because they have, like, this big fight. Like, she doesn't believe him, she doesn't take him seriously, and he kind of has, like, a toddler tantrum
He does.
about it.
Rips off all
Like,
his clothes.
"Take it from me! Take it from me!" Falls on the cloud, and she goes like, "Okay, okay, 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 God." But it's very, like, I don't know, I really like this characterization of the Vampire King. It's like, I honestly think that him, the person, is being sincere, honestly.
I agree.
Like, whatever he is, however his thoughts work, whatever he is, he really decided, like, you found a way to be free. I also want that. I want just once to break one of these cycles I've seen over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, links himself to the wheel card. That's the Wheel of Fortune, baby!
Oh yeah, I think he out says like the wheel of fortune spins for us. And
Yes.
Something, something, something. Ugh.
Which makes sense. Wheel of Fortune is very much about, like, the randomness of destiny and chance and how some of these things are out of your hands, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be too fitty.
Okay.
Joke, 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 joke.
Activate Dungeon Man now.
No! And he wants to break the cycle, and they take him and the cow he vampirized, both, like, he has to like hold it and like step into the de-vampirization machine.
Christ.
It's really good. You know, tie up that last loose end, the other last vampire.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Finn does king him in the boing-a-loings. I forgot.
Hooray. Oh,
That-
it's beautiful.
and yeah, oh, that looks nice. That lets you know it's cozy.
Yeah.
And it works. There's no tricks. He doesn't do anything. And it reveals the king is just a lion. An apparently totally normal lion.
Yeah.
Which I really like, because that, like, raises so many questions about, like, what a vampire is.
Mm-hmm. The fact that he kept trying to turn animals.
Yet the fact that, like, he alone of the vampires, like, takes everything in the moment is just like, I am alive now. Why would I do anything the way I did it before?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that because he's a vampire? Or, like, because he's a lion? Like, the fact that he became the king of vampires, and he is, like, you know, the whole king of the jungle, king... I don't get that. Lions don't come from jungles. What's wrong with people? The, like, king of the savannah, the whole thing is just really beautiful and really, like, strange. And kind of, like... It's a good way to do that, because I really found myself like, ah, geez, this poor fucking animal.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it makes you feel better that that lion is, like, free.
Yeah, exactly.
King of the jungle. Still social and with it. I think the king of the vampires, like,
rat.
what do you think I'd
rat.
be if I was an animal?
Vampire king would be a rat. Hmm.
I think I'd be a lion, but also kind of a wolf. I think so, too.
That's the King of Ooh talking to himself alone.
The crunchy and the banana guards just all like, rat, you be a rat.
I think I'd be a lion or a wolf.
Yeah, I think so too. King of the jungle.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We were watching Jerma play Sam and Max the other night.
Oh man, we
So
gotta
good.
finish that.
It's so funny because there's the moment early on where he goes, "Oh, you gotta solve it like it's a cartoon game," and then immediately fucking like one-shots every single puzzle after, because it's like, all right, yeah, of course you can think like that. Fucking amazing.
No, I think Germa's like literally the intended target audience of Sam and Max games.
Yeah.
Like his exact age, demographic. The fact that weird gays like us came along is like totally incidental to Sam and Max.
Yeah.
But also.
Huh.
Oh, by the way, the devampirization process leaves you with that bucket of vampire goo that Marceline had before that escaped and became a vampire.
Yay.
It's okay though. They put a lid
Uh-huh.
on the bucket,
Uh-huh.
and Peppermint Butler is gonna pick it up and carry it away.
Mhm.
Oh god, he tripped. Oh god, oh no, he tripped. Oh god, oh no. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It kind of creates a massive dark cloud of pure vampiric essence, which immediately attacks everything for a while.
Hooray!
Did we have our 1 o'clock break?
We did not. Let's take our 1 o'clock break.
This is a good time to take a break here. Oh man, we're gonna like just perfect time. We might have
Yeah.
spare time after this.
Yeah.
I think Germa's straight up from a cartoon universe. Dudes are just like this people are just like this sometimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be. Alright.
Alright, we're gonna take our 10-minute break here. This is our last break before our last break. But that'll be before fan.
Yay!
So, hey, if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. It's getting increasingly late, and if wherever you are, you need to be doing something tomorrow, or get a break, or get some sleep, or whatever, do that.
Mhm.
We'll be on the VOD's channel, but for now, BRB.
Baby.
low.
That's my sleep mask, so I'm not dead-eyed staring at you while on break. I'm like a horse. Please understand. Though, oh, it's slightly transparent so you can see my eyes behind it, so actually I'm still watching. It's kind of a panopticon thing. Hang on, I even made myself little glasses on break. Where'd I put these? Where'd I put these? Are you image 8? You are. Okay, hang on. Yeah, these look just like my actual glasses. There we go. Looks good. There we go.
I do always like. I do always think that if we ever did like a refresh of our main talk sprites, adding the glasses on kind of does something with the design.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
I do too.
I can look out of one lens. This is great.
I still like the idea that if we ever make like dedicated talk sprites for RuneScape, they should be drawn in the same style as the RuneScape posters, where they're just like very rough.
Yeah, I think that would be fun.
Like just sepia toned kind of.
low energy streaming talk sprites. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so. It'd be fun.
One lens for viewing, one lens for fashion. Exactly.
That's right, baby.
That's... Oh, this music. Oh, it got embarrassed and left.
You chased it off.
Oh, it's back!
You chased it
It's
off.
back, baby!
There you go. It's being brave.
This is the tune of carrying saltpeter for 10 hours.
Yeah.
I forgot my fucking axe! I forgot my fucking axe! The whole reason I came out here. Okay.
Oh. Sad. I'm gonna move my mic a bit. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
The final episode of Staked. I didn't actually write down its title. That's weird.
I believe it was called, oh gosh, it was like The Shadow the Cloud?
I think so. I'll really find it real quick. Close tabs.
Look at that squirrel, brother.
Whatever.
Beautifully animated creature. Oh,
Beautiful.
taking the bridge.
Oh, look at those butterflies.
Oh yeah, I can catch butterflies. If I had my butterfly net, which I don't. I can catch imps barehanded, but not butterflies. What a world.
What a beautiful world.
Oh, I killed a rat on accident. I misclicked. I misclicked. I'm sorry. My character just axed that rat for no reason. Goes, let me ax you a question. Kills a rat.
I think your character just like dropped their axe on it.
And perfectly split a rat in half and went, oh no.
Your poor tragic man.
Hello. What do you need help with, beekeeper? Do you need someone to arrange your beehive for you?
Could be. Rulian said earlier, theme of the fertilizer fool.
Shut up. Oh, I'm an expert, Mr. Beehive Man. Don't you worry, I can get us all sorted out.
Oh, this is good.
Beekeeper's boots. Hang on,
Oh,
zoom
baby.
in, look at the fit. Oh, baby.
Oh, well, they're kind of kicky.
But they will not grant me my agility XP. This is useless to me.
Sadly. Episode 8 of Staked. First of all, Marceline is fucking bummed, man.
Yeah.
Like, it should be noted, because of, like, where it happened, the dark cloud which forms, the vampire, since it gets, like, just broken, the bucket falls, it spills, it just forms into this, like, giant, horrible, dark cloud.
It's like a sheep.
That, like, yeah, it's kind of shaped like an animal. It's got, like, weird long arms. It's kind of got the Vampire King's face, which is interesting.
Yeah, like a lion in the form of a lamb. It's weird.
There's something interesting going on here with, like, vampirism as a distinct entity thing,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, but also, it destroys Bubblegum's house. That nice little house that she's been fixing up. It's rubble now.
Ugh.
Like, they're literally left in, like, the ruins of the lab with, like, Marceline sitting on top of the machine that, like, that took away her vampirism. Uh, and the Dark Cloud, we opened with, like, it moving to the Candy Kingdom to attack it, but Marceline is so overcome by the despair of the cycle restarting, like, as everyone else moves to go, like, try and fight it, because that's what they do, of course. It's Adventure Time, obviously. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's what they do. Uh, she's just overcome by despair, and it's not, like, stated exactly her exact motives, which I really enjoy. She's just sitting there, and it feels like the despair of the cycle restarting, because, like, when I was looking at, like, the summary for this, someone said, like, the despair of, like, not being able to beat it, and I'm like, I feel like it's very much like, once again, I'm left in a position where either I have to take this on again
Yeah.
or lose.
Yeah.
No matter what I did, it couldn't change anything. Trying to stop becoming a vampire ruined everything. Like, I'm the cause of all of this disaster because I didn't want to be a vampire anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to make this end, I have to become something that hurts me. And so she just kind of, like, flops. She just goes like, okay, fine, you win. Congratulations. Long con. Great job. And she just is lingering in the wreckage of Bubblegum's cute little house. Uh, and she sings this little song
Ugh.
that's like this little song about, like, I thought I smelled something, but now it's gone. Was it the wind? Is it just me? And what I love is, like, out of nowhere, the Ice King joins in and finishes the last line with her of this little song. And he's right there, and he delightedly goes, "You remembered my song!"
Ugh.
Here's the thing. Maybe I'm forgetting, and we have seen the Ice King sing this song at some point. Maybe it's, like, from the episode where he first brought song lyrics to her house, and I'm forgetting it. But, like, Ice King remembering something like that is unusual.
Yeah.
Like, whether we've seen it or not, the fact that he remembers, that's my song, I taught it to you, and you remember it, is,
Yeah.
like, a wild feat of memory for him.
Yeah.
Which, I almost wonder if you could make a case for, like, music being something that bypasses his memory problems.
Oh yeah, because I mean, at that time, the research for that and dementia was going around.
Mhm. Yeah, and we already know, like, one of the ways he kept himself from getting lost when he was still going under would be, like, singing a song to himself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah, also a good note from Raven Bonfoy. It's not fair at all. She never wanted to be a vampire in the first place. She never chose this life or the cycle. At least she has PB and Ice King, but man, yes.
Yeah.
Which I really like here because, like, well, I can get to that in a second because it's relevant. Ice King shows up, he remembers this, and that's so sweet. And just the fact that he shows up for her, the worst she is, like, the most in despair, the most ready to give up, and he just shows up and sits by her.
Ugh.
And
Ugh.
specifically, like, he explains he saw what was going on from his kingdom. And it's really great, because she's like, so you came to help? And he goes, I was feeling left out! Come on, I have a phone. And it's really sweet and sad because, like, she immediately hugs him and goes like, I'm sorry, Simon, next time, okay?
Oh.
Like, the fact that she doesn't try to argue with him about, like, reality and instead just reassures him about the problem he's having with it is another touch of that, like, yeah, your dad kind of gets lost sometimes, and that's just the way it is, and this is how you deal with that.
Ugh.
And she explains to him, like, hey, you don't want to be a part of this fight anyway. This one's, like, a loss. This one sucks. And I love it because he just goes like, oh, one of those, huh? And sits by her, and, she does this, like, and don't try to tell me I should go and fight, okay? And it's this beautiful moment where he goes like, no, of course, I would never do that. Hey, you and me, we're not fighters. We're survivors. We're like cockroaches or rats. Because if you fought and you lost, you could die. We don't do that. And it's just this great moment where, like, it's beautiful because like she gets mad. Like for a second, she's like, "Did you just call me a cockroach?" And then she smiles, and she hugs him again, and she just goes like again. She goes like, "Okay, I can go." And I just love that it's not gotten into. It's not like a conversation they have, but like what made her be able to do this is going like, "Yeah, that's right. Simon never asked for me to do any of this.
Ugh.
I'm the one who decided to protect people. All he ever wanted from me was for me to survive." And I love that. I just love that. I love that that's what she needed to hear. I love that what she wanted to hear was for someone to go, "Great, run. I don't want you to die. We can just survive. We'll be fine." Because, like, I just always love that moment where, like, that's what someone needs.
Yeah.
Is for one person to go, "Yeah, you don't have to. Of course you don't have to."
Ugh.
Ugh. And that convinces her. As like everyone else is like moving to go fight, and there's this great bit, by the way, where Princess Bubblegum is like writing something that like a flying desk, like a lab table or something, just shooting at it, and the banana guards go, "She's so beautiful."
Oh,
The King of Who
yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Like literally the Candy Kingdom like see her and see her doing stuff and go like, "Oh, our ruler sucks."
Yeah. It's really
So
good.
they overthrow him. And Crunchy immediately occupies the vacuum of power like instantly.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly good. The voice
Never
actor
waiting
for the
long.
bald kid from Clarence.
Really,
Going,
really
"I'm
good.
the princess now."
No, it's even better. He's like, "No longer shall we suffer under the velvet hand of the King of Ooh, when the iron fist of Crunchy will rule." But he goes, "Attack everyone." It's very, very good. The fight's not going great, and it just ends with Marceline flying up into the cloud and just absorbing it. And it's this great, like, kind of a goth magical girl kind of
Yeah,
moment.
it's beautiful.
Where, like, yeah, she, like, shimmers as this, like, pink silhouette and absorbs it. And once again, like, as it gets sucked into her, it turns her, completing that cycle. But, like, this time it's her
Mm-hmm.
attacking it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you know, she talks to Marcy and be like, "Well, guess you're not gonna get to bury me now. You're stuck with me." Which, first of all, gay. Second of all, it just kind of has her talk about like, yeah, but I feel like I at least got to be mortal long enough to change a little, and I have some fresh memories of being mortal. I got to like eat food for a bit. I got to like feel the sunshine for a bit.
Ugh.
I think I'll be okay.
And she says, like, I feel like I grew up a little. Thanks for helping me grow up, Bonnie. It's like,
Yeah,
ugh.
yeah. Which I really love because like that's very beautiful, and also I think it really is kind of like, yeah, it still takes a bit to like feel settled, but the difference between 18 and 19 is a lot.
Yeah, for real.
Just, not from a like from an interior perspective,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
And the series ends like somewhat infamously with Marceline on her own as an adult singing the song her mom used to sing for her again.
Ugh. Ugh.
And it's just this beautiful little wrap up on this way of talking about this character who really was just introduced as like, what if there was a goth girl?
What if? Wouldn't that be fucked up?
And I think it says so much about Adventure Time of how much like that can be a true statement, but not without like retconning or changing how she was introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it just makes things about her make sense. Like we were talking once about how it actually, it now makes sense. Like, oh, no wonder she just kind of hangs out silently in the houses of people she likes. When she was around humans, she would hide nearby them to listen to them without wanting to scare them. And you kind of even get a sense of like, well, yeah, no wonder she's like not very good sometimes with social stuff because she didn't have a lot of experience for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
You could even make a case for like, okay, yeah, no wonder she wound up with like a really shitty ex-boyfriend. He probably seemed like a really fun, attentive person.
Yep.
That's very easy to have be a problem. And I love that all of this happens while still being like adventure time. There's still a lot of goofy shit. We didn't even talk about the fact that like when the Vampire King shows up, Peppermint Butler's like, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh I gotta ask him for his autograph. I hope he's hot. He's definitely hot."
Or that Jake is revealed in the scene with all the vampires meeting because he's been hiding under a leaf as a little bug going, ah!
Yeah.
While he's running.
He just runs away holding the leaf over his head. Also, Peppermint Butler does get an autograph from the King of Vampires in maybe the funniest way possible, where the king goes like, "Hey, Peppermint Butler, I've been able to read your mind this whole time. You're really cool. Check your book." And it's got his, like, psychic autograph in there.
It's
like,
amazing.
What could have been, man?
What
What
could
could
have
have
been?
been? Well, that's probably for the best. Pep wins. Pep stay winning, man. Him and Death have got something.
Yeah. God knows what, but something.
God knows what. They might just be bros, but I don't know.
Yay, league task fucking complete.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Also really funny is a bit at the end, Princess Bubblegum's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go depose Crunchy in a bit, but..." Which is also kind of like a nice way for that plot with Bubblegum to go. You get the sense that she's like
Sorry.
been able to have enough space from the kingdom to like know what it's costing her, kind of. And I like that. Like, you know, we haven't really watched much past this. We might have like actually just like finished up.
We stopped
Stakes.
at the finale of Stakes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see like where we go from here because there's still a lot of show happening, and I sure mostly see Finn draw with a robot arm that ain't there yet.
Yeah, and I haven't seen Finn's plant? Question mark? Clone?
Brother?
Fern?
Fern? I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Side note, all the stuff we learned about Princess Bubblegum, like way before this, like that first episode of season 7, I feel like that also explains to me what's a little bit. I understand what's wrong with the Earl of Lemon. Like, okay, you might also have some weird like craving for the hive mind thing going on.
Yeah, I would definitely chalk it up to that.
I mentioned before someday I want to like do a dive on other side characters, and Lemongrab's so weird. I didn't expect to get like turned around this hard.
Yeah, no, same.
Like, he's not exactly a favorite character, but like he's fascinating in a way I really enjoy.
Yes.
And it feels like they course corrected him from what if there was an obnoxious autistic person?
Yeah.
To he's just kind of this alien guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's kind of doing better now. Oh, yeah, no, I haven't watched anything ahead of, like, where we've left off.
I
I'm
caught the
very
finale
excited.
when it aired live, and that's it. Boy, was that
That is the
interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to get to the last Rebecca Sugar beats me to death with a chair song.
Hooray! Oh, it's so good. I love that song. Ugh.
And the way the song's also about looking at a storyboard, because the storyboard pitches are where you sit with everyone you worked with on this show.
Ugh.
Neither of you have seen Distant Lands yet? No, because I'm not insane. Why would I watch Distant Lands when I haven't finished the rest of the show? All I know is that Brian David Gilbert shows up in Fiona and Cake and kind of serves with it.
We're watching in broadcast order provided by
Yes.
Watch Funny Free Cartoon Online. So
The expert that I trust.
the only thing we're missing from watching in order right now is there were a few shorts that we didn't catch.
Oh yeah, the mini Grables we ain't caught.
Yeah, so we need to catch up on those. This is the wrong fucking door. I'm God's fool.
Hooray! Yeah, we appreciate y'all keeping no spoilers on this. I
Yeah,
imagine
thank
with
you.
Adventure Time, it's probably a series where, like, you're more excited for people to see what the fuck is gonna happen
Yeah,
than you are wanting to tell people stuff. Much like Kingdom Hearts.
exactly.
Man, I love a lot of series like that. I think that might just be one of my favorite genres. Like, there's... Oh, man. There's this one comic I gotta, like, catch back up on. Whew.
Oh yeah?
Well, the initial plot begins with, by the way, there's this whole class of people... Well, no, hold on, let me back up.
Mm-hmm.
Our protagonist has a special disease where if he can't make people laugh at a certain interval, he'll die.
Oh.
He's a martial arts expert who's really, really bad at making people. He meets a boy who he does make laugh. The boy is being pursued by assassins who are capable of controlling human-sized marionette wooden robot assassin dolls.
Uh-huh.
There are several more layers of insane plot depth. All of it is not any less esoteric than that. This ends at, and by the way, the evil genius who made both the illness that makes people need to laugh and the evil marionettes that are sapient.
Oh, sapient. That's fun.
Uh-huh, and the original ones he made are actually themed after Commedia dell'arte characters,
Holy
which makes
shit.
me very happy.
Let's go.
Like, yay, El Dottore! Oh no. So what I'm saying is I might just like things that have wild tone shifts and a lot of things going on in there.
What? What?
Oh, I've been quadruple checking to confirm whether you've reached Epson Adventure Time before
Bless
saying
you.
that sometimes
Bless
me and I
you.
treat season 2 like it's spoilers. Listen, I appreciate it. What comic is that? Oh, geez, let me go find the name of it real quick.
Yeah, that sounds
I
really
think it
interesting.
updated recently. You have to understand, I like this comic well enough that even though the most recent plotline is literally named Du Ex Machina, I'm still like, you've earned this. I've read so many volumes of marionette fights and martial arts, and then the inheritors of the will of destroying the evil marionettes. Oh, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Katakuri Circus. So that's, yeah, you're right, actually. Good call, Asterix Dragon.
Oh, dang. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's one of those where I've kind of just been letting, like, updates pile up
Mm-hmm.
of translations so I can just read it all at once.
Oh, I like doing that.
It's fun. Sometimes I find that more fun to do with, like, very suspense-heavy stories, especially.
Oh, I do that with
Uh,
Chainsaw Man,
Sh-
too.
I also do that with Shadow House. Shadow's House. House
Oh,
of Shadows,
yeah!
whatever it is.
Gosh, the last one I was on was when they were all getting together to have the okay, let's all get out plan.
Yeah, I forget where I was at last. No, I remember. It's a little bit past that where it starts to get like, and the adults are overseeing and beginning to cause friction between
Yes.
the children ranks. It's good. It's good, but I find it better paced as volumes than
Yeah.
chapter to chapter.
Yeah, I feel that.
So sometimes that's how it kind of is with more serious stuff. So other stuff I'll just read whenever the goddamn hell it shows up. Thank you to the people who translate my obscure people eating food manga. Man, I was so sad. Recently I thought I heard a new, like a genre term I hadn't heard before, which I googled with some extreme care,
Uh-huh.
because I was like, what is golden and silver manga?
Uh-huh.
What Google told me is that apparently it's manga for old people.
Oh!
As in, like, these might be manga about, like, fishing, or the history of something,
Ooh.
or an odd... But here's what makes me so sad. I went like, oh, that sounds good, and I go back to the search engine I'm using and click, like, yes, use that genre. That's not what people were applying it to. I
Oh.
couldn't tell what they were applying it to.
Huh.
Kind of just all over the place. So I gotta figure out if that's just like a something that doesn't have a strict definition, or if it was the site that I was using, or what. But
Huh.
what I am saying is, if anyone actually knows this number of key phrases to use to get the manga for old people,
Please. Thank you.
I would like,
Won't you?
but not Kaji, not
What's
Shoji.
wrong?
I can't.
What's wrong? You don't want Kaji? You don't want to...
I've done my time
Gripping.
with FKMT. I read Zero. I'm good.
Every time I run into Kiji, or the one... Let's see, that one's Chore. Which one is post, like, blog online?
I don't know.
Every time I run into Kiji, which is Chores, I have to think of Kaji's face to remember it.
That makes sense to me. I want to read so many manga, but ugh. I just read a lot of manga. It's a lot of what I spend my time doing when I'm, like, unable to focus, is I just... Oh, man, I got some updates, which... I should buy some more actual volumes of Yokohama Shopping Trip. They're starting to put out more omnibuses in English, so I think they're going to do the whole series, which is very exciting. Hey, listen, things might be bad translated, but when people work on something, I've squinted through some translations because it's the only way to read something. Turns to camera, accept machine learning translation, knock that shit off.
Yeah.
It's always bad.
Oh,
That's
man.
like the one unifying I've seen. Of all of the dens of scum and villainy of people who read manga.
Did you see...
Surprisingly unified and everybody hating machine learned translations.
Did you see that fucking one where they tried to do AI sound effect fill in too for that too?
No.
Or AI typesetting? Holy shit, brother. Bad. Oh, it was so funny.
Oof.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
man,
rough.
you did it. You sure eliminated the hell out of that job, and you also eliminated the cohesiveness out of this fucking page, man. Great shit.
I honestly don't think it'll ever last.
Yeah.
I legitimately don't think it's actually workable. But, you know, also, support people who do translations when you can find authentic translation work. God knows, someday if I have a lot of money, I'm just going to, like, hire translators to just tell me strange things.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about, like, all that's going on with that and what, you know, companies are being promised what AI can do. And on Resetera, they had a thread about, do you think Peter Molyneux is a malicious liar or overpromises? And what came up was his thing about Milo, the child who would age in real time with you.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I remember that.
And I'm just sitting here like, oh man, this shit that's being promised is Milo all over again. Because someone that started was like, you can't even do that shit now that he was promising.
No, and a lot of it is, like, pretty much for the same reasons, where, like, one of the major heads of, like, one of the companies doing a bunch of AI was literally found to, like, yeah, he was, like, wildly overpromising to investors, so he then has to turn around and drum up all this public image by saying it'll do this, and it'll do this, and it'll replace this, and it'll replace this, because that's the only way to, like, make good on those investment promises. So it's all just as dumb as you could possibly imagine, where it's not even that, like, they're capable of doing the ghoulish job stealing they say they can do. It's just venture capitalism.
Hooray!
And then I read a bunch of stories where coincidentally venture capitalists are beaten.
That's fucked up.
Who can say why?
Huh. Weird.
Unrelated, I think.
Huh.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. That and really enjoying... What was it we were talking with, like, Puzzle watching Adventure Time about how, like, Rebecca Sugar makes art, that's... Oh, yeah, I always think of it as... Rebecca Sugar makes art and music that hits for, like, 4 times damage if you were ever a sad little girl.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
But, you know, as always, people may refer to their pasts and everything, and how you refer to your gender when you were a child is all up to you.
Uh-huh.
I was a little boy. But let's be clear. I was a little girl as far as anything in the goddamn universe was concerned, is how I view it. And Rebecca Sugar just goes like, yeah.
Here comes the wind-up punch.
And you go, okay. Thank you. Not in a weird way. I'm just gonna get a boulder dropped on me.
Oh, Asterix Dragon, I feel that with some fics. I've been, I ran into one recently where I'm just like, you changed so much in this. This is not the same character, like, fundamentally. Like, I don't know.
I read romance manhwa. I'm having a great time. There's only a 1 in 5 chance of being jump scared by really uncomfortable premises.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Admittedly, I also, like, my way I do this is the same way you look for fan fiction. You just open up the page, make your search, open up 30 tabs.
Yep, that's exactly
Winnow
it.
them down to about 2.
Sanji's been
And half of
kidnapped
them you
and
go-
tortured again? Hell yeah, brother, tell me all about it.
And you squint your eyes and go, have I read you before?
Yeah.
I've read you before. Did I decide to stop reading you for a reason?
Yeah,
Did I get distracted?
exactly.
It was for a reason. Okay.
But you know what? Zoro
See
cuts
you
his
again in
face
2 weeks.
and calls him silly. Ooh, and Jelly mops his
Oh, I
brow.
feel-
And
No,
then
I
when
feel
Zoro's
that.
sick, Sanji does the same thing.
Oh, so you're saying that the man is like, oh, he's so scary. But what if?
What if?
Oh, but what if there's just this one person? Hear me out. The genre that I really enjoy of people who get reincarnated villainesses is also great because sometimes you get that setup with them going like, I can't fucking trust this dude. I gotta get out of here.
I'm
I
excited
gotta leave.
to get caught up on Discworld so I can start eating fan fiction, because there's one writer I've already found who does some Vimes Veterinary stuff that is
Oh,
fucking
man.
amazing.
No,
Holy
and that's
shit.
old fandom too. You got like strata to look
Yeah,
through.
yeah. I get to read like Vimes and them do Moulin Rouge or something, like very exciting.
Oh baby, no, you know it. Vimes and Veterinary is. I hope there's also a good supply of like Vimes and his wife and his weird boyfriend.
Yes,
because
that's
it's,
what I want. That's what I want the most.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there. It's so there to
And
me.
I mean, Veterinary and Sybil get along like a house on fire, you know?
They do. She calls him by his first name. I
And
don't know.
fucking, like, Vimes would never leave Sybil. Like, never. Like, the way
Yeah,
he
no,
acts as
that's the
soon
thing.
as he gets the cigar case back with
Oh,
Sybil's name on it.
man.
Oh, God.
No,
he is
Night Watch
literally,
is
like,
so like.
on his knees in despair, shaking, and then he remembers Sybil is waiting for him, and
Literally just needing like any support to know that she still exists in the world. That, like
Yes.
any tangible proof that that world exists that he can go back to.
oh my
No,
God.
Night Watch is like, it's just good prose, but also it's
Yeah.
like, hello, welcome to the Vimes tragedy event.
Yes. And the moment where Vimes, when they break into the Unmentionables torture cell, and Vimes has to hold
Yes.
his younger self steady, and he's like,
Yeah.
he's shivering like he has no bones.
Send
there
it
are
back.
tears running
Send
down
it back
his
and
face.
use it later. You
Ugh.
can't do this because you're angry.
Yes, having to stop himself from killing killing that guy. And it's like, how terrible that Vimes has to be his own father figure, and that at the end of the day, he
Yeah.
knows he's still going to, die
Hmm.
in, whatever form it is for this world.
Yeah, it's for anyone who hasn't read Discworld, Night Watch is a really fascinating book, which literally takes the place of Vimes in the middle of pursuing a really dangerous criminal, is on the magical library roof when it gets hit with lightning. There's some unrelated time stuff happening in the rest of the city, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Bugs.
Hmm.
That is the moment that the clock stops. Thief of Time and Night Watch start at the same point that
What?
one book ends.
Bullshit!
Yes,
Fuck you!
for real.
No.
Straight up.
No.
Canonically.
No.
The
no.
reason Vimes gets sent back in time is he was in the wrong place when the lightning strike that starts the glass clock goes off.
Fuck! Oh
That's
my
what that
God.
was. That's
Jesus
why Loot Zay
Christ,
goes after
man.
him.
Jesus Christ, man.
Fucking love these books, man.
You know what really surprised me? On top of Vimes talking a little about how his mom told him about, oh, your dad died in the war and all
Oh,
that stuff.
man.
But Also, Nobby being afraid of his own dad, and Vimes just
Yeah.
mentally filling in, like, yeah, because his dad would break his arm.
Yes, which I love because that's been something that he's talked about before,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the context of him being like an adult, and that's goofy old
Yeah.
lovable Nobby. And he goes like, "Oh yeah, I think of my dad every time the wind blows from the north." And now you're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
this is what that actually looks like." This is a book, turning back to the audience, Vimes goes back in time. And specifically, he goes back in time to the period in his own life when he first joined the Watch. And it is like both Discworld as we've kind of seen it, I'm sorry, Ankh-Morpork as we've kind of seen it much early on in Discworld, but it's also like worse even than that.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
they
Just
they are being ruled
Ankh-Morpork
by an
under a
actual
Mad
tyrant.
King. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, under one of the last patricians, even.
Ugh, gee.
Mad Lord, not Snapcase. Snapcase is actually who replaces the guy.
Windler, I want to say?
Windling,
Winding.
yeah.
Ugh.
And Vimes, the man who Vimes was pursuing, also winds up back with him.
Phantasmagoric Glitch, thank you so much.
I'm so glad.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
That's
I'm sorry
a lot
I
of what
haven't.
we do here.
I'm sorry I haven't been talking much. I'm very stuffed up, so my brain is running at like
Yeah.
10% capacity. But I've been enjoying this a lot too.
Oh, I'm glad.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was just going to say, Vimes, because the man who would have been like his really good influence mentor figure when he joined the Watch gets killed by the dude he was pursuing, who also got sent back in time by like random chance, and also by chance he resembles him now. And he has to kind of take his place in time before he can be sent back in time. And he also has to grab the other dudes that he doesn't interfere.
Mm-hmm.
One of the time monks, Lut Zay, turns to people who haven't read Discworld. The what? You say? Listen, we'll talk about the book that covers those a lot soon.
Thank you, Steve Citrus.
Thank you, Steve Citrus. It's so good. I love, he has this thing of like, well, you have to recreate how time went because that's what will knit this like part of reality over. Two things I love. One is that he goes like, he just decides himself like, no, I'm not who did this. I have my memories. That's what happened,
Mhm.
which is a great like way to handle that.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that eventually he goes like, I can't sell these people out for my future.
Ugh.
I can't.
And like the things the moments he like says to himself like this is cheating, like figuring out the way back to the monks and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm fascinated with this book, particularly the take on like, well, time will find a way to correct itself.
Yeah.
Vimes looks like Keel.
Mhm.
The river will find a way to the shore. You just have to make
Yes,
sure that there's a shore to get to.
And it's genius too because it does that without ever feeling like the cheap time travel correction
Ricky
kind of thing
Bonnefoy.
is happening,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, and you, it never feels like, and you had no agency,
Yeah.
and it all just gets undone because.
Yeah.
Instead, it just feels like, well, things happened like this because Vimes is this kind of person, and he's this kind of person because Keel, the man he replaced, helped make him be this kind of person. And maybe in the end it kind of goes that way. Like Lord Snapcase is still gonna go mad, but Vetinari's out there.
Oh, and the way.
Which, by the way, go on.
Oh, I just love the way it builds up to the angels rise up, rise up, rise up. The way that Vimes is singing it to himself as he climbs up the ladder and everything.
Yes.
And just
the fact that
when he first says it in front of the troops, young Vimes to himself, talking to older Vimes, says like, "Oh wow, it's such a cheery song. Why didn't you say that you see old men crying to it?" And Vimes just thinks to himself like, "You'll know one day."
Oh man, yeah. Especially because like the book opens with members of the Watch. It opens the book like in the present, and it's like, and it keeps mentioning this officer is wearing a sprig of lilac.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Colon has one pinned to his armor. Nobby Nobbs has one behind his ear. Vimes has one clipped to his lapel.
Well, and what's great is when Vimes first notices the lilac in his yard
Yeah,
is
every
blooming,
year it catches me off guard.
and he reaches up and his hand is shaking as he reaches up to
Hmm.
guard it, and he is not a man who has shaking hands.
No,
Ugh.
never.
Ugh.
He wouldn't be able to shave himself if he did. And it's just this great thing where, like, you get told, like, there is this, there's something that's being, like, remembered by some men in the Watch. And it's not all of them, and someone asking if they should wear it almost gets their ass kicked by Sergeant Colin,
Yeah.
who is not normally an ass-kicking man.
Yeah.
And it's just this beautiful thing of, like, the whole book. Wild comparison. It reminds me of the feeling of playing 358 over 2 days.
Yes.
Where you know that there is a tragedy coming and you know the result of the tragedy.
Yes.
The result of the tragedy is the Watch winds up as 3 people eventually. And Vimes is kind of a broken man, and there's this tragic anniversary. What gets you there?
Yeah.
What gets you there? What are you now going to see that is what happened to get you there? And that tension
Ugh.
is so heartbreaking.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, Vimes will even note it. He's like, I know I get out of this situation because I get out of this room and I come out and I tell myself it's all been taken care of.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's very good. It's not like the worst time travel logic, because, like, he doesn't get too cocky, is
Yeah.
what I would say.
Yeah.
But there's some fun stuff of, like, he does do some things differently because he knows history, but it can't stop it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, like, maybe he really does go back to a world where, like, this battle happened on this street, and these barricades were here instead, and this riot never happened. But it feels very much like, as if time is a matter of, like, well, you're in the ocean. You can do what you can do on this reef, but the tide's coming.
Ugh. Ugh.
It's very, very well handled. And I just love the thing with Vetinari where right at the beginning it goes like, and Vetinari always wore one too, and he's never asked why.
Ugh. Ugh.
And then and I held the sprig between my teeth after I saw him fall. And that's what I love. I feel like it's such a mirror. I'm talking a little bit about it just in case anyone's listening who might go and read Discworld. But it's such a fun solve to that really smug Vimes bit in an earlier Vetinari bit in an earlier book where he's like, I'd rather think that if I hadn't. Oh no, it's Drumknot who says like, I'd rather think that if Vimes didn't exist, you would have had to invent him. Drumknot, I'd rather think I did. Like, shut up. Because now we get to find out. Actually, also, would Vetinari be Vetinari?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for John Keel.
And Vimes is the man who made himself.
Yeah, there's that too. Oh man, the little like bits we get about like Vimes' mom, by the way.
Oh,
and, like, oh, she was
man.
alive when you joined the Force, huh?
And the way that, Vimes as a kid mentions to him, like, oh, my mom wants to make us pudding, and hers is the best, and Vimes is just, like, gripping the reins, just mourning like it was the best.
Yes, like, and it was the best. No one's ever done it like Mom, but I can't see her. Like, oh man.
Ugh. And that's interesting because it's like, of course Vimes wouldn't recognize himself when he's older. He hasn't seen his own dad.
Yes! Oh my god, that's a great point.
Ugh.
Ugh. Also good for that moment too, where he's like, don't listen to your mom if she asks you to invite officers home. It's just not done. do not let my mom marry a cop. Do not let my mom.
Please. It's 2, but I want to show off before we wrap up.
Yeah.
This horrible mini game I had to play like 50 goddamn times to get this whole fucking outfit that I'm wearing right now. Please, take a look. Look at this beautiful outfit. I'm going to hop to a world that has people actually playing this fucking game, and then I will show you this fucking game. And you will go, wow, Bugs, that really sucks. Why do you play RuneScape? And
I'm
I'll go,
excited.
I like when number go up.
It's good when number go up is the thing.
We might have to sit here for
Everyone's-
like 2 minutes.
That's okay. We got time.
Yeah, 2 minutes. We go stand on a boat. Well, we can watch everyone scramble away from the net, actually, which will be fun.
Yay! I truly love how much of RuneScape involves these like scurrying motions of people and crowds.
I really like it too. Particularly zoomed out. There's something to it, you know? I saw a little bit of footage from when Miro was streaming OSRS League starting of everyone just sprinting out in different directions.
Yes.
The first person to kill a goblin ranked on the website has a name like PP Peewee or something.
Oh.
So there was truly a reason for people to be sprinting out of the gate going to do things immediately.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah, no, I love all of the footage of like leagues
This person
opening
has a
from like
monkey.
both I Holly like making her character as behind her there's just this fucking pandemonium.
Yes. It's amazing.
People in robes, people running in circles, it's great.
You heart command board, you sadist.
What's command
You
board?
masochist. Remember the funny game from Birth by Sleep?
Oh.
You should tell a family member about that, man. I don't know what to say.
I'm looking up footage. Birth
Remember
by
when we were
Sleep
playing
command.
that game and we had to hear the opening thing of Cinderella's theme over and over?
Oh, the board game.
Yes, the board
one.
game.
Man, my brain always tries to delete that one. I'm like, yeah, the funny mini games in Birth by Sleep, the fruit the volleyball one, and the racing one, and the
If you and
Ice
your
cream
loved one have
scoop
been affected
tower
by
one.
command board, you may be entitled to compensation.
I still remember the pristine
It is a cute game.
horror / joy of realizing, like, hey, we've been having to do one of these mini games for story reasons.
No, and the fucking fruit
Twice
one.
now.
No.
Yes, and we
Ugh.
were at like Aqua, and you're like, no.
They wouldn't do that to
wouldn't
me.
They
They wouldn't do that to
me.
lovable me.
They would.
They would.
They would.
What the fuck was that? You saw that? That person cubed themselves in the chest.
I didn't see it actually.
That person turned into cubes and vanished. What the fuck? I've never seen that before.
We were watching Mystery Science Theater bloopers last night, and there was a really good one where like a prop dangled back down of like a figure that
here
only
comes.
Crow
Watch
could
this.
see. Oh, here we go.
Everyone's gonna get off the ship to collect
Mm-hmm.
their prizes.
Mhm.
Here they go. Oh, wow, not a lot of people today. Well, that's fine. Usually there's like 30. Which means oh, fuck, my bailing bucket. Hang on. My bailing bucket.
You forgot your goddamn bucket.
Hang on. Don't leave
Forgot
without me.
All this, and you
Don't
forgot
leave
you're
without
gonna,
me.
They are going to leave without
Don't leave
you.
without me. I'm special.
They're gonna.
Ah! My password. Don't leave without me. Please. Please. My bucket. Please. Please, don't leave without me. You need me. I'm a special little boy. I have the heart of a champion, please.
It's here for you.
Ugh.
I'm thinking, oh boy, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'm thinking of getting into male modeling.
The one I've had in my head lately is when Strong Bad's talking about his licensing. Oh, the camera does this the whole time, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
And I think I'm the only one gonna be on the upper deck. Oh no, there's someone else. Okay, cool. It just, I licensed myself out to those shady 24-hour daycares with the barbed wire around them. And you just see this daycare with this horrible drawing of Strong Bad on it.
There is Grunkin.
No.
There is.
It's, the door's completely darkened and you just hear Senior Card Gauge goes, Where is Thumpkins? Where is Coleslaw? Here I am.
Can I tell you what's
Here
extra
I
scary about
am.
that?
Huh.
Tompkins is the name of a child in the Teen Girl Squad comics.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
so like
Basement's
in
already
context,
flooding.
that's. Uh-oh. So nobody bails, huh?
Nobody bails but me.
I
I'm
see.
the world's
So they just
specialist
patch
boy.
cracks, but don't repair the damage being done.
Oh my god, we might actually sink. Nets ripped! No one's repairing the goddamn nets! You people are killing me!
So is that minigame you were talking about, or is this it?
This is the minigame! Fucking hell, the Kraken's here! Where'd it go? There'd it go.
I think this is what happened in that one video game, you know, where you're like the insurance person and you got the magic talisman.
Yeah. Is the net okay at least? No, it wasn't. People, help me out here. We have to bail for our fucking lives. I'm the only one bailing goddamn water. There's 5 of us.
I'm really glad we're taking the time to
There's
look at what you
5
had
of
to do
us.
so much to get your special little outfit.
Please, for the love of God.
For the love of God, Montresor.
Please help me bail. Please.
Crying,
I
sobbing,
can't do it all by
furiously
myself.
bailing out the ship.
Please. Oh my
None of
God,
these
what are you
people would
doing
survive
down
in
here?
Sea of Thieves.
Help. Help me bail. Please help me bail.
Help.
Help.
Hospital.
Hospital. Okay, we're making some progress on bailing.
Uh-huh.
Phil, leak in front of me. Okay.
In a way, this is like Cookie Clicker, so it's hard to say if it's bad or not. No, this is, to be clear, Bugs enjoys this game and
I
has
do.
fun with it.
I love this game.
This is the other people element.
Ah, the fucking Kraken.
See also, I cannot believe, first night back playing Splatoon, and I ran into someone who's like, oh, you got the hero outfit on. And you're saying this way constantly,
Mm-hmm.
all the time, at nearly complete random, while I'm, like, doing stuff. Like, I had to do the, like, hammer this way back at them, because, like, yeah, I'm in their spawn, man. What do you want from me? And then, while I was coming back in on respawn, I saw them hammer it as soon as they touched down in our perfectly fine base.
Of
In
course.
our perfectly fine
the
base, which
Kraken.
is when I realized what they think that it is used for is to go like, everybody circle around me. We're gonna squad.
Oh, man.
This ain't that kind of game, buddy.
This ain't that
You
kind
gotta
of game,
move like
brother.
you're a flock of birds. You gotta move like you're just moving together with the spirit, unless you're on mic with people, man. I am not going to flank around you like God's special boy.
Please. Please, we have so much water. We only have a minute left. Please, you have to help me. Please.
Just post in chat in like all caps, help!
The water, it comes. Oh, the net ripped again. God damn it. Okay. Back
I'm
down
having
we
a
go.
great time.
Oh,
This
fuck.
is my reward at the end of stream.
Please, God, someone bail with me. Please. I'm just one person. I'm just one person
I'm
with
just
a
a little
bucket.
boy.
I'm just a little boy. Please.
I'm just a sad little rinse
Please.
wind.
We have 25 seconds left. You could please help me.
Oh, if it sinks inside like the last
The
25
net's ripped again.
seconds.
I'm the only one who brought rope to fix the goddamn net. 9 seconds left. Oh my God, please someone help me bail if this goes up. Oh, we did it. Water bailed count 54. Tentacles hacked and rails fixed 12. 7 leaks patched. Give me my
What was everyone
fucking
else
ship.
doing?
They were fixing
patching?
leaks. I got a broken
And
arrow
how
for
many
my
times-
trouble. I had to play this
How many times did you say you had to do all that to get your little outfit?
roughly 30 times.
Oh, oh, successfully too.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
look at this unbelievable fit. Unbelievable.
look at this fit. Look at this fit.
Unbelievable. Wow. 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 Just pretend the Undertale music. Da, 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 ch, ch, da, 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 okay. Well, thanks for coming to stream, everyone. Let's
Thank
take a
you for
quick
coming
break.
to stream. We're gonna take a quick break before we wrap up the stream,
Really
and we're
good
gonna go
bugs.
check fan
Thank
art after break.
you.
Thank you. Worst case scenario, we just come back and we say goodnight to folks. But hey, you gotta go to bed before we go to fan art. Hey, thanks for coming by. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. This is
Yeah.
a pretty short break. It's just to keep
I'm just
me
gonna
from
refresh my
going numb.
coffee.
Not in an emotional way, in a like hip joint kind of way. Be
Uh-huh.
good to yourselves. BRB.
Hey, this carried me through 122 laps on the canvas rooftops. You're insane. Godspeed to you. Very good. Have fun in Werewolf Town. Oh, my glasses go up on my head. It's kind of a relaxed look, I think. Kind of a relaxed night. You see, Professor, I gotta tell you, I've been looking at the numbers, and my research suggests that something might be happening here. That's what these glasses say. I just need to get 50 agility so I can do Rogue's Den. Oh, good luck. I did that for the first time on this, actually. It was really fun. I got by the floor traps about 50 goddamn times before, well, about 5 goddamn times before I realized what the gimmick was. And then I spent the rest of the maze anxiously inching along every step of it, doing right click, search, okay, right click, okay, right click, okay, and it was like only in the first 2 rooms.
Hello, oh, chat got Dungeon Manned. Good.
I'm doing non-league because I haven't played OSRS in a decade and want to actually experience the world. Oh, hell yeah! Fucking have fun. That's great. I'm going to blow my nose now.
Oh, that's great. Hi, Bugs.
Hi! Ugh.
I'm always glad when
Sorry,
a random
chat.
chance of Dungeon Man pops up. Oh.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. For a second, I thought, could you get me the music side stream?
Oh my
It's easier
gosh,
for me to
yes,
tell
I'm
if I'm
so
still
sorry.
connected. That's okay.
Let's see, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's OBS. Don't want to send that to Frankie. That would be an unhealthy loop hell. There we go!
There we go.
Hey, just in time. Wow. It's because he asked, I think.
Hooray! That's the goods.
It is the goods.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. We have one piece from Cuppy.
Yay!
Let me put this on the screen. My apologies. I haven't seen any Adventure Time in a long time, but the middle image was powerful.
Could you take tree trunks? I'll take. Yeah, go for it.
I wonder why we haven't seen the Queen lately, and they made all these new coins of her.
No reason. Finn, what are we gonna do? We can't tell her the queen died. I don't want to see old lady tears. How to make it look like the queen is still alive?
I love.
Here, tree trunks. New video. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, there's 2 parts. Here, tree trunks. New video from the queen.
What's that picture?
Their new flag.
Oh. I love this gentle little tree trunks with all the little wrinkles and everything. So perfect. And this expression on Jake, the pinched brow, is beautiful.
Yeah, that's a really good, like, not only, like, Jake picture, but, like, yes, this is exactly where Jake would be in this. Jake would be like, I can't see her cry, man. We've known her since we were babies.
I just love the arm coming off of Finn to play this here, the expression work. The expression right here on the final panel in particular is so strong. This is really good.
Big smile.
Oh, thank you so much, Cuppy.
The way you, like, shaped Finn here, too, like, that's, like, this style is a way they draw him on the show sometimes, where he's just, like, melded with his goofy hat.
Yes.
This is really, really, really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, man.
And thank you all for coming by. I am so delighted to be back in with having, like, internet that isn't on a delay, and more importantly, that even doesn't have a bandwidth limit, so I will not be experiencing the hell of, it's good for a couple of weeks, maybe it's good forever now. Oh. And thank you again so much for folks being patient. This does mean that, like, along with, like, Minecraft stuff that we want to do, new stuff we're gonna do, we're gonna get back to Mother 3 soonish. And work can resume literally on KHUX. To part the curtains a little, here's the thing. To write KHUX, I have to load a YouTube video that's long. I have to watch a lot of YouTube, which eats bandwidth. which means even working on KHUX in the background would have eaten the bandwidth we needed for show. So, I'm very excited to get back on the
Yay!
ball.
Yay! Hey, I know where we're raiding. And I have a raid freeze
Yeah,
for
we
you.
do. Yeah, we do. We're raiding to Mira, baby. Oh, exciting, exciting, exciting.
This is your
Hammer,
raid
hammer.
phrase.
That's your raid phrase, baby. That's your raid phrase, baby. Thank you all
Thank you.
so much for coming by to the stream. As always, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, and I'm so glad that we can just talk for several
Oh my God,
hours
yeah,
about
thank you.
things, and there's people who are down for that. Like, I guess that's a lot of streaming, but it's fun. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. We might be coming back with Splatoon if we have energy and timing for it. We'll see what we're doing. Might come back with something else. Gonna try and do some Splatoon soon for fun. Thank you as always for coming by. Thank you so much to people who donated. That we really appreciate it.
We do.
Oh, it's the dark times of the year. But also thank you to anyone who subscribed. But thank you to folks who followed for the first time. Really appreciate it. And as always, whatever way you choose to spend your time with us here, whether you're in chat, whether you're talking, whether you're lurking, whether you're watching the VOD later, we really appreciate it. And thank you if you write comments, because we like those. And thank you especially to folks who make fan art or make clips or just tell people you know about this show and get people into it, because this is what we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're putting you in a jar and throwing you at Mira now.
Okay.
Everybody get in the funny jar so we
Get the
can throw you
jar.
directly at Mira.
The
Oh,
jar.
everyone loves
The
jar.
The
The jar. The jerp.
The jorp. Get in the jorp. Chat start.
Please look forward to
start.
Bugs's an only RP Coach Z style RuneScape stream.
I
RP
didn't
text
write raid or
only.
anything.
You have to go set the raid. Bugs.
Oh, I'm
You
so
put them
smart.
in the raid. You put them in
Oh,
the
my
jar
brain's
too
so
early. Now they're
big.
gonna be angry in the jar. They're gonna be angry
Oh,
in
I'm
the
so
jar, and we're
smart.
sending them towards Mira.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, that's okay. We'll just
Get
slip a
outta
couple of
here.
fruit snacks.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Get out of here.